An Authentic History of the Cato-Street Conspiracy, Part 1. By George Theodore Wilkinson. Preface. To those who are accustomed to look with an observant eye upon the causes which lead to the fall and destruction of nations, the present epoch offers materials for their most weighty consideration. They have seen their country involved in one of the most destructive and arduous contests ever recorded in its annals. They have seen the combined force of the civilized world directed against its very existence. They have witnessed its unexampled and glorious struggle, the loyalty and patriotism of the people, and finally they have beheld it, rising at the close of the contest, not subdued nor conquered, but towering with renovated fame and luster, and scattering to their loathsome dens the dark demons of anarchy and ruin. They beheld the industrious artisan returning to the shuttle, the laborious peasant to the plow. The war-worn soldier was seated at his native hearth telling the story of his battles, and the weather-beaten sailor, in the fullness of his pride, was glorying in the wounds obtained in the defense of his country. Peace gave to the nation its blessings, and round the consecrated altars of our fathers knelt the children of this favored land in grateful prayer to that God, who had gone forth with them in the day of battle, and who, in the wreck of surrounding kingdoms, had vouchsafed to spread over this his protecting hand. But in the midst of these cheering prospects, the pestilential air of atheism and infidelity was raging abroad like the blasting heat of the simoon in the desert, and throwing its sickening hue over the beautiful forms of religion and virtue. Men, if such an exalted name can be given them, who have openly thrown off all submission, all reverence, all duty and love to their God, who, in the most blasphemous manner, had reviled and denied their divine Redeemer, considered themselves enfranchised from every moral and religious duty, from allegiance to their earthly sovereign and obedience to the laws of the country. In the latter they beheld an irksome and disagreeable restraint upon the exercise of their degenerate passions. They tore themselves away from the great human society, despised its relations and its duties, and in their midnight assemblies traitorously plotted the massacre of some of the most exalted individuals of the country. In themselves they united the dreadful characters of traitor, incendiary, and murderer. Apostates from their religion, a spirit of horrible infidelity hardened their hearts against all the tender feelings of humanity and virtue, blinded their understandings to the dictates of truth, and rendered them capable of the vilest crimes. But the eye of Providence watched over their victims in the dark recesses where their hellish plots were engendered, the omnipresent being marked their actions, and, at the very moment of their expected accomplishment, dragged them forth to the execration and vengeance of their injured country. We live in times teeming with events of such uncommon magnitude, that they seem to laugh to scorn all that we used to call important in our former history. Let us not deceive ourselves. It is no petty danger that threatens us. We are not anxious about some dubious point of honor, nor are we contending for any secondary interest, but for the very body and substance of our island, not for the foliage, nor even the branches, but for the trunk of the British oak, that oak so different in all respects from the tree of liberty, intended to be reared in the country by certain pretended patriots. That oak beneath which a grateful and a happy people had so long sheltered, and under which the distressed of other countries have often found a refuge, when driven to seek protection from the stormy blasts in their own less happy land. But to what are the temporal evils which now afflict the country to be traced? Undoubtedly to apostasy in religion, and to the alarming growth of infidelity and deism. Conspirators never found an asylum in the habitations of Christians. The roll of turbulent revoltas that history has recorded and transmitted to us, as the assertors of the rights of men, exhibits not one disciple of the meek and lowly Jesus. The true believer in the doctrines of Christ feels himself, in the view of the picture exhibited of the real Christian, grounded still stronger upon the sure foundation of his faith upon the solid rock of this heavenly dispensation. His soul catches new fire from the host of examples which Christian history records. He shudders at the attempts which are made proud and factious men to withdraw subjects from their allegiance, to plunge them into the horrors of anarchy and civil war. He trembles with astonishment and indignation, when men rejoice over the mangled remains of princes and of statesmen, and over the bloody corpses of sovereigns butchered by the hands of their own rebellious subjects. It is to the progress of irreligion and the decay of morals that the increase of crime which now stigmatizes the country is to be attributed. It is to the fatal neglect of their religious duties, and to the renunciation of the blessings which Christianity offers them, that the miserable men, whose dreadful acts are recorded in the following pages, have been doomed to expiate their crimes on the scaffold. Religion does not leave the interests of mankind within the contracted circle of his social duties. Its influence is extended in its protection to the utmost possible degree. The Christian is not only obliged by his profession to be a good man, but also to be a good citizen. He must be obedient to the governing powers under which he is born and placed. No subtlety of reasoning, nor any perversion of language or text of Scripture will countenance him in acts of rebellion against his lawful sovereign. Whenever, indeed, the standard of rebellion is unfortunately lifted up against our prince, it is the duty of the Christian to be active in his allegiance, and to defend the government to which he belongs, with all possible energy. It has, however, pleased an almighty providence to protect the rulers of this country from the diabolical machinations of a set of lawless wretches who sought to erect their own interest on murder, rapine, and treason. Their names are transmitted to posterity, branded with the most horrible crimes that disfigure human nature. Their lives are forfeited to the injured laws of their country, and although they may have attempted to console themselves with the vain belief that the punishment for their deeds ends in this world, the dread reality has now flashed upon them that there is also another world in which the hardened and unrepentant sinner will meet his everlasting doom. To the atheist and the infidel let the blood of these men speak with the most solemn admonition. The time is fast approaching when the veil of earthly things will be removed from their sight, when the cobweb texture of their fancy theories will be torn asunder, and truth, with its radiant light, burst upon them. Then let them pause, ere it be too late. A dreadful example has been set before them of the effect of irreligion and immorality. If the atheist bear the holy name of Father, let him ponder well ere he resign his soul to everlasting perdition. Let him, as his babes cling around him, picture to himself the horrors of that grave on which no morning breaks, and the excruciating horrors of that deathbed which is not blessed with the hope of a future state. Let him, in his dispassionate moments, visit the grave of the murderer Thistlewood. Let him there reflect upon the end of a life of infidelity and irreligion, and then may that Almighty Being, who looks with a benignant eye upon the weaknesses of his creatures, guard him from the error of his ways, and teach him that real and substantial happiness on earth is only to be found in religion, virtue, and morality. Address. Among all the wild, wicked, and visionary schemes of which we have seen the rise and fall, in this age of infidelity and disaffection, none can be compared with that of which we are about to give the frightful history, for extravagance in its origin, ferocity in its details, or fiend-like triumph in its anticipated consummation. It is an event which must forever blot with disgrace the fair page of British history, and it exhibits an awful and humiliating view of the state of degradation to which the human mind may be brought, when once it has cast off the fear of God, as inculcated in the divine precepts of Christianity. The present work professes to be an authentic and digested history of the rise, progress, discovery, and termination of the atrocious Cato-Street conspiracy, interspersed with so much of the personal history of the individuals concerned, as may be necessary to illustrate the principle which it is the main object of this work to inculcate, namely, that to the abandonment of the duties of our holy religion alone is it to be attributed that we have men among us wicked enough to conceive, and others so weak as to assist in, such preposterous and atrocious schemes. The first part contains the history of the plot, its detection, the murder of Smithers, the peace officer, and the execution of his duty, particulars of the subsequent arrests, all the proceedings before the police magistrates, and the Privy Council, and a full and accurate description of the horrid weapons of destruction, and infernal combustible machines, intended to be used by this detestable gang of assassins. The second part contains, at great length, the trials of all the executed conspirators, and the disposal of the other persons arrested, with a variety of additional particulars relative to the plot. The accounts of the execution and decapitation, which are given with great correctness and fidelity, will be found interesting and affecting, and the appendix contains sketches of the lives and conduct of the executed criminals, together with a copious history of the proceedings relative to that base and infamous individual George Edwards, the spy and instigator to treason. The work is confidently submitted to the public, in the earnest hope that it may be found so serious a comment on the intentions and ultimate views of sanguinary and designing men, who traverse the country, intruding themselves into all classes of society, with specious plans of reform in their mouths, but, in reality, with revolution, massacre, and plunder in their hearts, that every honest man, and every Christian, may be induced to shun their counsels as he would a pestilence, and to adopt for his motto and rule of conduct the truly British sentiment of our forefathers. Fear God and honor the King. History of the Cato-Street Conspiracy, N.C. On the morning of Thursday, the 24th of February 1820, the metropolis was thrown into the greatest consternation and alarm by the intelligence that, in the course of the preceding evening, a most atrocious plot to overturn the government of the country had been discovered, but which, by the prompt measures directed by the Privy Council, who remained sitting the greatest part of night, had been happily destroyed by the arrest and dispersion of the conspirators. Before daylight the following proclamation was placarded in all the leading places in and about London. London Gazette Extraordinary, Thursday, February 24, 1820. Whereas Arthur Thistlewood stands charged with high treason, and also with the wilful murder of Richard Smithers, a reward of £1,000 is hereby offered to any person or persons who shall discover and apprehend, or cause to be discovered or apprehended, the said Arthur Thistlewood, to be paid by the Lords Commissioners of His Majesty's Treasury, upon his being apprehended and lodged in any of His Majesty's jails. And all persons are hereby cautioned upon their allegiance not to receive or harbour the said Arthur Thistlewood, as any person offending herein will be thereby guilty of high treason. Sidmouth. The above-named Arthur Thistlewood is about 48 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches high, has a sallow complexion, long visage, dark hair, a little grey, dark hazel eyes and arched eyebrows, a wide mouth and a good set of teeth, has a scar under his right jaw, is slender-made, and has the appearance of a military man, was born in Lincolnshire, and apprenticed to an apothecary at Newark. Usually wears a blue long coat and blue pantaloons, and has been a lieutenant in the militia. The particular part of the plan of the traitorous conspirators, which had been frustrated by their arrest the previous evening, was the following, and its atrocity fully justified the alarming impression which the first rumors had created. It had been ascertained by the gang that the greater part of His Majesty's ministers were to dine together at the Earl of Harrowby's, and this was considered as a favourable opportunity for effecting their entire extermination. Thistlewood was to have knocked at Lord Harrowby's door, with a letter, purporting to be a dispatch, or with a red box, such as is used in all the public offices, desiring it to be delivered immediately to the cabinet ministers at dinner, without delay. The servant, it was supposed, would immediately proceed with the dispatch, while Thistlewood, with another of the conspirators, entered the hall as if to wait. They were immediately to open the street door, others were to come in with hand grenades, which were to be thrown into the house, and, in the confusion produced by them, all the rest of the conspirators were to rush into the dining room, where the ministers were at dinner, and the work of assassination was to have been instantly begun. The sensations thus excited in the public mind were by no means allayed, when, in the course of the day, the details of the horrible transaction began to develop themselves. Every one felt a breathless anxiety to probe to the bottom the secret workings of so detestable a conspiracy. Confidence between man and man became weakened, and that social intercourse which constitutes the peculiar charm of society in this happy country seemed to be placed at the mercy of the midnight assassin. The only hope left to the upright and the loyal portion of the community was that the discovery would finally terminate in the beneficial result of purging society of some of the foulest members that apparently ever moved in it. For some time previous to the day on which the arrests took place, it had been known to His Majesty's government that an attempt at the assassination of His Majesty's ministers was meditating, and that Arthur Thistlewood was at the bottom of it. On Tuesday, the 22d of February, certain advice was received that the attempt was to be made on Wednesday night, at the Earl of Harrowby's, in Grosvenor Square. It is supposed that the Earl of Harrowby's was fixed upon, because, being nearer the outlet from London than the residence of any other of the cabinet ministers, Lord Westmoreland's excepted, who lives in the same square, escape out of town, after the attempt had been made, would have been more easy. Be this as it may, the conspirators, as soon as they had ascertained that the cabinet dinner was to be held there, lost no time in arranging their dreadful and diabolical project. The place chosen to arrange finally their proceedings, to collect their force, and to arm themselves, was near the Edgware Road. John Street is a short distance on the road, and intersected by another street, called Cato-Street. Cato-Street is rather an obscure street, and inhabited by persons in an humble class of life. It runs from John Street into Queen Street, and is parallel with Newnham Street. It is open at one end for the admission of carriages, but is closed by posts at the other. The premises occupied by the conspirators consisted of a 3-stall stable, with a loft above, in a very dilapidated condition. They are the property of General Watson, and have been recently in the possession of an old servant of his, who had turned cowkeeper. From this man they had been engaged by some of the diabolical crew whose machinations have been so happily discovered. The people in Cato-Street were utterly ignorant that the stable was let until Wednesday, when several persons were seen to go in and out, and carefully to lock the door after them. Some of these individuals carried sacks and parcels of various descriptions. For 2 or 3 hours previous to the entrance of the stable, the police officers were on the spot, making their observations, but still no suspicion was excited of the real object of their attack, and so well was the plan of surprise laid, that, until the discharge of firearms was heard, everything remained perfectly quiet. Thus accurately informed of the intentions of the conspirators, warrants were issued to apprehend them while they were assembled. These warrants were put into the hands of the police officers, under the able direction of Richard Burney, Esq., the chief magistrate of Bow Street. A detachment of the Coldstream Guards from Portman Street Barracks were also ordered to accompany the police officers. They proceeded to the place of meeting in Cato Street, the police officers proceeding first. The conspirators had taken the precaution to place a sentinel below. The military consisted of the picket guard of the 2D Coldstream Regiment, which was stationed in Portman Street Barracks. It consisted of 30 men, including a sergeant and corporal, and commanded by Captain Frederick Fitzclarence, who happened to be on duty at the time. They were called out about 7:45, each man provided with 20 rounds of ball cartridge. The detachment immediately proceeded in the direction of the Edgware Road. The men were not acquainted with the business on which they were called out. They supposed a fire had taken place, and that they had been sent for to protect the property. On their arrival within about 60 yards of the house in Cato Street, John Street, the place of the meeting, they were halted for a few minutes, during which they were ordered by Captain Fitzclarence to fix bayonets and shoulder arms. They were also enjoined to observe the strictest silence. The detachment then marched on, but had not proceeded more than a few yards when they heard the noise of firearms. They were then ordered to advance in double-quick time, and instantly came in junction with the civil officers, who had arrived previously on the ground, and were engaged with the party in the house. The only approach to this pandemonium was by a narrow ladder. Ruthven, one of the principal Bow Street officers, led the way, and he was followed by Ellis, Smithers, Sermon, and others of the patrol. On the door being opened, about 27 or 30 men were seen within, all armed in some way or other, and some of them engaged either in charging firearms, or in girding themselves in belts similar to those worn by the military, while others were in close and earnest deliberation. There were tables about the room, on which lay a number of cutlasses, bayonets, pistols, sword belts, pistol balls in great quantities, ball cartridges, and c. As the officers entered the room, the conspirators all started up, when Ruthven, who had been furnished with a warrant from the magistrates, exclaimed, "We are peace officers! Lay down your arms!" In a moment all was confusion. The notorious Arthur Thistlewood opposed himself to the officers, armed with a cut-and-thrust sword of unusual length. Ruthven attempted to secure the door, and Ellis, who had followed him into the room, advanced towards the man, and presenting his pistol, exclaimed, "Drop your sword, or I'll fire instantly." Thistlewood brandished his sword with increased violence, when Smithers, the other patrol, rushed forward to seize him, and on the instant the ruffian stabbed him to the heart. Poor Smithers fell into the arms of his brother officer, Ellis, exclaiming, "Oh God! I am—" and in the next instant was a corpse. Whilst this deed was doing, the lights were extinguished, and a desperate struggle ensued, in which many of the officers were severely wounded. Sermon, one of the patrol, received a musket ball on the temple, but fortunately it only glanced along the side of his head, tearing up the scalp in its way. The conspirators kept up an incessant fire, whilst it was evident to the officers that many of them were escaping by some back way. Mr. Burney exposed himself everywhere, and encouraged the officers to do their duty, whilst the balls were whizzing round his head. At this moment Captain Fitzclarence, a young officer well known for his gallantry and gentlemanly conduct, arrived at the head of the detachment of the Coldstream Guards. They surrounded the building, and Captain Fitzclarence, with Sergeant Legg and 3 files of grenadiers, entered the stable, where the first object that presented itself to their sight was one of the party running out of the stable, apparently with intention to make his escape. He was seized by one of the soldiers, when the ruffian instantly approached the gallant captain, and presented a pistol at his breast. But, as he was in the act of pulling the trigger, Sergeant Legg rushed forward, and whilst attempting to put aside the destructive weapon, received the fire upon his arm. Fortunately for this brave man, the ball glanced along his arm, tearing the sleeve of his jacket, from the wrist to the elbow, and only slightly wounding him. Exterior and interior views. A black man was the next that was started from his place of concealment. He was armed with a cutlass. He also aimed a blow at Captain Fitzclarence, but was seized and secured by one of the soldiers, James Basie, without any injury to the latter but a slight cut on the finger. Then addressing himself to his friends in the house, he exclaimed, "Fight on while you have a drop of blood in you. You may as well die now as at another time." The detachment was then ordered to rush forward, which they did, headed by their captain, who darted into a stall, and seized by the collar a fellow who was standing in it, and who grappled with him with one hand, while he attempted to fire a pistol at him with the other, which did not go off, the powder flashing in the pan. The miscreant still holding firmly by the coat, the captain called out to his men to disengage him. 2 of them, James Revel and James Basie, immediately seized him, and he surrendered himself, saying, "Do not kill me, and I'll tell you all." This scene took place in the stable on the ground floor. It was a 3-stalled stable, with a hayloft over it, with which it communicated by a ladder placed at one end. The detachment led by Captain Fitzclarence then mounted the ladder and into the loft, now filled with smoke, and only illuminated by the occasional flashes of the firearms of the conspirators. In the confusion naturally occasioned by the contest, Thistlewood contrived to make his escape, almost unobserved, and the constables had by this time retired for the purpose of surrounding the house, and intercepting the flight of any others of the gang. On entering the loft, the military came in contact with the dead body of the murdered Smithers, the constable, and a ruffian lying at his side, all covered with the blood of the dead man. The fellow rose, and did not appear to have sustained any hurt or injury. Addressing himself to the soldiers, he said, "I hope they will make a difference between the innocent and the guilty." 3 others were next taken together. They were huddled in a corner among some shavings. One of them, jumping out, said, "I resign myself. There is no harm. I was brought in here innocent this afternoon." These 4 were all of them found by the soldiers in the room, making, with the man taken below in the stall, and the 2 outside, 7 prisoners. The constables had previously taken 2, one of whom made his escape down the street, but was pursued and retaken. The moment he was caught, he fired a pistol, which he had concealed on his person. It went off, but did no injury. Murdoch, one of the soldiers, when he entered the loft, in the midst of darkness, ran against something which he at the moment conceived to be a part of the building. He was, however, soon undeceived by a wretch snapping a pistol at him, which happily missed fire. Failing in this detestable purpose, the miscreant threw himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Use me honorably!" And the gallant soldier contented himself with making him prisoner. When this was mentioned to Captain Fitzclarence, he asked Murdoch why he had not struck his opponent. The reply of the brave fellow was, "Why, your honor, I had him by the heels, and I took his pistol from him, and I wanted no more." The pistol was loaded nearly to the muzzle. It is impossible to give a minute detail of the desperate conflict which took place, or the numerous instances of personal daring manifested by the peace officers and the military, thus brought into sudden contact with a band of assassins in their obscure den, and in utter darkness. Unfortunately, this darkness favored the escape of many of the wretches, and the dreadful skirmish ended in the capture of only 9 of them. The military, on searching the loft, found a great quantity of pistols, blunderbusses, swords, and pikes, about 16 inches long, made to screw into a handle. They also found a great many common files, sharpened to a point at the ends, and made to be used as pikes. They also found a large quantity of ammunition, consisting of ball cartridges, powder flasks, slugs wrapped up in paper, and a sack full of hand grenades. The military, accompanied by the constables, then withdrew, and proceeded to Bow Street office with their prisoners. The soldiers were laden with the arms and ammunition which they found in the stable, and having delivered their prisoners and booty, 4 of them were examined briefly by the magistrates, viz., James Revel, James Basie, William Curtis, and John Muddock. They identified the prisoners who were then standing at the bar as the persons whom they had taken in the stable. The firearms and ammunition were then shown to them, which they also identified. Captain Fitzclarence, with his detachment, then marched back to Portman Barracks, to which also they conveyed the arms and ammunition taken, and deposited them in the captain's room. Shortly after the arrival of the cavalcade at the police office, in Bow Street, Mr. Burney, the magistrate, arrived, and having taken his seat at the bench, the prisoners were placed at the bar in the following order: James Ings, a butcher; James Wilson, a tailor; Richard Bradburn, a carpenter; James Gilchrist, a shoemaker; Charles Cooper, a bootmaker; Richard Tidd, a bootmaker; John Monument, a shoemaker; John Shaw, a carpenter; and William Davidson, a cabinet maker. Davidson is a man of color, and a worthy coadjutor of Messrs. Watson, Thistlewood, and Company, upon many occasions. At the meeting in Finsbury Marketplace, a few months ago, this fellow was one of the principal speakers, and advised the persons assembled to go armed to all public meetings, and was also the bearer of the black flag, with the death's head, in the mob which attempted to excite a tumult in Covent Garden during the election. When Ellis, the officer, was putting the handcuffs on him, he amused himself by vociferating passages from the popular air of Scots wha you why Wallace bled, and frequently exclaiming, B.S.T. and D., and the eyes of all those who would not die for liberty. Ings is a fierce ruffian, a short, stout man, apparently between 30 and 40, but of most determined aspect. His hands were covered with blood, and as he stood at the bar, manacled to one of his wretched confederates, his large fiery eyes glared round upon the spectators with an expression truly horrible. The rest had nothing extraordinary in their appearance. They were for the most part men of short stature, mean exterior, and unmarked physiognomy. The office was crowded with soldiers and officers, bringing in arms and ammunition of various kinds, which had been taken on the premises: muskets, carabines, broadswords, pistols, blunderbusses, belts, and cartouche boxes, ball cartridges, gunpowder, found loose in the pockets of the prisoners, haversacks, and a large bundle of singularly constructed stilettos. These latter were about 18 inches long, and triangular in form, 2 of the sides being concave, and the other flat, the lower extremity having been flattened, and then rung round spirally, so as to make a firm grip, and ending in a screw, as if to fit into the top of a staff. Several staves indeed were produced, fitted at one end with a screwed socket, and no doubt they were intended to receive this formidable weapon. The depositions of a number of officers, most of them wounded, and several of the soldiers, having been taken, their evidence substantiating the foregoing narrative, the prisoners were asked whether they wished to say anything. Cooper, and Davidson the Black, were the only ones who replied, and they merely appealed to the officers and soldiers to say whether they had not instantly surrendered themselves. Ellis, the patrol, who received the murdered body of his comrade Smithers in his arms, replied that Davidson had made the most resistance. At the moment when the lights were extinguished, he had rushed out of the place, armed with a carbine, and wearing white crossbelts. Ellis pursued him a considerable distance along John Street, and having caught him, they fell together, and in the deadly struggle which ensued, Davidson discharged his carbine, but without effect, and Ellis succeeded in securing him. Captain Fitzclarence had seized and secured 1 or 2 of the prisoners with his own hands, and he was not only much bruised, but his uniform was almost torn to pieces. We will here shortly digress for the purpose of stating the immediate circumstances which led to the frustration of the sanguinary plot, and the arrest of its fiend-like authors. It had been for some time well known to government that Thistlewood, forgetful of his narrow escape on the former occasion of an indictment for high treason, and, as it were, unconscious of the blessings of that Constitution, which in the equal and upright administration of justice to all, gives to the accused party the advantage of the conscientious doubts of the jury, and which beneficent feature in the trial by a British jury had alone saved him from condign punishment, had never ceased to pursue his disloyal and traitorous designs, but had still continued in darkness and obscurity, to hatch new plots, as preposterous as diabolical, and to entrap new agents, as weak as they were wicked, and as certain of being ultimately involved in the same sacrifice to public justice, as he himself seemed devoted to by a besotted perseverance in his horrid principles. Conscious, however, as were the ministers that some dreadful scheme was perfecting, and that a tremendous blow was about to be struck, they were ignorant of the time or nature of the intended movement, until the very day destined for its consummation, when a communication was made to the Secretary of State for the Home Department, by Lord Harrowby, who stated that he had that morning been stopped by a man, when riding in St. James's Park, who delivered to him a letter, the contents of which were that a gang of assassins were to assassinate his lordship and the rest of the cabinet ministers, when assembled at his house on the evening of that day at a cabinet dinner. His lordship, although he did not know the man, listened to his representation, in addition to the contents of the letter, and afterwards consulted his brother ministers upon the subject, and they immediately determined to postpone the cabinet dinner. The discovery, indeed, of the infamous wretches and their intended diabolical act is next to a miracle, and is only to be attributed to the determination and perseverance of the man who made the communication to the Earl of Harrowby. He called at his lordship's house, in Grosvenor Square, on Wednesday morning, the 23d, between 11 and 12 o'clock, and inquired of the porter if the noble Earl was at home. The porter replied in the negative. The man appeared very anxious to see his lordship, but the porter did not give him any hopes, as he refused to tell his business. The man, however, urged the necessity of seeing his lordship, without loss of time, and at length he observed, that if he did not see him, the porter would not be sitting in his chair in the hall tomorrow. This observation astonished the porter, and induced him to believe that the man really had something of a serious and alarming nature to communicate to the noble Earl. He then told him that his lordship was riding on horseback in the park, directed him to that part in which he was most likely to find him, and described his groom and the livery he wore, and see. The man hastened to the park, and discovered the groom, as described by the porter, hailed him, and asked him if the gentleman before was the Earl of Harrowby. The groom replied in the affirmative. The man then told him that he wanted and must speak with his lordship. The groom informed his noble master, who immediately stopped his horse. The man then presented a letter to him, which the Earl opened and read. The man having informed him that he had a deal more to communicate, his lordship dismounted, and walked and talked with the man for some time, and the result of their interview was the communication to the Secretary of State, of which we have just spoken. Precautions were immediately taken at the Secretary of State's office, for the discovery and apprehension of the villains. The first intimation that was given of the affair at the office in Bow Street was at past 7 o'clock, when it was made known that a number of officers, constables, and patrol would be wanted. Ellis, who is a conductor of a party of patrol, was ordered to leave his division, and repair to the office with the men under his direction. The expedition upon which they were to be sent was kept a secret till they started, which was between 8:30 and 9. The place of rendezvous of the assassins was in Cato-Street, John Street, in the Edgware Road, where the neighbors had become alarmed by a number of strange men assembling in a stable, and aloft over it, after dark, sacks being hung up on the inside of the windows to prevent detection. In the course of the day inquiries had been made, and the result was that some desperate act was expected to take place. The minister's servants were armed with pistols, and 2 officers or constables appointed to each residence. The Earl of Harrowby and Viscount Castlereagh dined with the Earl of Liverpool, and at 9 o'clock they went to the Secretary of State's office for the Home Department, at which time all the cabinet ministers assembled. Mr. Burney, the magistrate, was directed by Viscount Sidmouth to be in Cato-Street, and in readiness to act in case of emergency. A party of the guards, under the command of Captain Fitzclarence, was ordered to march to Cato-Street, to assist the police, if necessary. Unfortunately, however, they were not clearly directed, or they did not understand where the place was, as they were at the contrary end of the street when the assassins commenced their murderous attack upon the officers, and it was only by the discharge of pistols that they found out where the building was. When the police officers arrived, they found 2 sentinels at the door, armed with guns and swords. These opposed their admittance without the password. The officers, however, soon overpowered and secured them. They then gave an alarm, and the officers heard by the noise in the loft that several persons were upstairs. They ascended to the loft by a ladder which the conspirators themselves had used, when the contest, which we have already described, ending in the arrest of most of the conspirators, took place. The same sources of information which led to the detection of the conspiracy enabled the magistrates to trace the hiding place of Thistlewood. Instead of returning to his own lodgings in Stanhope Street, Clare Market, it was discovered that he had proceeded to an obscure house, No. 8 White Street, Little Moorfields. Thither, at 9 o'clock on Thursday morning, the 24th of February, Lavender, Bishop, Ruthven, Salmon, and 6 of the patrol were dispatched. On arriving at the house, 3 of the latter were placed at the front, and 3 at the back door, to prevent escape. Bishop observed a room on the ground floor, the door of which he tried to open, but found it locked. He called to a woman in the opposite apartment, whose name is Harris, to fetch him the key. She hesitated, but at last brought it. He then opened the door softly. The light was partially excluded, from the shutters being shut, but he perceived a bed in the corner, and advanced. At that instant a head was gently raised from under the blankets, and the countenance of Thistlewood was presented to his view. Bishop drew a pistol, and presenting it at him, exclaimed, "Mr. Thistlewood, I am a Bow Street officer, you are my prisoner." And then, to make assurance doubly sure, he threw himself upon him. Thistlewood said he would make no resistance. Lavender, Ruthven, and Salmon were then called, and the prisoner was permitted to rise. He had his breeches and stockings on, and seemed much agitated. On being dressed, he was handcuffed. In his pockets were found some ball cartridges and flints, the black girdle, or belt, which he was seen to wear in Cato-Street, and a sort of military silk sash. A hackney coach was then sent for, and he was conveyed to Bow Street. In his way thither he was asked by Bishop what he meant to do with the ball cartridges. He declined answering any questions. He was followed by a crowd of persons, who repeatedly cried out, "Hang the villain! Hang the assassin!" and used other exclamations of a similar nature. When he arrived at Bow Street, he was first taken into the public office, but subsequently into a private room, where he was heard, unguardedly, to say that he knew he had killed one man, and he only hoped it was Stafford, meaning Mr. Stafford, the chief clerk of the office, to whose unremitting exertions in the detection of public delinquents too much praise cannot be given. Mr. Burney, having taken a short examination of the prisoner, sent him to Whitehall to be examined by the Privy Council. Here the crowd was as great as that which had been collected in Bow Street. Persons of the highest rank came pouring into the Home Office, to learn the particulars of what had transpired. The arrest of Thistlewood was heard with infinite satisfaction. He was placed in a room on the ground floor, and a vast number of persons were admitted in their turn to see him. His appearance was most forbidding. His countenance, at all times unfavorable, seemed now to have acquired an additional degree of malignity. His dark eye turned upon the spectators as they came in, as if he expected to see some of his companions in guilt, who he had heard were to be brought thither. He drank some porter that was handed to him, and occasionally asked questions, principally as to the names of the persons who came to look at him. Then he asked to what jail he should be sent. He hoped not to Horsham. This was the place in which he was confined, in consequence of his conviction for sending a challenge to Lord Sidmouth. At 2 o'clock he was conducted before the Privy Council. He was still handcuffed, but mounted the stairs with alacrity. On entering the council chamber he was placed at the foot of the table. He was then addressed by the Lord Chancellor, who informed him that he stood charged with the twofold crime of treason and murder, and asked him whether he had anything to say for himself. He answered that he should decline saying anything on that occasion. No persons were suffered to have access except those on business to the public offices at Whitehall, nor was any individual allowed to hold communication with the prisoner. About a dozen soldiers were in the hall and adjoining lodge. They formed a part of the military escort that accompanied the police officers to the spot where Thistlewood and his companions were first discovered. The soldiers had with them the different articles and weapons found upon the party when taken, among which were 2 small pistols, one of them loaded, and a bundle of files similar to those used in small brass work. The points of such files are always sharp, and the part of the file which goes into the handle is necessarily pointed, to penetrate the hole made in the wood for its reception. Some of the files appeared, however, to have had the handle points brightened, and the ends made more fine, as if by being wetted upon a stone. There were also in the hall 2 or 3 bags, containing 3 bayonets and some ammunition, made up in both small and large cartridges. The soldiers who had seized those articles were examined before the Privy Council. After his examination, Thistlewood was taken back to the room in which he had been previously placed. His commitment to Coldbath Fields was made out, and he was conveyed to that prison under the care of 6 officers. There was a partial shouting and groaning, as the carriage in which he was placed drove off. The appearance of Thistlewood at this time was wretched in the extreme. When in custody with Watson, Preston, and Hooper, on the charge for high treason, he was a stout, active, cheerful-looking man, with something of a fearless and determined cast of features. His deportment at that time was free and unembarrassed, with much of the air of a seafaring man. Within the 6 months previous to the present arrest, his appearance had, in every respect, undergone a total change. He had been seen constantly in the streets, dressed in a shabby manner, his countenance squalid and emaciated, and his whole dress and the expression of his features, denoting a man who was reduced to a state of extreme indigence. He was generally observed walking or running through the streets with eager impetuosity, and his shoes and an old surtout coat, which he generally wore, bearing all the marks of the poverty and distressed circumstances of the wearer. When before the Privy Council, his dress was an old black coat and waistcoat, which were threadbare, corduroy breeches very much worn, and old worsted stockings. His general appearance indicated great distress. His limbs were slender, and his countenance squalid and somewhat dejected. There was nothing of agitation in his manner. He sat with his eyes chiefly fixed on the ground, except when he occasionally raised them to survey members of the Privy Council, as they passed through the hall on their way to the council room. The following Privy Councillors were present at his examination: the Duke of Wellington, the Earls of Harrowby, Liverpool, and Westmoreland, Lords Sidmouth, Castlereagh, and Melville, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Canning, Mr. Wellesley Pole, Sir William Scott, the Chief Baron of Scotland, the Ex-Attorney General, Sir S. Shepherd, Mr. Bragg Bathurst, and other members of the Cabinet. It is impossible to describe the anxiety and horror which pervaded the countenances of thousands of persons who went to view the scene of action the day after the arrest. Through the whole of the day, until very late in the evening, several persons of the highest consideration in the country visited the place. A man no way authorized took possession of the place, and imposed on the public by demanding a shilling from each person for admission. The alarm in the neighborhood, on hearing the report of firearms, and the noise of contest on premises which they considered untenanted, may be more easily conceived than described. It was heightened by every circumstance of terror that the imagination could form to itself. The house was surrounded with soldiers and police officers. Fighting was heard within. Officers were obscurely seen scaling a ladder and entering the scene of battle, while their fate and the cause of the combat were entirely unknown. Some of the persons belonging to the public house adjoining, after running to the spot, fled in dismay when they heard the balls whistling about their ears. Several of the inhabitants of Cato-Street had observed, since the preceding Monday, strange-looking men coming about the empty premises. On the morning of Wednesday, the day of the arrest, they saw Davidson, the man of color, and 3 others, watching at different ends of the street, while some of their associates were heard nailing up the windows within the loft. Before dusk Davidson again made his appearance, with a sack on his back, which the neighbors at the time supposed to contain carpenter's tools for repairing or new modeling the interior of the building, but which had in fact conveyed the arms with which they were to equip themselves for their daring enterprise. After the arsenal was formed, the band arrived, and the people in the public house were surprised, if not alarmed, to see upwards of 20 persons, entire strangers to the place, hovering about their premises, and at last entering the den. Still they had no suspicion of what was going forward, and no presentiment of what was in a short time to occur. The police soon arrived, and the murderous struggle took place which we have already described. The body of Smithers, who was murdered, was removed to the Horse and Groom public house opposite. He must have died instantly, and without convulsion. He received only 1 wound, about an inch below his right breast, and about an inch in width. His body was exposed in a room on the first floor of the public house, above mentioned, in the dress in which he was killed. His breast and neck were covered with blood, but his countenance was as placid, and his features as composed, as if their expression had been arrested, and life extinguished, during a tranquil sleep. On his death being mentioned to Lord Sidmouth, his lordship expressed great regret at the event, and sympathy for his surviving widow, saying, with great humanity, that, as he could not restore to her her husband, he would take care that she should not want his assistance in a pecuniary point of view. The unfortunate man's sister, from Putney, was one of the first to view the dead body of her brother, and deeply affected the spectators with the poignancy of her sorrow. The sword with which the murder of Smithers was perpetrated is of foreign manufacture, and nearly a foot longer than those which we are ordinarily in the habit of seeing. A lady, of the name of Northmore, who lives in a street immediately adjoining that in which the conspirators assembled, found a sabre in her yard, which had been thrown away by one of the gang, in his flight. This also is a weapon of foreign manufacture, and from its appearance, had evidently been ground within a day or two. It was perfectly sharp on both sides, and in addition to its brass hilt, there was attached to it a handkerchief, so disposed as to afford a sort of guard for the arm. Mrs. Northmore, on finding the weapon, sent for a friend, who advised her to transmit it to Bow Street. This was accordingly done, and extraordinary to relate, it was recognized by an active member of that establishment as exactly representing one of two sabres, of which a description had been given at the office, and which were known to have been lately taken to a cutler, for the purpose of grinding. The hand grenades found in the loft, and produced in the examination, are about the size of a large orange, made of cast iron, filled with combustibles. They have a round hole, in which is placed a fuse, which, on being set fire to, is thrown by the hand, and when it falls it explodes. The splinters caused by the explosion spread in all directions, and one of them has been known to kill 10 or 12 persons. It was intended to explode these horrible instruments at the Earl of Harrowby's house. After the committal of Thistlewood by the Privy Council, the whole of the prisoners underwent an examination, likewise by the Privy Council, and on their being recommitted, one of them proposed to become King's evidence, which offer was accepted. During the attendance of Mr. Burney upon the Privy Council on Thistlewood's examination, the officers arrived at Bow Street, with all the persons found in the house where Thistlewood had been apprehended, and Mr. J. E. Conant, the magistrate, proceeded with their examination. They consisted of the landlady of the house, Mrs. Hill, a lodger, and Louis Casper, a man who did not lodge in it. Elizabeth Harris, the landlady, stated that her husband worked at the leather foundry of Messrs. Caslin and Catherwood, in Chiswell Street, Moorfields. On Wednesday, the 23rd of February, she had a bill in her window to let her lodgings, when in the morning, between 10 and 11 o'clock, Thistlewood came into her house, and inquired about the lodging. She told him it was only half a bed with her nephew. Thistlewood agreed for the half bed, for which he was to pay 2 shillings and 6 a week, and was to take possession of it that night. She at first said that she had a slight knowledge of Thistlewood, but denied it afterwards. It was supposed she was concealing him, as he was locked up in the room. This she explained by saying the door flew open, and she could not keep it shut without locking it. She said Thistlewood arrived at her house between 10 and 11 o'clock on Wednesday night. He observed that he was late. She replied he was late, and she had almost given him up. He then went to bed. Her street door standing open only by a latch, the officers had entered and searched the upper part before she knew they were there, when they asked her to unlock the door where Thistlewood was in bed, which she instantly did. She did not know Louis Casper had been in her house till she found him in the coach with her when they were brought away. Louis Casper stated himself to be a watch finisher, residing in Union Street, Bishopsgate, and accounted for his being in the house by saying he was with Mrs. Hill, the lodger, who washed for him, and he appointed his little boy to call for a key there. This man was detained till it was ascertained if he was the man he represented himself to be. Mrs. Harris and Mrs. Hill were discharged for the present. In the course of Thursday, the 24th of February, the following persons were arrested as concerned in the conspiracy. Brunt, who was to have been second in command to Thistlewood. He was a shoemaker, an excellent workman, and earned between 40 and 50 shillings a week. He was taken in bed. He had previously provided himself with a sword and a brace of pistols, in case of need, but he did not make use of them on this occasion. He was apprehended at his lodgings in Foxcourt, Gray's Inn Lane. In his room a vast quantity of hand grenades, and other combustibles, were found. These were charged with powder, pieces of old iron, and other materials, calculated upon explosion to produce the most horrible consequences. A great number of pike blades, or stilettos, such as were discovered in Cato-Street, and a number of firearms, were likewise found. The whole of these were taken to Bow Street. He was afterwards sent to Whitehall, and then committed to Coldbath Fields. Firth, the person by whom the stable was let to Harris. He admitted that he has attended some of the radical meetings, but denied any knowledge of the conspiracy. Cooper, a shoemaker, living in Garden Court, Baldwin's Gardens, he was apprehended in the middle of the day. Simmons, a footman, living with a respectable family in Seymour Street. He underwent an examination before the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and another before the magistrates at Bow Street, was ultimately committed to Tothill Fields Prison. Tad, a shoemaker, of whom the following account was given at the period of his arrest. He is a man of the age of 49, and lived with his wife and family in a small and miserable dwelling situated in the hole-in-the-wall passage, leading from Baldwin's Gardens to Torrington Street. His family consists of one daughter, and 2 orphan children, whom he had taken under his care. Tad has been esteemed among his neighbors, and by those who have employed him in his trade, as an industrious sober man, and an excellent workman. He has earned by his own hands 40 shillings a week, and very often even a greater sum. During the whole course of his life, he was never known to neglect his work, or become inebriated, but within the last week he had been in a drunken state, and his family had been at a loss to account for the extraordinary change in his conduct. On Wednesday night 3 men came to Tad while in such a state of drunkenness as scarcely to be able to keep his legs, and forced him away, notwithstanding the earnest entreaties and remonstrances of his wife and family. Nothing was said by the men who took him away, as to their object, either to the wife or any one in the house, and during the whole night, and the greater part of the next day, they were in total ignorance of the circumstances since disclosed, and were at a loss to account for the absence of Tad. In the morning, Thursday, between 7 and 8 o'clock, 2 men came to the house, laden with a box of a considerable size, and putting it down on the floor, said they would call in a few minutes for it. The men refused to answer the interrogatories put to them as to their object in leaving the box, and only repeated that they would call in a short time, and take it away. Very soon afterwards, 2 more men came with a large bundle of sticks, some of them of the thickness of a man's wrist. These were left in a similar manner, and the men also refused to answer any questions, saying only that they would call again for them in a few minutes. 10 minutes had not elapsed before 2 police officers entered the house, and seized the box and sticks. When opened, the box was discovered to contain a great number of pike heads, sharpened ready for use. The sticks were also seized, and carried away by the officers. It would appear, from this statement, that Tad was taken by the 3 men whom we have described to the stable in Cato-Street, where he was subsequently apprehended, and carried to Bow Street, together with several others. Robert Adams, living in a miserable hovel in Brook's Market, Holborn, and working as a shoemaker. He some time since was a private in the Royal Horse Guards, in which regiment he served for 5 years. He very much resembles Thistlewood in his person, but has a cast in his left eye. In addition to these arrests, several warrants were issued, among which was one against a native of France. The lodgings of Thistlewood, and of all the others who were taken into custody, were searched, and several important papers, and quantities of arms, were discovered and seized. Among those found in Thistlewood's apartment was a copy of the bill furnished to Dr. Watson by Mr. Otley, owner of the Crown and Anchor Tavern in the Strand, for the expenses of the dinner given to Hunt on his return from Manchester. Judging from his former connections, it may be considered as fortunate for the doctor that he was not able to liquidate this debt, being at the time of the arrests an inmate of Whitecross Street Prison on account of this bill, and thus saved from the temptation of joining his former associates. It is a singular fact that when Thistlewood was arrested, he had not a farthing of money in his possession. The same observation may be made with respect to his comrades, all of whom were in the most wretched state of poverty. We will here suspend for a time the particulars of the proceedings against the conspirators for the purpose of recording the proceedings of the coroner's inquest on the body of Richard Smithers, the unfortunate Bow Street officer, who was murdered, as before stated, when in the execution of his duty in Cato-Street. The inquest was held on Friday, the February 25th, at the Horse and Groom Public House, John Street, Edgware Road, which is situated but a few yards from the spot where the atrocious deed was perpetrated. In the course of the day great numbers of persons visited the miserable building which the conspirators had selected as the scene of their deliberations, and one universal feeling of horror and detestation against Thistlewood and his infamous associates appeared to actuate the multitude. The coroner for the county of Middlesex, Thomas Sterling, Esq., having arrived, and proclamation having been made by the beadle of the parish of St. Mary le Bone, that the jury summoned should proceed to inquire when, how, and by what means Richard Smithers came by his death. The jury were sworn. The foreman of the jury observed to the coroner that he and his fellow jurors wished to inspect the body in the presence of the surgeon, in order that he might be ready to answer any question that might arise on the moment. This suggestion was complied with, and on the return of the jury from viewing the body Mr. Fisher, the surgeon, was sworn, and deposed as follows: I am surgeon to the police establishment in Bow Street. I was called upon for the first time, this day, to examine the body of the deceased. I found an external wound under the right breast. It was 2 inches in length, and half an inch broad. I opened the body to ascertain the depth and direction of the wound, and I discovered that some sharp instrument had penetrated between the 5th and 6th ribs, wounded the outward surface of the right lobe of the liver, passed through the diaphragm into the chest, lacerated the pericardium, penetrated the right ventricle of the heart, wounded the left lobe of the lungs, and struck against the ribs on the left side. The wound I supposed to be about 12 inches in length. The blood flowed from the heart, and occasioned immediate death. The opening in the pericardium was larger than that presented by the external wound, which was always the case with wounds of this description. The weapon was prevented from passing entirely through the body by the ribs on the left side. It must have been a very sharp instrument, both pointed and cutting, to make such a wound. The membranes, which were cut asunder, could only have been severed by an exceedingly sharp instrument. That death was inevitable after such a wound, the heart having been cut open, and the blood effused into the cavity of the chest. George Thomas Ruthven, being sworn, said, I am an officer belonging to the public office in Bow Street. On Wednesday evening last, at 8:30, I was in this house. I received an order from Mr. Burney, who is a justice of the peace for the county of Middlesex, to go to a shed or stable in Cato-Street, in consequence of a number of men being assembled there for treasonable purposes. There was a warrant issued by Mr. Baker, a magistrate of Marlborough Street. On entering the house I observed in the lower place a man with a cutlass at his side, and a musket on his shoulder. The door by which I entered from the street was not fast. There were persons going in and out. The man with the musket seemed as if he was guarding the staircase. There was only one man on guard. Ellis, Smithers, the deceased, and several others, went in with me. I don't know how they came in. They were of course ordered. They were all constables, in number about a dozen. I was the first person that entered. Mr. Burney, the magistrate, was not there at that time. He was at hand in the street, giving orders. The man who stood at the door as sentinel was walking about. I did not stop to see what he did particularly, but immediately called out to some of the party who followed to secure him. I am not aware that they did secure him, for I immediately went up the stairs. I believe that man was taken, but I am not aware that he was apprehended then. I believe he was caught afterwards. I ascended by a sort of step-ladder staircase. The stairs were so narrow that the officers were obliged to go one by one. When I got up to the top of the ladder, I observed a sort of table or carpenter's bench, and a number of arms on it. Thistlewood was on the right-hand side of the table. I know Thistlewood very well. I have followed him for days and nights together. I think about 24 or 25 persons were assembled. There were different sorts of arms on the table, a variety of pistols and swords. They looked as if they were sorted out. They were handing about as if they were giving or distributing them to each other. Arthur Thistlewood was one. I am quite certain that he was present. I have followed him for days together. He stood by the side of the table handing arms about. He had on a sort of a long brown coat, I think. I knew him as well as I knew my father, quite as well. I could not be mistaken. I have no doubt whatever as to the identity of Thistlewood. As soon as I thought that 3 or 4 of the party were up, I said aloud, We are officers, seize their arms. I did this to warn the people who we were. As soon as I said this, they each took up what they could from the table, and retired to the farther part of the room. Thistlewood, being near a door that leads into a little closet over the coach house, retired into that room. He was not further from the door of the little room than I am from that gentleman who is writing there, pointing to a gentleman who sat writing within about 4 feet of witness. There were others in that little room. How they got in there I cannot tell. I suppose there were 5 or 6, or 4 or 5 persons in it. The whole party appeared at that time to be armed. Thistlewood, as he retired, had a sword in his hand, which he moved in a menacing way to keep the officers off. He was not striking with it, but moving his arm round as if to make a stab. The sword appeared bright. As we approached, he retired, and Smithers, who was within a pace of me to the right, stepped forward with his staff. Thistlewood immediately stabbed him, and he fell on me. A pistol was then fired, I know not by whom. I saw the swords of the party directed against the candles, which were immediately put out. Thistlewood stabbed the deceased in the right side as he approached. He did not come out of the little room to do it. He was within the little room, and thrust forward his arm to strike the blow. I saw the sword he carried. It was bright and glittered. I did not see the hilt. It was a long blade, 3.5 feet or 4 feet long. It appeared straight, but he waved it in such a way that my eyes might have deceived me as to its shape. When Smithers fell, he fell upon me, being stabbed on the right side, and I standing a little to his left. I could not at the moment tell whether he appeared to be much injured. In falling he said, "Oh Lord! Oh my God! I am done!" I believe these were his words, or something of that sort. I don't know whether Thistlewood drew the weapon out of his body, for instantaneously a pistol was fired, and the lights were put out. I have been enabled to recognize 3 of the persons who were in the room, besides Thistlewood, I think since. They are Shaw Strange, he has another name, a man named Blackburn, and James Wilson. There was another man who stood at the door, and fired at a sergeant. His name is Tidd. I don't know his Christian name. The sergeant at whom he fired is present. Tidd first attempted to fire a pistol at Captain Fitzclarence. I seized his arm, and he pulled me down on him. I called on the sergeant to take the pistol from him, and he fired at the sergeant and tore his clothes. I am sure that Blackburn, Wilson, Shaw Strange, and Tidd were present. There were also 2 other persons taken, who had been in this house, the horse and groom, in the course of the evening. I did not recognize them in the room, but I know they were apprehended, and I believe, admitted that they had been there. They left a stick behind them in the horse and groom. The end of it was evidently cut for the purpose of holding a weapon. It was like a broomstick, with a hole cut in the top. The persons that I allude to have admitted that they were in the room at the time the officers entered, but I do not know it. One of them was taken by Captain Fitzclarence. I have seen him here before. These 2 persons came in to drink a pint of porter, and left the stick behind them in a mistake. One of them came back, and asked for a little walking stick. The boy, who thought it a queer sort of a stick, had taken it upstairs, but returned it to the person who called for it. That stick was at the public office. These persons called at the Horse and Groom an hour before the officers proceeded to the loft. Nothing took place before the party fired, except my exclaiming, "We are officers, take their arms." When Smithers fell, a pistol was fired, and the lights were put out. I cannot say by whom the pistol was fired. The moment Smithers fell, somebody in the room where Thistlewood was cried out, "Kill the B.R.S., throw them downstairs." I also cried, "I kill them," that they might mistake me for a friend. There were 9 persons taken that night. I was not present at the apprehension of all of them. While I was securing 2 of them, the rest were brought in. After I had secured Tidd, Wilson, and Blackburn, I proceeded to secure the others. They were then conveyed to Bow Street, and afterwards to the House of Correction. Several of the party escaped, 9 only being taken, and the number in the room appearing to me to be about 25. When the prisoners were secured by the soldiers, I went up into the loft, and saw Smithers lying on his face. This was 20 minutes or half an hour after the entrance had been made. There were hand grenades and arms lying about the room. I had no time before to pay attention to Smithers. A man below stairs endeavored to escape from the door. He had a pistol in his hand. I called out, "Secure that man!" When I did so, he lifted his arm and attempted to fire the pistol at Captain Fitzclarence. I caught hold of him, and the sergeant coming up, I desired him to take the pistol. The man fired, and struck the sergeant's coat with a bullet. I believe only 4 of us got up. The party in the room fired directly at the staircase, thinking we were coming up in numbers. If they had not done so, they would have killed me, for I stood at one side of it. There was somebody below who I expected would take care of the sentinel, but in the confusion, he was handed from one to another, and thus escaped for a few minutes. It was quite dark, and I could not see the party escaping. There were, I think, 20 shots fired at us. It appeared to me as if some shots were fired from the window into the street to create alarm. The whole civil power present on the occasion was not more than 12 or 14 men. I do not know the man who was acting as sentinel. I believe his name is Davidson. He is a man of color. I had not time to notice him particularly. I believe he was the man who was walking at the foot of the stairs, with a cutlass by his side, and a musket on his shoulder. I believe there was one light in the lower part of the building where he was. Someone, however, cried out, "They are upstairs," and we heard the clashing of arms. I cannot identify the man who was below stairs. I cannot swear to him. There was another officer shot on the left side of the head. He was dangerously wounded. His name is Sermon. Another officer, of the name of Westcott, had 2 or 3 shots through his hat. One of the bullets struck him on the finger, but did not hurt him materially. I was not wounded at all. At the time I did not know friend from foe. Immediately when the party cried out, "Kill the BS," I also said, "Kill them," in order to deceive them. I had a brace of pistols. One of them flashed in the pan. The lights being out, I was afterwards afraid to fire, lest I might kill one of my comrades. There was a latch to the door which led into the street, and I found no difficulty in getting in. I secured a considerable quantity of arms. Amongst the rest there was a large grenade, and several hand grenades. The large one consisted of a tin canister, with a plate at top, strengthened by several pieces of iron, and bound round with a quantity of tarred rope. I got 8 of the hand grenades. They were about the size of my doubled fist. I also found in the room 2 swords, and some ball cartridges, which are in my possession. The large grenade weighs 14 or 15 pounds. It is a canister strongly bound with tarred rope. It is not circular. A number of pistols, swords, cartridges, and bullets were also found in the room. No person but Thistlewood offered violence before the candles were put out. There were likewise found in the room about 3 dozen of weapons, which resembled a sort of bayonet. The bottom part had not a socket like a bayonet, but a screw to fasten into a stick. I found also a dozen of sticks, formed for the purpose of being fitted to those bayonets. The bayonets appeared to be newly made. They are very rough, and not at all brightened or polished. The balls I picked up in the room were not fired from pistols. If they had, they would have been flattened. I desired the men to pick the arms up, and each man to keep safely what he found. In consequence, some were in the possession of one man, and some in that of another. 2 or 3 muskets were either found in the room, or else taken from some of the persons who had been apprehended. The party had no notice but what I gave that we were officers. The deposition of this witness having been read over to, and signed by, him, James Ellis was next called. Having been sworn, he stated, "I live at No. 22 Paradise Row, Palmer's Village, St. Margaret's, Westminster, and am an officer belonging to the Bow Street Patrol. I am also a constable. On Wednesday night last, about 7:30, Mr. Stafford, the chief clerk at Bow Street, directed me to take Richard Smithers, John Sermon, and William Gibbs, and to proceed in a coach with them to John Street, Edgware Road, as fast as possible, there to meet Mr. Burney, who would give us further orders. We did so, and when we arrived at the spot, we found Mr. Burney waiting. He inquired whether we had seen anything of the military. We told him we had not. He said he expected them every minute. In about 20 minutes Mr. Burney called us together. Some inquiries were made, but I don't know of whom, as to what number were likely to be in the room to which we were going, and whether Arthur Thistlewood was to be there. Mr. Burney gave me a warrant, signed by Mr. Baker, of Marlborough Street, to apprehend Arthur Thistlewood and 13 other persons named in it. I have not the warrant. I have given it to Mr. Baker. On our being called together, and Mr. Burney being given to understand that Thistlewood and others were in the room, he asked how many there might be present, and was informed that there was about a dozen. He then inquired how many there were of us. We told him about a dozen also. He said he had been disappointed in the soldiers, who had perhaps missed their way, and were half an hour too late, and that we must proceed to apprehend the parties. We said we would do the best we could. Smithers observed, if there were 40 of them we would secure them. Mr. Burney then directed me to call Ruthven, another officer, out of the horse and groom, and we were sent forward to the house, the military not having come in time. Ruthven opened the door and went in. It was a kind of stable where the meeting was held. Ruthven went in first, I followed him. When I entered the stable I observed a man with belts on, a musket or fusil on his arm, and a sword at his side. I believe he held the musket in the position which soldiers do, when on duty. He was walking backward and forward. Ruthven desired some person to take charge of him. I took him by the collar, turned him half round, and gave him to some other person, observing at the same time that he was a man of color. At that moment Ruthven was at the foot of the ladder, up which he went. I followed as closely as I possibly could, and was immediately followed by Smithers. Before I got up the ladder, I heard a clattering of swords. I heard Ruthven say at that moment, "We are officers, seize their arms," or, "Lay down your arms." I cannot tell which. Upon gaining the top of the ladder, Ruthven turned a little to the left, to go round a table or carpenter's bench. I observed a number of men falling back to the other end of the room. They were apparently all armed. I also saw 3 or 4 men backing into the little room on the right. They were all armed with swords or cutlasses. A tall man immediately brandished a sword at me. His foot was advanced in a fencing attitude, as if he meant to stab. I held up my staff in my left hand, and presented a pistol at him with my right. I held up my staff that he might see it, to shew him what I was. The light was then as good as it is here. It was very lightsome. I desired the man to desist, or I certainly would fire. I did not fire then, I did afterwards. I did not know who the tall man was that threatened me at the time, but I have seen him since, and I know it was Thistlewood. There were some persons in the further room to the right. There was another closet near to the ladder, which was not discovered nor opened for half an hour afterwards. No one was found there. Smithers rushed past, and endeavored to get into the little room. I saw the tall man draw his hand back, and make a thrust of a sword at him, which I saw strike him on the breast. It was the same tall man, Thistlewood, who had flourished his sword at me. The manner in which he did it made me fix my eyes on him, so as to mark the kind of countenance he had. Smithers, on being struck, immediately threw up his hands, fell towards me, and exclaimed, "Oh, my God!" I instantly fired at the man who killed Smithers, but I missed him. Smithers fell against me at the time, so as to drive me to the head of the stairs. A rush was then made by the party, and I was knocked down from the top to the bottom of the ladder. The moment I fired, the candles were all put out with the swords. I think there were 4 or 25 persons present. There were 4 or 5 in the small room. The time was so short that very little observation could be made. I ran to the door, when 2 or 3 shots were fired in the stable below, where I was. I don't know by whom they were fired. It was in the dark, and I could not discover friend from foe. I do not know that any officer fired except myself. I have not heard of such a thing. When I arrived at the door, I heard a cry of, "Stop him!" and instantly saw a man running at the other side of the street. I pursued, and took him in the street, about 20 yards from the door. When laying hold of him, he made a cut at me with a long sword. This was the man of color. I received a cut, a very slight one, in the leg. I think it was when his arm, in striking at me, swung round my neck that the sword, which was a very long one, hit my leg. The man's name is Davidson. I believe him to be the same man who kept the door, but I will not positively swear to that. I took him to a shop at the corner, and seized his fusil, which was that of a light horseman, but perhaps rather heavier. I have seen Thistlewood, and I believe him to be the man that struck Smithers. I did not know him at the time. I saw him for 6 or 7 seconds, or more, when he brandished his sword at me, until he went towards the little room. On seeing that, Smithers rushed forward, and the moment he got near the door, I saw him struck. I was sure that he was killed. It was a stab, a thrust, he received. The sword was long, very bright, and triflingly turned at the end. It seemed sharp on both sides. He brandished it at me. The whole space of this time was not more than 10 or 12 seconds. I saw the man with his sword before I got to the top of the ladder. As soon as Davidson was secured, I returned to the place, and I then found the military had come. I left Davidson in his shop, with 2 of our people to take care of him. The prisoners were all disarmed, and I proceeded to tie them together. I was only a few minutes gone when I took Davidson. I stayed as little time as I possibly could. As soon as I had tied the prisoners, I went to Smithers. He was lying on his face. I turned him up, and I believe he breathed faintly. I afterwards found a pistol, a bayonet, a quantity of ball cartridges, and several bullets. Many other weapons were found by the officers. I am most positive of the identity of Thistlewood. I feel no hesitation on the subject. Here the witness handed some of the bullets which he had taken to the jury. Witness continued. I was entering the center of the room when Smithers passed me. I had my eyes fixed on Thistlewood, when he was brandishing his sword. I am able to recognize him, though I could not recognize any of the others. I saw him for 8 or 10 seconds, but I cannot speak to his dress. It was a dark dress, but I cannot speak to it distinctly. I heard yesterday that Thistlewood was the person who struck the blow, but that did not affect my opinion. I would have sworn to him, if it had not been mentioned. There were several persons wounded. An officer named Biggs was wounded. The place where the business occurred is not 10 yards from this. It is the first stable down the yard, and is, I think, on the north side of the street. When I fell down the ladder, I fell on some of the officers who were coming up. I should have been shot if I had not so fallen. There were several shots fired in the stable. I had a cutlass by my side, but could not use it. The flashes were numerous below, but I could not see who or what they were who fired. In the confusion Davidson escaped, but I afterwards took him. When I came back there were several persons in custody. There were many shots fired from the window. We officers carry cutlasses, but they could be of no use against the length of the swords which the party made use of. I cannot state the specific words of the warrant. It was given to me in the street by Mr. Burney, and has been placed in the hands of Mr. Baker, the magistrate. The coroner inquired of Pyall, the beadle, whether he had the warrant in his possession, and was answered in the negative. The witness. The warrant was in my possession. It authorized us to apprehend Arthur Thistlewood and 13 other persons named in it, for unlawfully assembling together, but for what specific purpose I cannot say, and to bring them before the sitting magistrate, to be dealt with according to law. Pyall, the beadle, was dispatched to Mr. Baker for the warrant, and the deposition of Ellis having been read over to him, he signed it. William Westcott next underwent an examination to the following effect: I live at No. 10 Simmons Street, Sloane Square, Westminster, and am one of the assistant patrol of Bow Street. On Wednesday night last, I was sent to the stable in Cato-Street, by order of Mr. Burney. I accompanied Ruthven, Ellis, Smithers, and others to the spot. Ruthven went first, and I followed Smithers. I was behind him in the stable. The moment Ruthven, Ellis, and Smithers had gone up the ladder leading to the loft, I seized a man in the stable below dressed like a butcher. His name I believe was Ings. When I entered, he rushed out against me, and finding resistance, put his hand to his belt, as if to pull something out of it. I immediately knocked him down by hitting him on the right eye. He was dressed in a long coat beneath his jacket, and had an apron over the whole. This happened before the first pistol was fired, and I was in the act of handcuffing him when I heard a fresh pistol fired in the loft. I had not quite succeeded before Thistlewood came down the ladder, and as he was upon the steps fired a pistol. Whether leveled at me or not I cannot say. Seeing me so busily engaged in securing the butcher, he leveled another shot at my head, and at the same time made several cuts at me with a saber. The pistol went off, and the shot penetrated my hat. I knocked him down with the stick I had in my hand, but he rose and succeeded in making his escape. While I was engaged with Thistlewood, Ings contrived to make his escape also. When Thistlewood was gone, I found that I was wounded in the hand, and that some shot had gone through the flap of my coat. In the meantime both Thistlewood and Ings succeeded in getting away. I pursued Thistlewood, but in vain, and after having followed him through several streets, I returned to the stable. I then went into the loft, and saw the deceased lying dead on the floor. There were several persons present, and the prisoners had been subdued. The jury asked the witness whether Thistlewood was the first who came down the steps. There was a complete rush, and I did not particularly observe whether he did or not. Did he come down before the officer Smithers fell? I did not see the officer fall. You went with the whole body of the officers? Yes, I did. There were only 3 officers, I understand, in the loft? I believe no more. Where were the others? They were upon the scout. Then I understand that after the 3 officers mentioned had gone up, Thistlewood came down, and prevented others from ascending the steps? Yes, and he fired down the steps to prevent the ascent of others. Charles Moy. I live at No. 11 London Court, Marylebone, and am a watchman. On Wednesday night, about 8:30, I apprehended Ings, while Brooks was in pursuit of him. He fired at Brooks, but I cannot say what firearms he used, as he threw it down before I reached him. Brooks cried out, "Stop, thief!" and I immediately apprehended him. The ball went through the coat and waistcoat of Brooks, and grazed the top of his shoulder. I took Ings down to Marylebone watch house, assisted by Brooks and another officer. I searched him, and found 7 or 8 bullets in his pockets, some gunpowder in a tin flasket, and a haversack. He had a kind of belt on each side for pistols. Sergeant Legg, of the 2D Battalion of Coldstream Guards, was next examined. On Wednesday evening last I was called up about 8 o'clock, and received orders to march to John Street, Edgware Road. I was then quartered in Portman Street Barracks. A picket, usually employed on occasions when the military is required in aid of the civil power, was ordered out. It was commanded by Captain Fitzclarence. Upon arriving at John Street, we were unable to ascertain the spot whither we ought to proceed, and the captain advanced to ascertain what we were to do. When he returned, he ordered the picket to advance at double-quick time. Upon reaching the stable in Cato-Street, I observed a man standing with a pistol in his hand. He presented it at Captain Fitzclarence, and I knocked it aside with my pike. I then seized the muzzle end of the pistol with my hand, and a scuffle ensued between the man and myself about the pistol. I kept firm hold of it till it went off, and the ball passing by my arm, tore the cloth off my sleeve. Witness here exhibited the sleeve of his coat, which appeared to be very much torn. In wrestling with the prisoner, I held my face down to the lock of the pistol, and as it went off the ball grazed my right eyebrow. As soon as the pistol was discharged, the prisoner let go his hold. I secured him, and delivered him over to the police. I believe the prisoner's name is Tidd. After this skirmish I followed my officer and part of the picket up the steps into the loft. The greater part of the picket had reached the loft before I was disengaged from the prisoner. When I had reached the loft I discovered a table in the center of it, nearly covered with pistols, blunderbusses, ammunition, and other arms of various descriptions. 3 men had then surrendered. I think their names were Monument, Cooper, and Gilchrist. I do not recollect what police officers were present at the time. Upon looking on the floor, I saw the deceased lying dead at my feet. His body was examined by the picket, and I perceived the wound on his right breast. I was ordered back to the barracks for a reinforcement, and when I returned, the whole of the prisoners taken that moment were collected into the loft. Upon the arrival of the reinforcement, the prisoners were conveyed to Bow Street. Here one of the jury observed that the inquest had proceeded far enough to ascertain the acts of Thistlewood. The coroner replied that those who were aiding and abetting in the murder were equally guilty as the principal, and it would be necessary to ascertain who they were, and what they did. Here the examination was interrupted by the arrival of a messenger, with a letter from Mr. Baker, the magistrate, to the coroner. It was read aloud, and was to the following effect. I beg to inform you that I granted a warrant on Wednesday the 23rd instant for the apprehension of Arthur Thistlewood, and several others, on a charge of felony, and that I afterwards received from Mr. Ellis an order to lay it before the Privy Council on the examination of the prisoners when in custody. It has not yet been returned to me, nor do I think that I shall be able to obtain it at the present moment. Perhaps it would be better to adjourn the inquest for the present, and I will endeavor to get it for you tomorrow, or send you the information on which it was issued. William Sarmond. I live in Edgware Road, and am a tailor by trade. On Wednesday night, about 8 o'clock, I was passing through Cato-Street, and when opposite to the stable I heard Westcott say that Smithers had been stabbed. In 2 or 3 minutes afterwards 2 men rushed out of the stable. One of the 2 cut me with a saber on the hat. He was a tall man dressed in a dark coat. He struck at me twice, and hit my thigh, but fortunately did not wound me. I was so frightened at the moment that I could not tell which way he ran, and I did not stop to look. There were many people in the street at the time. I do not know the appearance of Thistlewood. I only observed that the man who struck me was of a pale complexion, and wore a dark long coat. The other man who accompanied him out of the stable did not attempt to strike me. They both passed behind me on the right hand, I think, through the gateway towards John Street. I heard several shots within the building, while I was standing opposite the stable. That night I wore a loose coat, and by that means I was not wounded. I saw Westcott go into the stable, and I knew him well. I had seen him many times before. Here the examination of the witnesses terminated, and the coroner expressed a wish to receive some information respecting the Christian names of those who had been described as having been apprehended in the stable. He thought there was no distinction between the case of Thistlewood and the other prisoners. They all entertained the same mischievous design, and shewed their purpose but too plainly, in being so well furnished with firearms, hand grenades, and c. He wished to know whether the gentlemen of the jury were satisfied with the evidence already received. A juryman said he wished to put a question to Ruthven, the officer, before the verdict was pronounced, but Mr. Pyle, the summoning officer, stated that Ruthven had gone away, notwithstanding his particular request that he should remain. The coroner wished to know whether any of the jury required an adjournment of the inquest. If they did, he would willingly attend to their request. The jury unanimously declared that they were satisfied, and the coroner, in a formal manner, asked, "Is Arthur Thistlewood guilty or not guilty of murder?" Foreman. Guilty. Coroner. Is William Davidson guilty of murder or manslaughter? Foreman. Guilty of murder. One of the jury wished to ask a question, which he thought of some importance, before the verdict was pronounced upon all the prisoners. He wished to know whether those who might have met for a different purpose were equally guilty of the murder with Thistlewood. The coroner replied that there could be no doubt that they were implicated in the murder as much as Thistlewood himself, for whatever illegal purpose they might have met. They had impeded the officer in the execution of his duty, and one of them had killed him. A juryman. If any of the prisoners had been put in the same situation as Thistlewood, they would probably have acted in the same manner. Another juryman. But are those who surrendered themselves equally guilty? Coroner. There can be no doubt of it. They were all assembled for one common purpose, and the act of one is the act of the whole. It is clearly murder in them all. If a man intends to do a mischief to another, and instead of killing him, happens to kill a second, it is equally murder, as if he had killed the man he intended. A juryman. Another doubt arises in my mind. Had not these men a right to defend themselves, after the pistol had been fired by the officer Ellis? Coroner. Certainly not. There cannot be a doubt upon it. The jury, by their foreman, then pronounced a verdict of guilty of murder against the following prisoners: James Ings, Charles Cooper, Richard Tidd, John Monument, John Charles Strange, Richard Blackburn, James Wilson, James Gilchrist, and others unknown. In the course of the day, the afflicted parents of the deceased visited the body, and showed much feeling upon the occasion. The old couple were so decrepit as scarcely to be able to get upstairs. Smithers was a stout, good-looking man, about 33 years of age. In addition to the wound that was the immediate cause of the death of Smithers, it was found that a pistol bullet had penetrated his shoulder nearly 6 inches. It was extracted by Bennett, and was found to have been cast from pewter. A second saber wound was also found under his blade bone. In what manner these wounds were inflicted, there are no means of knowing, but it is supposed they occurred after his fall. On Thursday afternoon, the 2d of March, at 4 o'clock, his remains were removed from his lodgings in Cato-Street, in the Broadway, Westminster, and buried in the churchyard of St. Margaret's, Westminster, amidst a great concourse of sympathizing spectators. It was too trying a task for his widow to undertake to follow him to the grave, and she was prevailed on not to attempt it. The deceased's father and brothers followed as principal mourners. They were succeeded by some private friends, and a numerous assemblage of officers and others belonging to Bow Street office, Mr. John Lavender, belonging to Queen Square Police Office, to which the deceased formerly belonged, Mr. Armstrong and his son, both officers belonging to the police office in Worship Street, making in the whole 67 persons, thus showing the last mark of respect to a departed officer, who had fallen a sacrifice by the hands of a ferocious assassin. The procession passed through the following streets. The windows of each house were filled with spectators of both sexes: Tothill Street, Dartmouth Street, Great and Little Queen Streets, Great George Street, and through the grand opening leading to St. Margaret's Church. The rush from the crowd to gain admittance into the latter place was astonishing, but no accident occurred. The service was performed by the Rev. Mr. Rodber. The churchyard was filled with an immense crowd of persons of all descriptions, among which were numerous soldiers belonging to the Guards. A general regret and pity seemed to pervade the whole of this vast assemblage at the melancholy fate of this unfortunate man. The procession then returned through Tothill Street to Carteret Street, when the officers returned to the undertaker's. The whole of this funeral was conducted in the most decorous manner, and several magistrates were amongst the spectators. On Sunday, the 27th of February, at 1 o'clock, the Cabinet Council assembled at the Secretary of State's office for the Home Department, to proceed with the investigation of the charges against the assassins. Their lordships were assisted by the law officers. Robert Adams, late a private of the Royal Horse Guards, and who had become King's evidence, was examined before their lordships, which occupied their time till 2:30 o'clock, which was then too late an hour to proceed with the examination of Abel Hall, a tailor, who had been apprehended on Saturday morning by Lavender, Bishop, and Salmon, the officers, in Seward Street, Chiswell Street. A quantity of ball cartridges, a musket, and a cavalry sword, which they found concealed in a ruinous shed at the back of a small house near the Regent's Park, were this day produced. The woman occupying the house was also brought up, but after a short examination she was discharged. It did not appear that she had any knowledge of these things being on her premises. These articles appeared to have been deposited in the place where they were found by some of the conspirators in their retreat. On Monday, the 28th of February, the Privy Council again met, and on this day a proclamation was placarded in different parts of London, offering a reward of 200l for the apprehension of John Palin, alias Peeling, who had been charged with high treason. He was described as being a child's chairmaker, and as having been formerly a corporal in the East London militia, and about 40 years of age. Private information was the same evening given to Lavender and Bishop, that Palin, for whose apprehension the reward of 200l had been offered, was concealed in a house in the neighborhood of Battlebridge. They proceeded immediately with their informer to the spot described, but found that there was no ground for the suspicion which had arisen. Though the officers did not find Palin, they found 3 men and a woman of somewhat suspicious appearance. One man was in bed, and said he was unwell. The patrol, suspecting him to be one of the Cato-Street gang of assassins, and that he was in bed in consequence of the bruises he had received, made him get up, when he was found to have all his clothes on except his shoes. They stripped him, but he had no bruises. The other 2 men were melting lead in a frying pan. One of the men lived at that place, the others in Monmouth Street and Brownlow Street. They were all 3 brought to the office, and underwent an examination before Mr. Burney, when there being no charge against them, and they not being known, they were discharged. It is supposed that Palin might have taken the alarm, and escaped at the back of the house while the officers were knocking at the door. The notorious Preston, the cobbling politician, of Spofield's memory, was also this day arrested on suspicion of being concerned in the plot, under a warrant issued by R. Burney Esq. It appears that the lodgings of this man were searched a few days before, but nothing of a suspicious nature was found. On those occasions he facetiously said, "His armory could not boast of a swan shot, nor his portfolio of a scrap of paper of the slightest political interest." Circumstances afterwards transpired which led to his arrest upon a charge of high treason. He was found industriously engaged in mending a shoe, with his family about him. He was surprised at this new visit, but submitted to his fate with cheerfulness, not unaccompanied by an apparent sense of his own importance. His daughters were highly indignant at this intrusion on their domestic privacy. The officers conducted their prisoner to Bow Street office, from whence he was sent to the Marquis of Anglesey public house opposite. He was placed under the care of Lack, one of the patrol. He called for a pipe and pot, and seating himself before the fire, seemed perfectly happy. He laughingly said to a gentleman who went to see him, that he thought the farce would not be complete till he was taken. He had previously denied all knowledge of the late conspiracy. After being shortly examined before Mr. Burney, he was sent to Covent Garden watch house, where he remained in confinement during that night. On the following morning he was removed from that place of confinement to the Secretary of State's office for the Home Department, where, at 12 o'clock, the Lords of the Council assembled, consisting of the Cabinet Ministers, the Marquis of Camden, Mr. Peel, Sir William Scott, Sir John Nichols, Mr. Sturges Bourne, together with the Attorney and Solicitor Generals, and other law officers. Mr. Buller, one of the principal clerks of the Council, attended to take the minutes of the proceedings. When Preston was taken in before the Lords of the Council he behaved with his usual boldness and low insolence to most of their lordships personally. He called upon them with the most ludicrously impudent arrogance, and asked what they meant by sending for him to disturb his peace of mind, and to disturb the economy of his family, alluding to his 3 daughters binding shoes, and himself making them. The examination of this impudent fellow lasted about half an hour, after which he was committed to Tothill Fields Bridewell in the custody of 2 of the Bow Street officers. When he returned from the council chamber he was almost breathless, and gasped out to those about him, "Bless me, how I perspire! But I always do when I have anything like a subject to speak upon." Whilst his commitment was making out, he requested to be assisted with a little porter. Some porter was given to him, and whilst he was drinking it Lord Castlereagh passed through the hall, when Preston observed, "Aye, there he goes. His lordship will remember what I have said to him as long as he lives. I have talked more treason, as they call it, today, than ever I did in my whole life before." The porter seemed to inspire him, and he was proceeding with more remarks, when the officers received his commitment, and he was led to the coach which was to convey him to prison. A number of gentlemen were assembled in the hall, and, as he passed through the midst of them, he bowed and smiled on all sides, repeatedly saying, "God bless you all." In the course of the day an application was made at the police office, Bow Street, by one of Preston's daughters, to be allowed to see her father, and to deliver him some clean linen. She was referred by the magistrate to Lord Sidmouth, and accordingly wrote the following letter to his lordship, which she carried to the office of the Home Department, and delivered it to one of the messengers, while she waited in the hall for an answer. "My lord, I entreat your lordship to allow an agonized daughter to have an interview with her father, who was dragged from home, and his family, consisting of 3 daughters besides myself, totally unprotected, on a charge of which he is completely innocent, and of which he has no knowledge whatever. My father's house was searched 4 times successively on 4 different days, and nothing was found that could at all criminate him in the late dreadful proceedings. I have called at Bow Street for the purpose of giving my father some linen, and also to know if he could be held to bail, and have been referred to your lordship. I am now waiting in the lobby of the Home Department office with the linen to give to my father, and I hope your lordship will grant me an interview with him. I am, my lord, your lordship's obedient humble servant, and Preston. 17, Princes Street, Drury Lane, February 29. To Lord Viscount Sidmouth, N.C., N.C. After being absent some time, the messenger who carried the letter to his lordship returned, and told her she must call again on the following day for an answer. She then inquired where her father was, and was informed that he had been examined that day before the Privy Council, and had been committed. She then left the office in tears. The next morning she waited at the office of the Home Department, as she had been directed, for an answer to her application. She saw Mr. Hobhouse, and was told by him that she could not see her father till after the following Friday, and if she would call again on the Saturday, she would probably have an order to see him. She waited in the lobby until her father was brought out, after his examination before the Privy Council, and he looked very anxiously at her, but they were not allowed to speak to each other. She had a bundle of linen, and when her father was conveyed to Tothill Fields Prison, she followed him, and gave the linen to the governor. About this time Waddington, the fellow who had been brought into some notoriety, by his arrest for being the bearer of a placard, the object of which was to create an unlawful assembly on Kennington Common, appeared before Mr. Hicks, the sitting magistrate at Bow Street, and with ridiculous effrontery, stated that the reason of his calling was to say that the officers had seized his books and papers, which they were very welcome to do, as he had nothing in his possession that he was ashamed of, or that could lead to any charge. His landlady, who was present when his place was searched for books and papers, told him that the officers had left a message, desiring him to attend at the office, as he was wanted there, and he consequently attended. Mr. Hicks, the magistrate, professed himself unacquainted with the affair, but desired that inquiries should be made, and it turned out that some of the police officers had searched his lodgings, and had seized his books and papers, but they denied having left any message for his appearance at the office, and there was no doubt but that it was a mistake of his landlady in relating to him what had passed. The magistrate informed him that he had no charge against him. Waddington withdrew from the office, after telling the magistrate that he might always be found when wanted. We are happy, however, to announce that this man has since relinquished politics, and taken up the more quiet occupation of porter to a tallow chandler. From his former enthusiasm in the cause, however, it was supposed possible that he might have afforded shelter to some of his quondam friends, and accordingly the officers were directed to search his lodgings. They found no trace of radicalism, except a whole-length portrait of himself, blowing a horn, carrying a large bundle of twopenny trash under his arm, and in his hat a paper, inscribed, "Order, order! Public meeting in Smithfield on Wednesday next." Underneath was written, "Samuel Waddington, printer and publisher to the Radical Union." Having had occasion to introduce the names of these men, who have lately forced themselves on the notice of the public by their absurd, but highly mischievous, interference in politics, it may not be thought altogether irrelevant if we introduce a description of the Radical Committee Room, at the White Lion, Wych Street, this being the rendezvous, or place of meeting, where these self-elected Radical committees held their nightly meetings. The White Lion was a public house, but has very properly been deprived of its license by the magistrates. It is situated a short distance from Newcastle Street, towards the New Inn. The entrance to it from the street is up a dark narrow passage, about 30 yards long. In the taproom, over the embers of an expiring fire, sat a set of suspicious, ill-looking fellows, huddled close together, whilst at a small deal table to the right sat Mr. with a book and some papers and printed bills before him. From the obscurity of the place, having no light but what proceeded from a candle placed before Mr. or from that in the bar, a stranger coming in would not be able to recognize any of the faces on seeing them afterwards elsewhere. On the right hand, on entering the house, is a small parlor. Here of an evening a select committee assembled, and no others were admitted. This was the room in which the most private transactions were carried on. Mr. Thistlewood or Dr. Watson always came out into the passage to speak to any person who called there on business. In a very large room upstairs, and which is occasionally used as a schoolroom, upwards of 100 ill-looking persons have assembled of an evening. In it the open committee and loose members of the society met. It had ranges of forms all round and across the room, and had hardly ever more than 2 or 3 candles to illuminate it. Here their processions, were arranged, their flags, kept, whilst the more private business was carried on below in the parlor. We now resume our narrative of the proceedings previous to the final commitment of the prisoners for trial. On Thursday, March 2d, the Lords of the Council met by appointment at the Secretary of State's office for the Home Department, at 12 o'clock in the forenoon, to deliberate on the charges against the prisoners, and to determine on the best and most proper mode of proceeding against them without interrogating the prisoners or examining any witnesses. The meeting was attended by the cabinet ministers, the Marquis Camden, Viscount Palmerston, Mr. C. P. York, the chief baron of the Court of Exchequer in Scotland, the Hon. R. Ryder, Sir John Nichol, Mr. R. Peel, Mr. W. Huskisson, the Master of the Rolls, and Mr. S. Bourne. There were also present the Attorney General, the Solicitor General, and Mr. Baker, the magistrate belonging to the police office in Marlborough Street, who signed the warrant for entering the premises in Cato-Street, and for the apprehension of the gang. Their lordships continued in deliberation till near 2:30. In consequence of some mistake in the transmission of an order, a number of the prisoners were brought up from Coldbath Fields Prison to the Secretary of State's office. But as their lordships had determined not to enter into any examination of the prisoners themselves on this day, they were sent back under an escort, a few minutes after their arrival. The next day another meeting of the Lords of the Council took place, which was attended by the same persons as that on the previous day, with the addition of Mr. Sheriff Rothwell, Sir William Curtis, and other public characters. Soon after 11 o'clock in the morning, Lavender, Salmon, and other officers arrived in 3 coaches at Coldbath Fields Prison, with orders from the Secretary of State to bring the conspirators to Whitehall for examination before the Privy Council. Mr. Adkins, the governor of the prison, immediately delivered over the following prisoners into the care of the officers, viz., Thistlewood, Monument, Wilson, Davidson, Tidd, Gilchrist, Ings, Bradburn, Shaw, Cooper, and Brunt. They were immediately conveyed in the coaches provided for their reception to Whitehall. The prisoners were all handcuffed to each other. About the time that this detachment reached Whitehall, Mr. Nodder, the keeper of Tothill Fields Prison, arrived at the same place in a coach, with Preston, Simmons, Harrison, Hall, and Firth, the keeper of the loft in Cato-Street. The whole of the prisoners, on their arrival at Whitehall, were placed in the first apartment. Those from the House of Correction were placed in a line, handcuffed together, on the bench immediately facing the entrance, and the Tothill Fields prisoners were seated on a bench at the right-hand side of the room. The appearance of the whole was wretched in the extreme, and 1 or 2 of them seemed mere boys. Thistlewood appeared quite downcast, his features every day undergoing an alteration for the worse. His complexion had become quite jaundiced, and his general appearance nerveless and emaciated. He wore the old brown surtout in which he had been seen of late in the streets, and kept his eyes occasionally gazing with indifference upon the strangers who thronged the room, but mostly fixed on the ground. Davidson, the man of color, seemed perfectly at his ease, and talked cheerfully to the prisoner who sat next him. Preston was not only quite composed, but enjoying a constant smile of self-complacency at the inquisitiveness with which strangers as they passed asked, "Which is Preston? Which is Thistlewood?" Preston seemed in his usual good spirits, and had not a little of the appearance of having exhilarated them in the course of the morning by a jolly draught. While the prisoners were in this room, a considerable number of gentlemen were permitted to pass through the room, but none to converse with them. The police officers were stationed at the end of each seat. The council being assembled, they were examined singly before their lordships. Arthur Thistlewood was the first who was called in. The officers immediately unlocked the handcuff of the prisoner, and conducted him to the council chamber. He went upstairs with great alacrity, and being introduced, he was placed at the end of the table, with an officer on each side of him. The Lord Chancellor presided, and informed the prisoner that he was about to be committed upon the double charge of high treason and murder. He made no reply, but looked round at the assembled ministers with a malignant scowl. This was all that passed, and he was immediately reconducted to his companions. He smiled as he came back, and returned to his former seat. In a short time, as if in contempt of the authority by which he was coerced, he put on his hat, and assuming a look of defiance, remained in that state for the remainder of the day. All the other prisoners were subsequently taken up in the same manner. Monument and Simmons were the last, and these did not return for nearly half an hour. It appears that they, at this time, endeavored to make their peace by a disclosure of what they knew. The soldiers engaged in the affair were then called in, and desired to look at the men whom they thought they could recognize. Sergeant Legge and 9 privates were present. They soon came forth, and said they had no doubt as to the identity of the men they had assisted in securing. All the arms and ammunition taken from the prisoners, and in Cato-Street, were deposited in an adjoining room under a guard. When Ings returned from the council chamber, he resumed his seat with great sullenness, and as soon as the officers had replaced his handcuffs, he and Thistlewood entered into conversation with great eagerness. Thistlewood spoke almost in a whisper, but Ings was more loud, and, at the close of their conference, he ejaculated, as if talking to himself, but loud enough to be heard by all in the room. "It is want of food which has brought us here. Death would be a pleasure to me. I would sooner be hanged this instant than turned into the street there, for I should not know where to get a bit of bread for my family, and if I had 50 necks, I'd rather have them all broken, one after the other, than see my children starve." Preston continued very talkative and lofty. He seemed bursting with impatience to go before the council, raising himself from his chair every time the door opened, in hope of being the next called, then sinking back into his seat with vexation and disappointment, and exclaiming, "Oh, how I long to go up! My genius is so great just now, I don't think there is any man alive has so great a genius as mine is at this moment." Then he would pore upon the ground for a minute or two in deep cogitation, and at length break out into the following soliloquy. "If it is the will of the author of the world that I should perish in the cause of freedom, his will, and not mine, be done. It would be quite a triumph to me, quite a triumph to me," at the same time throwing his arms about in a manner which savored strongly of insanity. It was not, however, his fate to be called before the council at all at this time, though, when Thistlewood and some others expressed regret that they had not applied to have their families admitted to see them, he desired them very pompously to make themselves quite easy upon that head, for he would take care to mention it in his speech to their lordships. Immediately after the prisoners had all been called in, an express was sent off to Captain J. H. Elrington, Fort Major of the Tower of London, directing him to prepare for the immediate reception of 10 state prisoners. The whole of the examinations having been brought to a conclusion, the council proceeded to deliberate upon the course which was to be adopted with respect to each individual case. They remained thus engaged for nearly 2 hours. During this interval the crowd in front of the office greatly increased, and the most anxious entreaties were made to be permitted to see the conspirators. These were in most cases ineffectual. Only a few noblemen were permitted to enter, including Lord Westmoreland, Lord Stair, and some others. The prisoners, being themselves pretty well apprised of the charges which were to be preferred against them, became less equivocal in their behavior. Wilson, Davidson, and Tidd, who were linked together, were most daring. They laughed in derision at the persons who came to view them, and seemed to be little affected by the situation in which they were placed. Brunt, in imitation of his captain, put on his hat, and thus assumed the character which has been assigned him, of being second in command. At 4:30 Mr. Day, the clerk of the papers, was sent for by Mr. Hobhouse, the Under-Secretary of State, who communicated to him the orders of the council. On Mr. Day's return, he stated to Sir Nathaniel Conant and Mr. Baker, who were remaining in his office, that 8 of the prisoners were to be forthwith committed to the Tower. He then produced the list, and called over the names of the persons to whom he alluded. These were Thistlewood, Wilson, Monument, Harrison, Brunt, Davidson, Ings, Tidd. The men came forth as they were called, and were handcuffed 2 and 2. A short time now elapsed while the warrant to the constable of the Tower was preparing, and until messengers were dispatched to obtain carriages, and required the presence of an escort of the Life Guards. This period was occupied by the prisoners in a sort of confused conversation. Harrison and Thistlewood at once threw off all reserve, and shook hands. The others began to speak freely. Davidson said he should like about a pound of beefsteak and a pot of porter, and his companions agreed that it would be no bad finish to their day's amusements. Thistlewood said aloud, "I hear the Spaniards are getting on famously." Wilson answered, "Are they? A cursed good job, aye," replied Thistlewood. "They'll all have it in their turn. They may scrag a few of us, but there is more going on than they are aware of." Harrison laughed, and exclaimed, "Aye, time will show all things." A bustle outside now announced the approach of the Horse Guards, who drew up in a double column in front of the office, under the command of Captain Mayne. A hackney coach then drove up to the door, into which Thistlewood and Brunt were put, accompanied by Mr. Ruff, one of the King's messengers, to whom the warrant was delivered, and by 2 police officers. The coach then drew off to a short distance, preceded and followed by 4 of the Life Guards. A second carriage then came up, into which Davidson and Ings were put. They were likewise guarded by 2 officers. Ings, as he mounted the coach, exclaimed, "Hurrah, boys!" in expectation, no doubt, of having a cheer from the crowd that was assembled. In this, however, he was disappointed. Not a word escaped from the lips of the bystanders at all in unison with the principles of the conspirators. On the contrary, they seemed to be viewed with feelings of strong disgust. Wilson and Tidd were placed in the 3rd hackney coach. They went out laughing. But previous to their departure, they turned round, and in common with all those who had been confined in Coldbath Fields Prison, begged to return their grateful thanks to Mr. Adkins, the governor, and to his assistants, for the humane and kind treatment which they had received while under their care. They also were guarded by 2 police officers. The last who went out were Harrison and Monument. The latter, whose diminutive size made him appear somewhat ludicrous when placed beside his gigantic companion, was greatly depressed. These men were in like manner guarded by 2 of the Bow Street patrol. The whole 4 carriages being now in readiness, and a constable having mounted each box, the cavalcade set off, completely surrounded by the Horse Guards. They proceeded over Westminster Bridge, and from thence by the Westminster Road, through the Borough, and over London Bridge, up Fish Street Hill, down Fenchurch Street, the Minories, across Trinity Square to the Tower Gate, and although followed all the way by an immense throng, not one expression of commiseration was heard to escape. Ings's conduct was most daring. He continued to exclaim against His Majesty's ministers with the most undisguised abuse, using language of the most revolting nature. He either knew, or affected to know, many persons in the crowd, to whom he nodded, and some of whom gave him a significant shake of the head in return. Thistlewood made no observation. He seemed to be looking anxiously from the coach window, as if to see if there were any persons passing whom he could recognize. Brunt looked extremely gloomy, but did not say anything. Davidson did not seem at all affected by his situation, and continued in good humor. Wilson and Tidd laughed, and looked out of the coach windows with apparent indifference, and little Monument seemed to have sunk into a state of despair. He said he supposed he was not long for this world. On reaching the upper gate of the tower, leading to the armory, it was found shut, but on a regular summons being made, it was opened without hesitation, and the prisoners and their guards admitted. Notice had been sent off to the tower, in the early part of the day, to prepare rooms for the prisoners, but still it was with some difficulty that secure apartments could be got in readiness. At last the necessary accommodations were obtained, and the prisoners were left under the care of the yeomen of the guard. The warrant upon which they were received by the constable of the tower was to the following effect: "You are hereby required to receive into your custody Arthur Thistlewood." Then followed the names of the other prisoners, who stand charged with high treason, and them safely to keep till discharged by due course of law, for which this shall be your sufficient authority. Then followed the names of the Privy Council, commencing with the Lord Chancellor, Earl Westmoreland, and C. This warrant was written on a sheet of foolscap paper, with a black border, and bore the official seal. It was accompanied by a private note to the constable, containing instructions as to the manner in which the prisoners were to be treated. They were accordingly received by Captain Elrington, the Major of the Tower, who, after some difficulty, from the shortness of the notice which he had received, succeeded in finding them secure apartments. Each prisoner was placed in a separate apartment. 2 warders armed in the usual way, with cutlasses and halberds, were placed in each room, and at each door was stationed a sentinel armed, to whose care was entrusted the key of the room, with strict orders not to permit more than 1 warder to be absent at a time, and that only for occasional purposes. Thistlewood was placed in the prison known by the name of the Bloody Tower. Davidson was in the prison over the waterworks. Ings in a different room of the same prison. Monument in the prison at the back of the Horse Armory. Brunt and Harrison occupied separate apartments in the prison over the Stone Kitchen. Tidd was secured in the 7-gun battery prison, and Wilson in the prison over the Parade. The prisoners were permitted to have, by the indulgence of the law, what is called state allowance, for their daily maintenance, which, to such wretched poverty as theirs, must have made even their awful situation, as compared with their confinement in Coldbath Fields, a change for the better. The number of warders sufficient to do the ordinary duty of the tower is 10, but, as soon as the command for preparing the prisons reached the proper quarter, directions were given to increase the number of warders to 60. The iron gate at the east end of the tower was closed on the arrival of the prisoners as usual upon such occasions. Immediately after the departure of the delinquents charged with the crime of high treason, from the Secretary of State's office, Mr. Adkins, the keeper of the House of Correction in Coldbath Fields, was informed that 6 of the remaining prisoners were to be consigned to his custody, namely, Bradburn, Strange, Firth, Gilchrist, Hall, and Cooper. These men were then brought out, and escorted to Coldbath Fields Prison, under circumstances precisely similar to those which had attended those who had gone to the Tower. They were accompanied by Mr. Sylvester, a King's messenger, to whom the warrant for their commitment, similar to the one addressed to the constable of the Tower, was entrusted, and several officers of the police, and by an escort of the Life Guards. Mr. Atkins, the governor of the House of Correction, was asked if he had got the coroner's warrant for the commitment of the men pronounced by the coroner's jury to have been guilty of the wilful murder of Smithers. He answered in the negative. No such warrant had been transmitted to him by Mr. Sterling. A messenger was then dispatched to the coroner, who had omitted to make out the warrant, and he waited while it was prepared in the usual form. Simmons, the footman, and Preston were remanded to the custody of Mr. Nodder, the governor of Tothill Fields Prison, and were taken there in a hackney coach, and thus ended the final examination of the conspirators by the Privy Council. In addition to the gang taken at Cato-Street, and the subsequent arrests which we have already recorded, a young man, named Robert George, was apprehended, who was with good reason suspected of being one of that gang, and whose discovery and apprehension arose out of the following extraordinary circumstances. At the time the coroner's inquest was sitting on the body of the murdered Smithers, Perry, the conductor of the patrol, who was then in attendance, was called out by 2 soldiers, who informed him that on that day they had been informed by a boy that he had discovered a depository of firearms and deadly weapons in an extraordinary way, by his having been at play in Chapel Street, Paddington, and losing a marble behind some building in that street. He went behind the house of Mr. George, a haberdasher and tailor, in search of the marble, and seeing in a closet some firearms, a sword, and he mentioned it to the soldiers. Upon this intimation Perry hastened to the spot as soon as possible, and found a narrow passage leading to the back of Mr. George's premises, and also a closet fastened by a staple, situate under a staircase, which answered the description of the information he had received where the firearms and deadly weapons were deposited. Perry inquired to whom the closet belonged, and was informed that it belonged to Mr. George, the tailor and haberdasher. Mrs. George soon appeared, of whom Perry also inquired how the closet became fastened, when Mrs. George informed him that she had fastened it in consequence of the wind blowing it open. He desired her to produce the instrument with which she had fastened the staple, which, on being produced, resembled a hammer, and with which she also unfastened it. On the door being opened, Perry discovered a musket, a bayonet, a pistol, sword, powder, and balls. He then inquired if those articles belonged to them, and the mother denied that they did. The daughter, who was present during the investigation, wrung her hands, and appeared greatly distressed. Perry then proceeded into the house, and found Mr. George employed in his business of a tailor, who also denied any knowledge of the firearms and deadly weapons, and admitted that his son occupied a house on the opposite side of the street, and might have deposited the firearms, and in that place. On inquiry it was ascertained that the son had absconded since the night of the meeting in Cato-Street. Perry desired that Mr. George would attend at the office, and he himself accompanied Mrs. George and her daughter. On their arrival at the office, they underwent private examinations before Mr. Burney, but nothing appeared which could criminate any of them, but strong suspicions existed that their son, Robert George, was present at the Cato-Street meeting, at the time Thistlewood murdered Smithers. From that time the officers had used every vigilance in endeavoring to trace him out. Ruthven and Salmon received information of his being concealed at a house in Goswell Street, whither they repaired, but were unsuccessful in finding him. They nevertheless had discovered that his anxiety to leave this country was so great, that he had offered himself to be engaged in any capacity whatever, in any vessel going to the East Indies. They also learned that, having before been a seafaring man, he had succeeded in engaging himself as a servant on board an Indiaman, and their exertions were so great that they gained intelligence on which they could rely. That the last place he would be at, previous to leaving London, would be the Dundee Arms, Wapping, near the Commercial Road, where they went and waited, having no doubt but he would be there to start by the boat for Gravesend on Sunday, the 5th of March, from which latter place the Indiamen were to sail on the following day. They waited there till about 7 o'clock, at which time Robert George entered the house. He inquired for the Gravesend boat, and was informed that it had sailed a few minutes previous. On receiving that information, he appeared extremely agitated and disappointed. He called for some brandy and water, and seated himself. During this time Ruthven and Salmon had satisfied themselves beyond a doubt of his identity, and having had reason to believe that he would be fully prepared with arms for a desperate resistance, Salmon watched an opportunity, when he instantly rushed upon him, and presenting a pistol to his head, exclaimed, "If you offer to stir, I will fire." Ruthven then handcuffed, and properly secured him. On searching him they, however, found that he was not prepared with any arms, and his luggage consisted only of his clothes. The officers placed him in a hackney coach, and lodged him in Covent Garden watch-house. During the following day they made diligent inquiry as to the manner in which he had disposed of his time since his escape from Cato-Street, when they learned that a lodging had been procured for him in Earl Street, Brick Lane. They also traced out his brother, who lived in that neighborhood, who denied any knowledge of his place of residence, but the officers discovered that the brother had actually procured the said lodging for him, and in his possession they found a large thick stick, at the bottom of which was a thick iron ferrule, about 2 inches long, which was hollow at one end, and appeared calculated to receive a pike or dagger, which he acknowledged to have received of his brother George on his parting with him on Sunday evening, previous to his entering the Dundee Arms. On searching Robert George's lodgings in Earl Street, they did not discover anything of a serious or dangerous nature. The prisoner underwent a private examination before Mr. Burney, which was reported to the Secretary of State's office for the Home Department. No orders were, however, sent for his conveyance there, and therefore a commitment was made out for the prisoner, Robert George, to the House of Correction, on a charge of high treason, whither he was conveyed in a hackney coach, in the custody of Mr. Atkins, the governor of that prison, Perry, who was originally in the pursuit of him, and one of the patrol. Before entering on the trial of the notorious Arthur Thistlewood, for the double crime of high treason and murder, for which we have traced his commitment on the clearest and most satisfactory evidence possible, we shall present the reader with a brief sketch of his early life, and some particulars of his conduct after his arrest. Thistlewood was a native of Horncastle, in Lincolnshire, and was born in the year 1770. His father was land steward to an ancient family in that neighborhood. He was placed at an early period of life with an eminent English schoolmaster, to be educated as a land surveyor. This pursuit in life he afterwards declined following, and at the age of 21 became a lieutenant in a militia regiment. Soon after this, he married a young lady, of the name of Bruce, residing near Bawtry, in Yorkshire, who was possessed of property amounting to 300 per annum. Thistlewood resigned his commission in the militia, and obtained another in a marching regiment, with which he went, at the commencement of the Revolutionary War, to the West Indies, where he soon gave up his commission in it, and afterwards proceeded to America. There he resided for some time, when he obtained a passport for France, and arrived there shortly after the downfall of Robespierre. He became initiated in all the doctrines and sentiments of the French revolutionists, and at the Peace of Amiens returned to England, when he became acquainted with the disaffected in his native country, since which his whole life, it seems, has been spent in seeking opportunities to overthrow its constitution. From the period of his release after his former indictment for high treason, the government had taken care to have all his actions watched, and his movements traced. But even with all this precaution, it is possible that the diabolical scheme, of which he was evidently the author and chief mover, would have been carried into effect, had it not been for the remorse of the man who made the disclosure to Lord Harrowby. One night, during his confinement in Coldbath Fields Prison, the following remarkable occurrence took place in the cell of Thistlewood. In the course of the evening Mr. Atkins, the governor, sat with him a short time, and conversed with him on general topics. He was very communicative on the subject of the different prisons in which he had been confined. He spoke of Horsham as being extremely strict, and observed that the rules laid down for the management of the prison were observed to the letter, without any reference to the rank of the party confined. He gave the preference to the Tower as a place of incarceration. The usual hour for locking up having arrived, he was left to the society of his usual companions. He soon retired to rest. His mind seemed restless, but after some time, he fell into a profound sleep. Thus he continued a while, when he became evidently agitated. At last he exclaimed, with a sort of convulsive shriek, "Ha! I've got you now!" And then, becoming more strangely disturbed, he awoke in a sort of frenzy. For a moment he did not seem to recollect where he was. But, on seeing his companions with their eyes fixed upon him, he affected to laugh, and said, "What strange things one thinks of in one's sleep!" He remained awake for a considerable time, and, at length sunk again into an unquiet slumber. On the subject of his arrest he spoke freely before his final commitment, declaring that he knew the man by whose instrumentality he was taken, and that he was with him that morning, and was the only man who knew of his retreat. He added that but for the people in the house, the patrol who arrested him in White Street, and his brother officers should have fallen. His companions said, "Why, you had no arms. How could you have effected their destruction?" "Ah," he replied, "they thought they were very cunning, but cunning as they were not cunning enough." This was but a vain boast, for, at the moment the officer seized him, he was evidently paralyzed. He shewed no disposition to resist. No arms were found in the room, with which he could defend himself, and when he was carried off to Bow Street, 6 officers were left behind to search every hole and corner in the house. This they did, and found nothing to warrant an opinion that he was capable of making a formidable resistance. It is, however, rather a suspicious circumstance, that while the officers were engaged in securing their prisoner, the landlady, Mrs. Harris, slipped out, and gave an intimation of what was occurring to her husband, who was a type founder in the manufactory of Messrs. Caslin. From that time he has been out of the way. It was ascertained that he was the manufacturer of all the bullets found upon the conspirators. A warrant was issued for his apprehension. The officers are satisfied that the arms which Thistlewood had in Cato-Street have not been found, and imagine that he deposited them with some friend. It is a matter of surprise that in getting rid of these evidences of his guilt, he should have kept in his possession the black belt which was seen round his waist in the loft, and which, with some ball cartridges, was found in his pocket in White Street. Up to the time of his last appearance before the Privy Council, he made no inquiries respecting his family, but was particular in his questions as to the persons who had been arrested. Among others, he mentioned the name of Palin, for whose apprehension a reward of £200 had been offered, and again describing in the most minute manner the person of Brunt, with an evident intention to avoid mentioning his name, he asked if he was arrested. Upon these heads he received no satisfactory answer. Mrs. Thistlewood is a smart, genteel little woman, dresses well, and from the first seemed perfectly alive to the situation of her husband, in whose political sentiments she heartily concurs. On the officers going to search her lodgings, she did not manifest any of that alarm which, in a female, might be considered natural. She received them with calmness, accompanied by a certain air of dignity, and demanded their authority for searching her premises. Being satisfied on this head, she permitted the search to be made without further hindrance. She has a son, who seems a genteel, ingenious youth. When she obtained permission to visit her husband, the interview always took place in the presence of an officer, and her person was scrupulously searched, even to the removal of her stays and cap, and these precautions were continued from first to last. The prisoners all standing fully committed on the clearest and most satisfactory evidence, the preparations for their trial commenced, and on the 8th of March the following special commission of Oyer and Terminer was issued by the Crown. George IV, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, to our most dear cousin, William Henry Duke of Portland, our well-beloved and faithful councillors, Sir Charles Abbott, Knight, Chief Justice, assigned to hold pleas before us, Sir Robert Dallas, Knight, Chief Justice of our Court of Common Pleas, Sir Richard Richards, Knight, Chief Baron of our Court of Exchequer, our beloved and faithful Sir William Garrow, Knight, one of the Barons of our said Court of Exchequer, Sir William Draper Best, Knight, one of the Justices assigned to hold pleas before us, Sir John Richardson, Knight, one of the Justices of our said Court of Common Pleas, Sir John Sylvester, Baronet, Newman Knollys, Francis Const, Charles Beausanquet, Charles Trelawney Brereton, James Clitheroe, James Ferguson, Edmund Alexander Howard, Richard Paul Jodrell, Samuel Portis, Thomas Wood, and Peregrine Deal Tri-Eskers, greeting. Know ye that we have assigned you, and any two or more of you, of whom one of you, the aforesaid Sir Charles Abbot, Sir Robert Dallas, Sir Richard Richards, Sir William Garrow, Sir William Draper Best, and Sir John Richardson, we shall be one, our justices and commissioners to inquire by the oath of good and lawful men of our county of Middlesex, of all high treasons and misprisions of high treason, other than such as relate to the coin, and of the murder of one Richard Smithers, deceased, and of any other crime or offence touching the death of the said Richard Smithers, and of any offence or offences against, touching, or concerning the persons of Frederick Fitzclarence, William Legge, James Ellis, John Sermon, William Westcote, William Charles Brooks, John Murdoch, and Benjamin Gill, or any of them, contrary to the form of an act made and passed in the 43rd year of the reign of our late royal father, King George III, entitled, An Act for the Further Prevention of Malicious Shooting, and attempting to discharge loaded firearms, stabbing, cutting, wounding, poisoning, and the malicious using of means to procure the miscarriage of women, and also the malicious setting fire to buildings, and also for repealing a certain act made in England, in the 21st year of the late King James I, entitled, An Act to Prevent the Destroying and Murdering of Bastard Children, and also an act made in Ireland in the 6th year of the late Queen Anne, also entitled, An Act to Prevent the Destroying and Murdering of Bastard Children, and for making other provisions in lieu thereof, and also the accessories of them, or any of them, within our county aforesaid, as well within liberties as without, by whomsoever and in what manner soever done, committed, or perpetrated, when, how, and after what manner, and of all other articles and circumstances concerning the premises, and every or any of them, in any manner whatsoever, and the said treasons and other the premises according to the laws and customs of England for this time to hear and determine. And therefore we command you, that at a certain day and place, which you or any two or more of you, of whom one of you, the said Sir Charles Abbot, Sir Robert Dallas, Sir Richard Richards, Sir William Garrow, Sir William Draper Best, and Sir John Richardson, shall be one, shall for this purpose appoint. You make diligent inquiries into the premises, and that you do hear and determine all and singular the premises aforesaid, and do cause to be done therein what to justice appertains, according to the laws and customs of England, saving to us the amerciaments, and other things from thence to us accruing. We do also command all and every our officers, ministers, and subjects, by virtue of these presents, that they attend, advise, obey, and assist you in the execution of the premises, in all things as it behoves them. And we do also command, by these presents, our sheriff of our said county of Middlesex, that at such certain day and place, as you, or any two or more of you, of whom one of you, the aforesaid Sir Charles Abbot, Sir Robert Dallas, Sir Richard Richards, Sir William Garrow, Sir William Draper Best, and Sir John Richardson, shall be one, shall make known to him, he do cause to come before you, or any two or more of you, of whom one of you, the aforesaid Sir Charles Abbot, Sir Robert Dallas, Sir Richard Richards, Sir William Garrow, Sir William Draper Best, and Sir John Richardson, shall be one, such and so many good and lawful men of our said county, as well within liberties as without, by whom the truth of the matter in the premises may be better known and inquired into. In witness whereof, we have caused these our letters to be patent. Witness ourself at Westminster, the 8th day of March, in the 1st year of our reign. Bathurst. Monday, March 27, 1820, was the day appointed for opening the special commission for the trial of the conspirators engaged in the Cato-Street plot, and the officers of the Crown attended accordingly in the court at Hicks's Hall, at 9 o'clock in the morning. The gentlemen who were summoned on the grand inquest were also in attendance. The witnesses for the Crown, about 30 in number, were placed in a room by themselves, preparatory to their being taken before the grand jury. Those witnesses who themselves stood charged with being parties to the conspiracy were in separate rooms, under the charge of constables. Among them were Monument, who, it will be recollected, was committed to the Tower, and Adams, who remained for some time a prisoner in St. Martin's watch-house, but was afterwards committed to the House of Correction in Coldbath Fields. This man had been laboring under severe indisposition ever since his apprehension. The pike handles, guns, pistols, swords, grenades, daggers, ammunition, and other articles seized on the persons of the prisoners, and in Cato-Street, at Brunt's lodgings, and elsewhere, were deposited in the office of the clerk of indictments. When collected together they presented a formidable appearance. At 10 o'clock the attorney and solicitor generals entered the court, and took their seat at the barristers' table. In a few minutes afterwards Chief Justice Abbott and Chief Justice Dallas, together with Mr. Const, and other magistrates, whose names were mentioned in the commission, came upon the bench. Proclamation was then made for silence, and the commission was immediately read by Mr. Dealtry, one of the clerks of the Crown Office. The names of the gentlemen summoned on the grand jury were then called over, and the following gentlemen were sworn: Job Rakes, Esq. John Stock, Esq. Thomas Milroy, Esq. Robert Batson, Esq. William Hills, Esq. Henry Thompson, Esq. Richard Gibbs, Esq. Thomas Lommett, Esq. James Gordon, Esq. William Anderson, Esq. William Perry, Esq. John Booth, Esq. John H. Pakenham, Esq. John Warren, Esq. George Frederick Young, Esq. Robert Mayacock, Esq. Richard Jennings, Esq. James Taylor, Esq. John Johnson, Esq. Francis Dowse, Esq. John William Horsley, Esq. William Benning, Esq. Stephen Taylor, Esq. These gentlemen having been sworn by Charles Abbott, Esq. Marshal to the Commission, proclamation was made for silence while the charge was delivered. Lord Chief Justice Abbott then addressed the grand jury in the manner following: Gentlemen of the Grand Inquest, we are assembled in this place, under the authority of His Majesty's Special Commission, issued for the purpose of inquiring into, hearing, and determining certain offences therein particularly mentioned. These offences are, first, all high treasons, except such as relate to the coin of the realm; secondly, all misprisions of treason; thirdly, the murder of one Richard Smithers, deceased, and any other crime or offence touching the death of that person; and fourthly, any offences committed against the persons of Frederick Fitzclarence, George Legge, John Sermon, William Westcott, John Murdoch, James Basie, and other persons, or any of them, contrary to the form of an act made and passed in the 43rd year of the reign of His late Majesty, for, among other things, the further prevention of the malicious shooting, maiming, stabbing, or wounding any person or persons. And gentlemen, it has become my duty to offer to your consideration some remarks on each of these subjects, for your assistance in the discharge of the important duty which will devolve upon you when the bills are laid before you. The particular crime of treason to which it would be proper to call your attention is to be found, first, in the ancient statute 25 Edward III, and 2 delay, in a statute passed for very wise purposes in the 36th year of the reign of His late Majesty. His Lordship here recited the enacting clauses of the statutes to which he referred, the first of which declares it to be high treason to compass and imagine the death of the king or the queen, or to levy war against the king within his realm, and the second enacts, that if any person, within or without the realm, compass or imagine the death of the king, or his deposition, or to do him any bodily harm, such as maiming, wounding, or imprisoning him, in order by force to compel him to change his measures or counsels of government, any person so offending shall be guilty of high treason. You will observe, gentlemen, that in each of the description of offences that I have enumerated, except the levying of war, which is in the ancient statute that I have alluded to, the words are imagination and intention, which are words of the same meaning, and the actual perpetration of the crime is not mentioned. But it is further required by an ancient statute that the party accused shall be provably attainted, and by a latter statute it is mentioned that if the party shall express, utter, or declare his intention by any printing or writing, that is an overt act of such intention. The law has wisely provided for the public safety, that in cases of this kind, which involve the most extensive public mischief, the intention shall be adjudged the crime. But, at the same time, for the safety of the individual charged, it is required that such intention shall be manifested by some act tending towards the accomplishment of the criminal object charged. It may be proper to mention that, before the passing of a late statute, it was settled by several cases, and the opinions of the first text writers, that all attempts to depose the king from his royal state, to restrain his person, or to levy war against him, were high treason, and all conspiracies, consultations, and agreements for those purposes, were overt acts of compassing and imagining the death of the king. By the late statute, all these things are made substantive treasons, and thereby the law is made more clear to those who are bound to obey it, and to those who may be engaged in the administration of it. It may be also proper to remark that all the pomp and circumstances of military array are not necessary to the first levying of war. Insurrections for the purpose of accomplishing the designs I have mentioned to you by force, however ill-arranged, if they are to accomplish an innovation in public affairs, in which the parties have no special or particular interest, are an actual levying of war. Rebellion at its first commencement is rarely found in military discipline or array, although little success may soon lead it to assume those appearances. Any act manifesting a criminal intention, and tending towards the accomplishment of the criminal object, is, in the language of the law, an overt act. Overt acts may be committed openly and manifestly, but there are other overt acts, such as meetings and consultations, and contrivances, agreements and promises of mutual support and assistance, and incitements to others to engage in the same scheme, are also overt acts. Assenting to the designed purpose, assisting in the preparation of weapons, or any other thing necessary to the general design, are all overt acts of the particular kind of treason, of the particular compassing and imagination to which they may happen to apply, and in this crime of high treason the law acknowledges no accessories, all are principals. All who participate in the design and object, whether they enter into them early or late, are equally guilty, for it will be found in conspiracies of a treasonable nature, as well as all other conspiracies, that each is engaged in accomplishing some particular object, which is a part of the general design. Some are more zealous and ardent, others are more close and reserved, but, as they are all acting in pursuance of the same view and object, all are equally guilty. Overt acts are most important matters for your investigation. It is necessary that the proof be set forth in the indictment, in order that the accused may be prepared for his defense, but it is not necessary that all the circumstances of proof should be detailed. It is also required, in cases of high treason, that there should be 2 witnesses to the overt acts. It is not necessary that there should be 2 witnesses to every overt act, but if there be 1 witness to one overt act, and another to another, that is sufficient. Some one overt act must be proved to have taken place in the county in which the trial takes place, as in the present case, in Middlesex. Having said thus much upon the law, as it applies to high treason, I shall now address myself to the cases likely to be brought before you, in order that you may apply that law. But in anything I may say, with reference to the inquiry in which you are likely to be engaged, I request you will consider it all as supposition. It has been supposed that a conspiracy was formed to assassinate certain persons engaged in the administration of the government of the country, when they were assembled at a dinner at the house of one of them, on February 23 D., and it is supposed that a treasonable hostility to the government dictated that act, for the abolition of that government would follow this assassination. In furtherance of this design, 7 persons were found almost in the act of immediate preparation, in a stable, with arms and offensive weapons, suitable to the accomplishment of such a traitorous purpose. Those persons, when attempted to be arrested by the peace officers and the military, in their endeavors to escape, which many of them effected, killed one Richard Smithers. Pistols were discharged, weapons of death were used, and some or all of the persons named were wounded. Of these matters all of you have, no doubt, read and heard. Therefore I take the liberty most earnestly to entreat you to confine your attention to the evidence laid before you, and to banish from your minds such information as you may have previously received as to the motive or object of this supposed conspiracy, or as to the conduct of the particular individuals supposed to be engaged in it. I should tell you that a conspiracy to murder public persons, however important their situations may be, if arising from private malice, and not intended to bring about any other object, does not constitute the crime of high treason. But if the assassination of such persons is meant as the first step of a general design to attack and destroy by force the government of the country, or to compel the sovereign to adopt such measures as they may think fit, then that assassination assumes a different complexion, and may be considered an overt act of one or both of those species of treason which I have mentioned. If, therefore, a conspiracy to take away the lives of His Majesty's ministers should be proved, you will look to the object about to be obtained by that assassination, and also to the number and rank of the persons intended to be assassinated, for the crime increases not only with the number of the conspirators, but with the number of the persons intended to be assassinated. It is, indeed, difficult to conceive that persons could from private malice alone, and without having a public object in view, conspire together to assassinate a number of individuals of whom they could have no knowledge but from the public situations which they filled. But the difficulty of the supposition must not supply the place of evidence. We well know that all attempts to subvert the government of this country must, in the calm and sober eye of reason, appear wild and hopeless. But you will consider that the mad persons who indulge such views are led to diminish the difficulties and to magnify the success and the benefit attending their schemes. It is natural for the vicious to think that there are others as wicked as themselves, and that they shall gain numerous adherents if they succeed in their first attempt. It is this belief that often leads them to a premature disclosure of their purposes to those whom they think likely to participate in their guilt, and that thus furnishes evidence of their dangerous designs. But dark and deep designs are seldom developed but through those who have joined in them. The evidence of accomplices, however, is always to be received with caution, and the conviction arising from such evidence should rest on circumstances of credibility rather than on the personal characters of the witnesses themselves. If such testimony were on all occasions to be rejected, one of the greatest securities to the honest part of society would be annihilated, namely, the want of mutual confidence in those engaged in wicked schemes. The next subject which is likely to come under your observation is misprision of treason, which consists in the concealment of treason, when it is within the knowledge of the parties by whom it might be divulged, and whose duty it would be to go before the first magistrate, and make known the evil purposes which they know to be contemplated. The third subject to which your attention may be directed is the murder of Richard Smithers, and any other offense touching the death of that person, who lost his life on the occasion of the attempt made to arrest those persons now in custody. It will be material to take into your consideration the place, the time, and the circumstances, where, when, and under which, that attempt to arrest them was made. The caution required by law as to the conduct of officers of justice in apprehending persons charged with crimes applies only to a dwelling house whereof the doors are not open, and that caution is confined to a dwelling house alone. All other buildings or places of meeting may be lawfully opened and entered for the apprehension of persons charged with crimes against the law, without any previous notification made. And when those officers have declared the character in which they appear, the persons within are bound to yield themselves in the same manner as if they had been met in the fields, or in the open street, and if any of these officers be killed when the arrest would have been lawful, then the party by whom the death wound is inflicted becomes guilty of the crime of murder. The arrest of persons under the authority of a warrant from the magistrates is a lawful arrest. So also is the arrest by peace officers, without a warrant, of persons supposed or reasonably alleged to have committed felony. So also is an arrest by peace officers, without a warrant, of persons actually engaged in any breach of the peace, or of persons assembled and arming, or otherwise preparing for the immediate perpetration of murder, because such an assembly and such a perpetration are in themselves criminal, and the arrest is actually necessary for the prevention of the accomplishment of a still more heinous design. I mention this, because the case likely to be submitted to you may fall within these observations. The persons required to surrender to the officers of the peace, though they may not be authorized to arrest them, are not warranted in assaulting those officers with deadly weapons, without warning them to stand off, and if they do, and death ensue, they all subject themselves to punishment for the crime of murder. At all events, they would be guilty of manslaughter. In speaking of those guilty of murder, you will bear in mind that all who unite in resistance, and use words manifesting that determination, are equally guilty with him who inflicts the death wound. Gentlemen, having said so much upon the third head of your inquiry, very little remains to be said of the fourth. This comprises all offenses committed on the person of F. Fitzclarence, and the others maimed, contrary to the 43d of the late king, the title of which is set forth. You will therefore see that the jurisdiction does not extend to all offenses committed against these persons, but only such as are contrary to the statute I have just mentioned to you. That statute is the 58th chapter of the 43d of His late Majesty, and as no doubt it has been brought under the view of many of you, I need not enter fully into it. The provisions of this act are, that it is a capital felony for any person to shoot at, or willfully to present and point loaded firearms at, and attempt, by drawing the trigger, to discharge the same at any of His Majesty's subjects, and also willfully and maliciously to stab or cut, with intent to murder, rob, maim, or disfigure any of his subjects, or to do them any grievous bodily harm. There is an express provision in this statute which enacts that these offenses must be committed under such circumstances as that, if the attempt succeeded in depriving a fellow creature of life, it would be murder. Now, if such an attempt be made in the open street, which probably is a case that may be brought before you, there can be no question of a malicious design to murder, or to do some grievous bodily harm. As, however, no case is likely to come before you falling within the excepting provision of the statute, I forbear to trouble you with any further observations, being well aware that in this case, as well as in every other, the best security for the due discharge of the important trust reposed in you will be found in your own good sense, your own sound discretion, and your own general knowledge. If, however, in the progress of your investigation any unexpected difficulty shall arise, the court will be found ready to give you such further advice as you may require. Having detained you thus long, with such observations as I have thought necessary, I now dismiss you to the discharge of that important duty for the execution of which you are assembled. At the conclusion of his lordship's address, the jury retired to their room, and proceeded to examine witnesses upon the indictments which were preferred before them. The judges continued sitting in court for upwards of an hour, when the foreman and a few other members of the grand jury returned, and an arrangement was made that their lordships should resume their seats at 12 o'clock, and that the grand jury were to assemble at 10 o'clock. On this occasion, the following witnesses were in attendance: the Right Hon. Nicholas Van Sittert R. Baker Esq.R. Burney Esq., Captain Fitzclarence, Monument and Adams, in custody, Ruthven, Ellis, Westcott, Lee Brooks, Sermon, Wright, Taunton, Bishop and Gill, officers, Sergeant Legg, John Muddock, Jonathan Curtis, Joseph Basie, Joseph Revell, and Joseph Edgar, soldiers, Joseph Hall, Thomas Droyer, Thomas Hayden, Joseph Harry Price, Emmanuel Francis, James Pocock, James Munday, Richard Munday, George Paylock, Mary Rogers, Eleanor Walker, and C. Soon after 12 o'clock the judges left the court, and at 12:30 the grand jury, having then been a considerable time in deliberation, proceeded with the examination of witnesses. Mr. Bouchier, one of the solicitors to the Treasury, was the first witness examined. He was only a few minutes before the jury. Robert Adams, the ex-Oxford Blue, and an accomplice of the conspirators, was next called. He was brought from the House of Correction, where he had been in confinement since the final examination of the conspirators before the Privy Council, in the custody of Mr. Adkins, the governor, and the principal turnkey. He was 3 hours under examination. He appeared perfectly cool and collected when he came from the grand jury room. After his examination he was taken back in custody to the Cold Bath Fields prison. The Right Hon. Nicholas Van Sittert, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was the third witness. The Right Hon. Gentleman, together with Captain Fitzclarence, and other witnesses of the superior order, was accommodated with a private room, while waiting the summons of the grand jury. He was not more than 10 minutes under examination. Joseph Baker, servant to the Earl of Harrowby, and 14 other witnesses, were then examined in succession. Amongst them was John Monument, one of the 8 committed to the Tower on the charge of high treason. He was brought from the Tower in the custody of 2 yeomen of the guard, and several officers, and was kept in a private room, attended only by the yeomen, with their swords drawn, during the day. He seemed very uneasy, and continued pacing the room about the whole time that he remained there. He appeared pale and dejected, and by no means a willing witness. After his examination, which lasted nearly an hour, he was conducted back to the Tower in the same custody. There were several women among the persons examined. They were of respectable appearance. 2 boys were also called. Captain Fitzclarence was the last witness called, and at 6 o'clock the grand jury adjourned until 9 o'clock on the following morning. Tuesday, the 28th of March, the court again met, pursuant to adjournment, and soon after 12 o'clock, the Chief Justices of the King's Bench and the Common Pleas, and the Attorney and Solicitor Generals, took their respective seats. At 2:30 the grand jury, having gone through the examination of the whole of the witnesses, entered with true bills for high treason against Arthur Thistlewood, William Davidson, James Ings, J. T. Brunt, Richard Tidd, J. W. Wilson, John Harrison, Richard Bradburn, James Shaw Strange, James Gilchrist, and Richard Charles Cooper. The bills for high treason against Abel Hall and Robert George were ignored. The Lord Chief Justice then expressed to the Attorney General his wish that the persons against whom true bills had been found might have intimation, without the trouble of coming into court, that their attorneys and counsel would have ready access to them. The Attorney General promised that every facility should be given to the communication with their legal advisers. On the following day the court assembled a third time to inquire into the murder of Smithers, and divers acts of felony alleged to have been committed by the prisoners. Accordingly at 12 o'clock the Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench took his seat in court. The Solicitor General attended for the Crown. The grand jury immediately entered, and delivered several bills to the clerk, who read as follows. True bills for murder against Arthur Thistlewood, John Thomas Brunt, Richard Tidd, James William Wilson, John Harrison and James Shaw Strange. No bills for murder against William Davidson, James Ings, Richard Bradburn, James Gilchrist, Abel Hall, and Richard Charles Cooper. True bills for felony against James Ings, Richard Tidd, James William Wilson, and Arthur Thistlewood. The foreman stated that there was no other bill before them. The Solicitor General said that it was not intended to prefer any more bills at present. The court was then adjourned by direction of the Lord Chief Justice till the 13th day of April then next ensuing, at 9:30 in the morning. A material omission occurred in the bills of indictment preferred before this grand jury, assembled under the special commissions, with regard to Davidson, the man of color, who, on the night of the capture of the conspirators, was standing sentry at the entrance to the place of meeting, armed with a carbine and sword of immense length, and in resisting the attempt of the officers to take him into custody, discharged his carbine at one of them. In preferring the bills against the prisoners for the several offenses with which they were charged, this circumstance was overlooked, and it was not recollected, till Wednesday the 19th of April. An order was consequently given on that evening by Mr. Maule, the Solicitor to the Treasury, to Ruthven, Ellis, Gill, the man shot at, and other witnesses, to attend before the Middlesex Grand Jury, at Clerkenwell, on the following day, and to take with them the arms taken from Davidson. They attended accordingly. The bill of indictment was preferred, and a true bill found against William Davidson, for feloniously shooting at Gill, with intent to kill, and c. Only 3 witnesses were called. The bill was preferred before the grand jury summoned to dispose of the ordinary session's business, and not that which had assembled under the special commission. On Monday the 3d of April, copies of the indictments, with lists of the jurors and of the witnesses to be produced on the trial, were delivered to each of the prisoners in their respective places of confinement. The list of the jurors contained the names of 227 freeholders of the county of Middlesex, resident in the different parishes, many of them at a considerable distance from the metropolis. The indictment contained 4 counts, on each of which certain overt acts were charged, manifesting and proving the acts of treason set forth. The following is an abstract of the indictment. The King against Arthur Thistlewood, William Davidson, James Ings, John Thomas Brunt, Richard Tidd, James William Wilson, John Harrison, Richard Bradburn, John Shaw Strange, James Gilchrist, and Charles Cooper. First count. That they did compass, imagine, invent, devise, and intend to deprive and depose our said Lord the King of and from the style, honor, and kingly name of the imperial crown of this realm. First overt act. That they did assemble, meet, conspire, and consult to devise, arrange, and mature plans and means to subvert and destroy the constitution and government of this realm, as by law established. Second overt act. That they did conspire to stir up, raise, make, and levy insurrection, rebellion, and war against our said Lord the King within this realm, and to subvert and destroy the constitution and government of this realm, as by law established. Third overt act. That they did conspire to assassinate, kill, and murder divers of the Privy Council of our said Lord the King, employed in the administration. Fourth overt act. That they did procure, provide, and have divers large quantities of arms, in order to assassinate divers of the Privy Council. Fifth overt act. That they did procure, provide, and have arms, with intent therewith to arm themselves and other false traitors, in order to raise, make, and levy insurrection, rebellion, and war. 6th overt act. That they did conspire, consult and agree to seize and take possession of divers cannon, with intent to arm themselves and other false traitors, in order to make war against the king, and destroy the Constitution. 7th overt act. That they did conspire to set fire to, burn and destroy divers houses and buildings in and in the neighborhood of London, and divers barracks, and to provide combustibles and materials for the purpose. 8th overt act. That they did compose and prepare, and cause and procure to be composed and prepared, divers addresses, proclamations, declarations, and writings, containing therein solicitations, and incitements to the liege subjects of our said Lord the King, to aid and assist in making and levying insurrection, rebellion, and war, against our said Lord the King, within this realm, and in subverting and destroying the Constitution and government of this realm, as by law established. 9th overt act. That they did compose and prepare, and cause and procure to be composed and prepared, a certain paper writing, purporting to be an address to the liege subjects of our said Lord the King, containing therein that their tyrants were destroyed, and that the friends of liberty were called upon to come forward, as the provisional government was then sitting, with intent to publish the same, and thereby to solicit and excite the liege subjects of our said Lord the King to aid and assist in making and levying insurrection, rebellion, and war against the king, and in subverting and destroying the Constitution and government. 10th overt act. That they did assemble themselves, with arms, with intent to assassinate, kill, and murder divers of the Privy Council, and to raise, make, and levy insurrection, rebellion, and war against our said Lord the King, and to subvert and destroy the Constitution and government of this realm. 11th overt act. That they, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, did ordain, prepare, levy and make public war against the king. 2nd count. That they did compass, imagine, and intend to move and excite insurrection, rebellion, and war against the king, within this realm, and to subvert and alter the legislature, rule, and government, and to bring and put the king to death. 1st overt act. Same as in the 1st count, with the addition of, and to deprive and depose our said Lord the King of and from the style, honor, and kingly name of the imperial crown of this realm. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th overt acts, same as in the 1st count. 3rd count. That they did compass, imagine, and invent to move, and intend to levy war against the king, in order by force and constraint to compel him to change his measures and counsels. 1st overt act. That they did assemble, meet, conspire and consult to devise, arrange, and mature plans and means, by force and constraint, to compel the king to change his measures and counsels. 2nd overt act. Same as in the 1st count, only leaving out the conclusion, and to subvert. And c. 3rd and 4th overt acts. Same as in the 1st count. 5th and 6th overt acts. Same as in the 1st count, omitting as before, and to subvert. And c. 7th overt act. Same as in the 1st count. 8th, 9th, and 10th overt acts. Same as in the 8th, 10th, and 11th overt acts in the 1st count, omitting at the end of the 8th and 9th as before, and to subvert. And c. 4th count. That they did levy and make war against the king, and endeavor by force and arms, to subvert and destroy the Constitution and government of this realm, and to deprive and depose the king of the crown. The following is the list of witnesses, containing 162 names, and amongst them some of the most distinguished members of administration, the police magistrates and officers, the soldiers employed in the arrest, many women, boys, and c. Adams, Robert, Cordwainer, an accomplice, in custody Alderson, Leonard, Antelope Gardens, Holly Wellmount, Cordwainer Aldous, James, Barrack Street, Pawnbroker Avis, George, Bow Street Patrol Adkins, William, Governor of the House of Correction, Coldbath Fields Bathurst, Right Honorable Charles Baker, John, servant to the Earl of Harrowby Baker, Robert, Yescue. Justice of the Peace, Bow Street Baker, Gabriel, Yeoman, Warder of the Tower Baldwin, William H., Shopman to Mr. Colnaghy, Princeseller, Cockspur Street Barrow, William, Chairmaker. Basie, James, Soldier, 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards Bishop, Daniel, Officer, Bow Street Essex, Charles, Watchman Burney, Richard, Esq., Bow Street Office Brind, Joseph, servant to J. Saunders St. John Street, Clerkenwell Brooks, William Charles, Bow Street Patrol Borgia, Charles, Esq., Assistant Solicitor, Treasury Bulmer, John, Warder of the Tower Bub Thomas, Watchman Bamford, John, Captain and Adjutant of the London and Westminster Light Horse Volunteers Buller, James, Esq., one of the clerks of His Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council Brand, George, Turnkey of the House of Correction Brand. Henry, ditto Castlereagh, Viscount Carr, Thomas, Cordwainer Carter, Robert Yeoman. Warder of the Tower Kaylock, George, Cato-Street, Blacksmith Champion, Joseph, Bow Street Patrol Chapman, Robert, ditto Chetwynd, Richard, Viscount, one of the clerks of His Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council Gladys, Stephen, Yeoman, Warder of the Tower Clark, John, ditto Clark, William, ditto Clark, Thomas, Great York Mews, Portman Square, Taylor Cooper, William, Warder of the Tower Curtis, Jonathan. Soldier, 2D Coldstream Guard Sigrove, John, ditto Davy, John, Parker Street, Drury Lane. Wheelwright Davies, Jeremiah, Warder of the Tower Davies, H., servant to the Earl of Aylesbury, Grosvenor Square Davison, Thomas, Printer, Duke Street, West Smithfield Denay, George, Yeoman, Warder of the Tower Divisum, Gerard, Esq., Bryanstone Street, Merchant Dobson, Jonathan, Silver Street, Clerkenwell, dealer in old iron Dobson, Esther, wife of the above Dwyer, Thomas, Giescourt, Oxford Street. Bricklayer East, James, Warder of the Tower East, Richard, ditto East, Robert, White Street. Moorfields, Lettercaster Edwards, George, Ranelagh Place, Modeler Edgar, James, Soldier, 2D Coldstream Guards Ellis, James, Bow Street Patrol Farrell, Thomas, Duke Street, Lincoln's Innfields, Greengrocer Fitzclarence, Frederick, Ensign, 2D Coldstream Guards Flanagan, Patrick, St. Giles's, Watchman Fletcher, William, Warder of the Tower Ford, William, Mount Street, Lambeth, Cordwainer Francis, Emmanuel, Southampton Mews, Marylebone, Labourer Friar, William, Warder of the Tower Gill, Benjamin George, Bow Street Patrol Gillen, Henry, servant to Mr. Whittle, Apothecary, Mount Street, Grosvenor Square Gould, Mary, Adams Mews, Grosvenor Square, wife of George Gould, Victualler Gould, Elizabeth, Stanhope St. wife of Robert Gould, Victualler. Gibbs, William, Bow Street Patrol Harrowby, Dudley, Earl of, Lord President of His Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council Hale, Joseph, apprentice to John Thomas Brunt, Bootcloser Hanson, Edward, Sergeant of Artillery, Tower Harknet, John, Clemenson, Labourer Harrell, James, Lamb's Chapel Court, Monkwell St., Cordwainer Hatton, Thomas, Warder of the Tower Hayward, Joseph, Long Alley, Moorfields. Cordwainer Hayden, Thomas, Manchester Mews, Milkman Hoare, Mary, Great Wild Street, Spinster. Hobbs, John, White Hart Yard, Brooks Market, Victualler Hobhouse, Henry Esq., one of His Majesty's Under-Secretaries of State Howard, George, Foxcourt, Grayson Lane, Cordwainer Humphrey, William, Warder of the Tower Humphreys, Samuel, Radnor Street, St. Luke's, Iron Founder Inglis, James, Soldier, 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards Jennings, Thomas, New Compton Street, Carver and Gilder Isaacs, Jane, Cato Street, Spinster Keys, Thomas, Frith Street, Soho, Victualler Keys, Thomas, the Elder, Gent, Same Place Knowles, Walter, Warder of the Tower Lane, John, Gent, Jailer of the Tower Lavender, Stephen, Officer, Bow Street Lee, William, Patrol, Bow Street Leeson, John, Warder of the Tower Legg, William, Sergeant 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards. Litchfield Elijah, Clerk of the Office of Solicitor of the Treasury Lawson, Edward, Browns Lane, Spitalfields, Courier Lot, James, Sergeant 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards Maine, Thomas, Warder of the Tower McCarthy, and Gray's Buildings, Manchester Square, wife of James McCarthy, Labourer Mansfield, John, servant, to Ensign Fitzclarence Mall, George Esq. Solicitor to the Treasury Miles, Thomas, Warder of the Tower Moy, Giles, Franklin, Marylebone, Watchman Monument, Thomas, Garden Court, Grayson Lane, Cordwainer Monument, John, an accomplice, prisoner in the Tower Morris, Thomas, Warder of the Tower Muddock, John, soldier in the 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards Monday, Richard, Cato Street, Labourer Monday, James, same place, Labourer. Son of the above maidment, Jeremiah, Constable, Bow Street Morrison, John Hector, Drury Lane, Cutler Morris. Stephen, Turnkey, House of Correction Nixon, Luke, Patrol, Bow Street Palmerston, Henry John, Viscount, Secretary at War Pargeter, Henry, Messenger to the Solicitor to the Treasury Pocock, J. Tunbridge Row, Lord's Cricket Ground, Whitesmith Polson, Jonathan, Servant to the Lord Archbishop of York Powell, John, Warder of the Tower Pratt, Edward, Fox Place, Lord's Cricket Ground, Smith Price, J. H. Kendall's Mews, Blandford Street, Brass Worker Privet, Mary, Vineyard, Southwark, Charwoman Phillips, Henry, Pleasant Row, Lord's Cricket Ground, Labourer Raven, Henry Baldwin, Clerk to the Solicitor to the Treasury Reed, William, Officer, Hatton Garden Revell, James, Soldier, 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards Ridsdale, William, Waiter, Peel's Coffee House Rockford, George, Little Park Lane, Regent Spark. Watchman Rogers, Mary, Fox Court, Grayson Lane, Chandler's Shopkeeper Rogers, George. Warder of the Tower Ruthven, George Thomas Joseph. Officer, Bow Street Salabanks, William, Holly Row, Lord's Cricket Ground, Carpenter Salmon, William Joseph, Seymour Place, Marrowbone, Taylor Salmon, William, Officer, Bow Street Saxelby, Warder of the Tower Shepherd, Robert, Ditto Shepherd, Sarah, Great Wild Street, Vittler Simpson, Edward, Corporal Major, 2D Regiment Lifeguard Smart, Thomas, Wood Street. Westminster, Watchmaker Smith, Augustus, Swan Horseshoe Public House, Little Britain, Plumber and Glazier Spooner, Ralph, Servant to Armstrong and Co. Leather Lane Stafford, John, Chief Clerk, Bow Street Strickland, James, Corporal 2D Regiment Coldstream Guards Sermon, John, Patrol, Bow Street Such, William, John Street, Grosvenor Mews, Cordwainer Smith, John Clark, John Street, West, Edgware Road, Vittler Taunton, Samuel H., Officer, Bow Street Taylor, Sarah, Warwick Street, Golden Square, Prince Eller Thompson, Abraham, Warder of the Tower Tomlin, William. Grayson Lane, Vittler Townsend, John. Patrol, Bow Street Van Sittert, Nicholas, the Right Honorable, Chancellor and Under-Treasurer of His Majesty's Exchequer Valentine, Benjamin, William, Officer, Marlborough Street Underwood, William, Warder of the Tower Wales, John, Officer, Marlborough Street Walker, James, Gun Street, Old Artillery Ground, Coffee House Keeper Walker, Eleanor, Spinster, Servant to Henry Rogers, Fox Court, Grayson Lane Whedon. James, Edgware Road, Oil and Colour Man Welford, John, South Street, Park Lane, Clerk. To James Denew, Auctioneer and Appraiser Westcott, William, Patrol, Bow Street Wood, Robert, Elliott's Row, Lord's Cricket Ground, Tinman Woodward, John, High Street, Islington, Cordwainer Wright, John, Patrol, Bow Street Wheeler, Henry, Turnkey, House of Correction Weston, Elizabeth, Cato-Street, wife of Edward Weston, Plumber and Glazier. In addition to the copy of the indictment, and list of jurors and witnesses, the prisoners received each of them the following notice from the Solicitor to the Treasury. The King v. Arthur Thistlewood W.M. Davidson, James Ings, John Thomas Brunt, Richard Tidd Jazz, W.M. Wilson, John Harrison, Richard Bradburn, John Shaw Strange, James Gilchrist, and Charles Cooper for high treason. You are hereby required to produce, upon the trial of this indictment, certain paper writings, written or prepared, or caused to be written or prepared by you, or some or one of you, on or about the 23d day of February last, each of these purporting to be an address to the people of this kingdom, stating therein that their tyrants were destroyed, and that the friends of liberty were called on to come forward. As the provisional government was then sitting, or to the like purport or effect, and also a certain other writing, written or prepared, or caused to be written or prepared by you, or some or one of you, purporting to be an address to the soldiers, soliciting them to join the friends of liberty, and that they should have their discharge, and full pay for life, and £20 to take them to their homes, or to the like purport or effect, and also all other addresses and proclamations whatsoever, written or prepared, or caused to be written or prepared by you, or any of you, between the 1st day of January, and the 24th day of February last. Dated this 8th day of March, 1820. Geo. Mall, Solicitor for the Prosecution. To the above-named Arthur Thistlewood, N.C., and to each and every of them. The reason for the service of the above notice was as follows. it was supposed that the accomplices who had become King's evidence would, in their examination as witnesses, state that such an address as that referred to in the notice was prepared and in the possession of some of the defendants, and as the prosecutors would not, according to the rules of evidence, be allowed to give verbal testimony of the contents of the address without previously giving notice to the defendants to produce the original, the Crown Solicitor served them all with notice. On the 13th of April, Mr. Sheriff Rothwell received a summons from the office of the Secretary of State for the Home Department, requiring his presence at Whitehall, to make the necessary arrangements for the removal of the state prisoners in the Tower to Newgate. The sheriff, accompanied by Mr. Under Sheriff Turner, immediately proceeded to the Home Office, where they were introduced to Lord Sidmouth. The mode of conveying the prisoners having been decided upon, Lord Sidmouth delivered to Sheriff Rothwell a writ, empowering him to receive into his custody, from the warder of the Tower of London, the bodies of Arthur Thistlewood, William Davidson, James Ings, John Thomas Brunt, Richard Tidd, James William Wilson, and John Harrison, charged with high treason. His lordship at the same time intimated that a military force would be in attendance, to guard the prisoners to their place of destination. In consequence of the plan adopted, on the morning of the 14th, as early as 6:30, Mr. Sheriff Rothwell, Mr. Under Sheriff Turner, Mr. Under Sheriff Pullen, Mr. Brown, Jailer of Newgate, Mr. Wutner, the Chief City Marshal, and Mr. Brown, the Deputy Marshal, arrived at the Tower, and were immediately introduced to the resident governor, Major J. H. Elrington, who had been apprised of their coming, and had given directions to the warders to have their prisoners in readiness. A numerous detachment of the Life Guards soon afterwards arrived at the fortress, and these were followed by a strong party of Bow Street officers, in 7 carriages, which were engaged for the occasion. At 7 o'clock, everything being in readiness, directions were given to the warders to bring forth their prisoners. The prisoners were then conducted separately from their respective places of confinement, between 2 warders, into the courtyard, where they were delivered to the officers in waiting, by whom they were handcuffed. While the handcuffs were being placed on Thistlewood, he was greatly agitated, and trembled exceedingly. Their names were called over from the writ, and Mr. Brown, the jailer of Newgate, was thus enabled to recognize their persons. They were all perfectly silent until about to depart, when they expressed their thanks to the warder for the humane attention which they had received. The whole being now assembled, they were marched, each between 2 Bow Street officers, to the Fosse Gate, beyond which the carriages had been drawn up. Thistlewood was placed in the first carriage, and was joined by 3 police officers. The remaining prisoners were each placed in a separate carriage, and each attended by 3 Bow Street officers. They were accompanied by a troop of Life Guards, and proceeded in a direct course to Newgate Prison. The carriages were flanked on each side by horse guards in single file. Notwithstanding the early hour of the morning, and the secrecy with which the removal was so prudently conducted, as the carriages issued from the Tower gates, an immense throng had assembled to witness their departure. In the jail of Newgate, the marshal's men, and a large body of constables, were assembled at 7 o'clock for the purpose of preserving order, and when, at 20 minutes before 8, it was announced that the prisoners were approaching, they sallied forth and formed a half-moon in front of the felon's door. In a few seconds afterwards, the horse guards turned the corner of the Old Bailey, and rode up to the prison. Mr. Sheriff Rothwell and the under-sheriff drove up to the private door of Mr. Brown's house, and obtained admission to the jail by that means. The prisoners alighted at the felon's door, and were received by the chief turnkey. Thistlewood, as he went up the steps, appeared greatly dejected, as did Ings, Tidd, and Brunt. Davidson, Harrison, and Wilson seemed to maintain their confidence. The prisoners were ultimately conducted to the cells which had been previously prepared for their reception, and the whole being thus safely delivered to the proper authorities, the horse guards rode off to their quarters. Thistlewood was placed in a small but comfortable cell by himself, having a fire and other accommodations. In the daytime an officer was constantly present with him, and at night 2 were kept on guard. The other 6 prisoners brought from the Tower were placed all together, and had the accommodation of a large yard on the north side of the prison, in which they were allowed to take the air. With them also 1 officer in the daytime, and 2 at night, were always present. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon the 4 prisoners confined in the House of Correction, likewise arrived at Newgate, without any military escort. They were brought in 2 carriages, accompanied by 5 or 6 police officers. These 4 prisoners were placed in a separate cell apart from those who had been brought from the Tower. With respect to the prisoners arrived from the House of Correction, the same precautions were taken, and 1 guard in the day, and 2 at night, were appointed to be constantly present with them. In order to prevent any disturbance of a serious nature taking place, a further precaution had been taken. A detachment of the London militia arrived in the course of the afternoon at Newgate, and continued there until the whole of the trials were concluded. A committee was formed among the friends and partisans of the prisoners for the purpose of raising subscriptions to support the wives and families of the unfortunate men, who, it will be recollected, were all of the lowest and most abject class of society, during their imprisonment, and for employing a solicitor, retaining counsel, and arranging other matters for their defense on the approaching trial. The following handbill, containing a forcible appeal to the feelings of the public, was put forth by the families of the misguided men, under the direction of the Committee for the Management of their Defense. How far the assertions so confidently expressed in this paper were borne out by the evidence given on the trial, on which we are now about to enter, we leave our readers to determine. An appeal to the British nation. The wives and families of the unfortunate persons now imprisoned for an alleged conspiracy against the present government venture to intrude their helpless and unprotected situation on the immediate attention of their countrymen, and to offer this imperfect, but they trust not unsuccessful, appeal into the truth or falsehood of the charges, by virtue of which their husbands and parents are suffering under the double weight of public obloquy and rigorous confinement. They do not now presume to enter, they merely put in their claims in behalf of their unhappy relatives, that they may not be deprived of the benefits common to every Briton, viz., that of being at least not condemned until legally proved guilty, nor excluded from all possibility of a fair and unbiased trial, before a jury of their peers. They beg to remind their countrymen that, hitherto, the unfortunate accused have had no opportunity of proving their innocence, or offering anything in their own defense, that all is ex parte statement, consisting of the testimony of Bow Street officers, and the exaggerated reports contained in the public journals, the former of which in many instances have been interested parties, and have even been proved to have instigated to the commission of crime, that they might afterwards betray the delinquents and obtain the promised reward, and the latter are notoriously guilty of loading their daily columns with the most scandalous falsehoods and misrepresentations. Under these impressions, they trust that a generous and humane public will suspend their judgment, until the whole of this unhappy business has undergone the solemn and final adjudication of a legal tribunal, when the guilt or innocence of the respective parties may be rendered manifest to the world at large. Of this they are naturally the more solicitous, because it will be recollected that when upon a former occasion, some of the persons who now stand charged with the crime of high treason were accused and tried for a similar offense, it was found, after a patient and impartial investigation, to the perfect satisfaction both of the jury and the British public, that the alleged conspiracy was, as they verily believe the present will also be proved, nothing more than the artful invention of hired spies and secret agents, who endeavored to instigate to the perpetration of crime, that they themselves might reap an ample harvest from the blood of their deluded victims, and recommend themselves to their employers. Waiving for the present, however, all further discussion upon this painful and distressing subject, it is earnestly hoped that whatever opinion or prejudice may be entertained respecting the guilt or innocence of the accused, a generous public will not confound the innocent with the guilty, or suffer the defenseless and unprotected women and children, who have no share or concern in these melancholy transactions, to perish for want of timely relief, while their husbands and parents are lingering in solitary confinement, unable to stretch forth a helping hand to save them from impending ruin. They are at this moment actually destitute of the means of subsistence, and dying for want of food. It is hoped that this imperfect but faithful statement of their real situation and circumstances will induce the benevolent to step forward and contribute their liberal aid, to rescue those distressed objects from famine and despair. Subscriptions will be received by the printer, 10 Duke Street, Smithfield, Mr. Griffin, 10 Middle Row, Holborn, opposite Gray's Inn Lane, Mr. Walker, Gun Street, Spitalfields, and by the relatives of the accused persons. The smallest donations will be thankfully acknowledged. Mary Brunt, for herself and 1 child. Mary Tidd, and 8 children. Amelia Bradburn, and 8 children. Mary Strange, and 2 children. Charlotte Preston, and 3 sisters. Susan Thistlewood, 1 child. Sarah Davidson, and 6 children. Caroline Harrison, and 3 children. Mr. Harmer was employed by the committee for all the prisoners except Bradburn, having been previously employed for Bradburn by that man's relations and friends. Mr. Adolphus and Mr. Cawood were retained as counsel for Thistlewood, Brunt, Davidson, Ings, and Tidd, and Mr. Walford and Mr. Broderick for the remainder of the prisoners. It may be proper here to state that during the whole time the prisoners were in custody, on the awful charges which we have so minutely detailed, the greatest attention possible was paid to their personal comfort and convenience, consistent with their safe custody, and indeed the unhappy men themselves felt and acknowledged the humane attention with which they had uniformly been treated. Footnote 1. See Newgate Calendar Vol. 4. Trials. 4. High Treason. Sessions House, Old Bailey, Saturday, April 15, 1820. This being the day to which the court had been adjourned for arraigning and receiving the pleas of the 11 prisoners, against whom bills of indictment for high treason had been found, the proceedings commenced. At 10 o'clock precisely, the commissioners entered the court, preceded by Mr. Sheriff Rothwell. They were the Lord Chief Justice Abbott, the Lord Chief Justice Dallas, the Chief Baron Richards, and Mr. Justice Richardson. The Common Sergeant, who was also in the commission, was likewise present, and Sir William Layton, Sir R. Carglin, Mr. Alderman Christopher Smith, and C. The Lord Chief Justice Abbott, after the commissioners were all seated, rose, and presented to Mr. Shelton the indictments which had been found under the special commission, for the purpose of having them tried under the general session of Oyer and Terminer, and jail delivery, then holden in that court. Mr. Shelton, on receiving them, immediately gave directions to Mr. Brown, the jailer, to bring up his prisoners. The prisoners were then brought into court, each man accompanied by a constable, and placed at the back part of the dock. Arthur Thistlewood entered first. He looked pale and dejected. He was dressed in a black coat and velvet collar, light-colored waistcoat, blue trousers, and shoes. None of the prisoners were either handcuffed or bolted. The other men were decently clad, according to their means, and appeared cleanly and healthful. The whole being assembled, Mr. Clark, the deputy clerk of the arraigns, proceeded to call over their names from the back of the bill found for high treason, preparatory to the arraignment. Arthur Thistlewood first came forward, and was desired to hold up his hand. Having complied with this direction, he was placed at the bar. William Davidson, the man of color, James Ings, John Thomas Brunt, and Richard Tidd, were then called, and went through the same ceremony. Upon coming to the name of James William Wilson, who remained with the other prisoners, did not answer. The name was twice repeated, but still he took no notice. One of the turnkeys then addressed him personally, and said, "Come forward, Wilson," to which he replied, "That is not my name." Mr. Cawood now stated to the court that he was counsel for some of the prisoners, and that it was intended to put in a plea of misnomer as to this man. The Lord Chief Justice that must be done when the indictment is read, and when the prisoner is called on to plead. The remaining prisoners, John Harrison, Richard Bradburn, and John Shaw Strange, James Gilchrist, and Charles Cooper, were then called, and severally came to the bar, and held up their hands. The Lord Chief Justice Abbott "Prisoners, attend while the indictment is read." And then, addressing himself to Mr. Clark, "Let their names be called over again." Their names were accordingly called over, and Mr. Clark proceeded to read the indictment for high treason, for which see page 90. On coming to the second count, Mr. Cawood submitted that as the overt acts in this count were similar to those in the first count, it was scarcely necessary to give the officer of the court the trouble of reading, or the court the fatigue of listening to it. The Lord Chief Justice Abbott, "You think it may be dispensed with. Very well. This may the more readily be acquiesced in, as all the prisoners have been furnished with copies of the indictment. Unless the prisoners themselves desire it, therefore, this count need not be read." His lordship then addressed himself to the prisoners, and asked them whether they wished any more of this count to be read. He added that their counsel thought it unnecessary. Ings. I do not think it is necessary. The other prisoners all acquiesced in this determination. The succeeding counts were then read, when Mr. Clark addressed himself to Arthur Thistlewood, and asked him whether he was guilty or not guilty of the treasons and felonies whereof he stood charged. Thistlewood. Not guilty. Mr. Clark. How will you be tried? Thistlewood. By God and my country. The same question, which is the usual form in arraignments, was then put to Davidson, who also pleaded not guilty, and agreed to be tried in the same way. Ings, in a firm tone of voice, said, I am not guilty. I will be tried by God and by the laws of reason. The laws of reason are the laws of God. The Lord Chief Justice. Instruct him to plead in the usual way. Mr. Brown having spoken to the prisoner, he agreed to the ordinary terms of the plea, and said he would be tried by God and his country. John Thomas Brunt and Richard Tidd followed the example of Thistlewood and Davidson. Mr. Clark next called the name of James William Wilson. Wilson came forward, and repeated his declaration that that was not his name. The Lord Chief Justice Abbott. What is your name? Wilson. My name is James Wilson. Mr. Cawood. We mean to plead in abatement that this man has been indicted by a wrong name. The Lord Chief Justice Abbott. Is your plea prepared? Mr. Cawood. Yes, my lord. The Lord Chief Justice Abbott. Let it be sworn. The plea was then handed to Wilson, and he was sworn, in the customary form, to answer all such questions as the court should demand of him. The Lord Chief Justice. Have you read the contents of that plea, and the form of affidavit subjoined, and is it true in matter and in substance? Wilson. I have, my lord. I have signed it. It is true. The Lord Chief Justice. You swear the contents of your affidavit are true? Wilson. Yes. The Lord Chief Justice. Let the plea be received. The plea was handed accordingly to Mr. Shelton. The Lord Chief Justice. The plea is received by the court. It is for the Attorney General to consider what he proposes to do with it. For the present, take that man back. The prisoner stood back. Harrison, Bradburn, Strange, Gilchrist, and Cooper then pleaded not guilty, and pursued the course adopted by the other prisoners. Thistlewood, Brunt, Tidd, Wilson, Harrison, and Strange were then arraigned on a second indictment, charging them, in various counts, with the willful murder of Richard Smithers, in the parish of Marylebone, in the county of Middlesex, on the 23d of February last. They all pleaded not guilty, with the exception of Wilson, who again pleaded the misnomer, and a plea was ordered to be prepared accordingly. Ings now attracted the attention of the court, and said, I wish to speak, if I am permitted. I wish to know whether we are going to be tried all together or separately. My wish is to be tried separately. I think I shall be able to prove that I am innocent of the charges alleged against me. The Lord Chief Justice. It is probable your request may be attended to, but this is not the proper time for making it. We will hear that presently. The whole of the 11 prisoners were next arraigned on a third indictment, which was founded on the coroner's inquisition, by which they were all, together with certain other persons to the jurors unknown, pronounced guilty of the willful murder of Richard Smithers. In this indictment the name of Wilson was correctly set forth. He, therefore, together with the other prisoners, pleaded not guilty. Arthur Thistlewood was then arraigned separately on an indictment, charging him with shooting at, with intent to kill, or do some grievous bodily harm to, William Westcott, one of the Bow Street patrol engaged in arresting the conspirators in Cato-Street. He pleaded not guilty, as did James Ings and Richard Tidd to similar indictments preferred against the latter, for shooting at, with intent to kill, William Legg, sergeant in the Coldstream Guards, and the former for shooting at William Charles Brooks, one of the Bow Street patrol. To each of these indictments a count was added, alleging the intent to be to obstruct certain officers of the peace and apprehending them while in the pursuit of illegal objects, and conspiring to murder and assassinate certain liege subjects of our Lord the King. James Wilson was put to the bar to plead to an indictment against him for shooting at John Muddock, one of the soldiers engaged in Cato-Street. But, being again described as James William Wilson, he pleaded his misnomer once more, and a plea was ordered to be prepared accordingly. The whole of the indictments having been gone through, the Attorney General addressed the commissioners, and said that as he understood it was the wish of the prisoners to separate their challenges, he begged that the prisoners might be apprised that Arthur Thistlewood would be tried alone upon the indictment for high treason on Monday morning. The Lord Chief Justice desired that the prisoners might be asked whether it was their wish to challenge separately. The prisoners all expressed their wish to that effect. Mr. Shelton then addressed Thistlewood, and informed him that he would be put upon his trial for high treason on Monday morning, at 9 o'clock. The prisoners were then all taken from the bar, with the exception of Wilson, who remained to make affidavits to the pleas which he had tendered. The Attorney General then adverted to the necessity of assigning counsel to the prisoners under the terms of the statute. The Lord Chief Justice desired that the names of the counsel selected by the prisoners might be stated to the court. Mr. Harmer immediately announced that Mr. Adolphus and Mr. Cawood were to be the counsel for the first 6 prisoners, including Arthur Thistlewood, and that Mr. Walford and Mr. Broderick would conduct the defense of the remaining 5. The Lord Chief Justice directed that the counsel named should be assigned accordingly. The additional pleas of Wilson were then brought into court by Mr. Harmer, and the prisoner was sworn to their contents. The Lord Chief Justice let the pleas be received. His Lordship subsequently announced that the Attorney General had filed his replication to the pleas in question. Thomas Hyde and Robert Adams Wilson was then taken back to Newgate, and the whole of the prisoners were reconducted to their respective places of confinement. Thistlewood shook hands most cordially with some of his companions, whom he had not previously seen since his commitment. Trial of Arthur Thistlewood, first day, April 17, 1820. The interest excited by this trial was strongly manifested by the assemblage of a crowd in front of the Sessions House, as early as 7 o'clock. Previous to this time a numerous body of the civil force had arrived, and were stationed in such situations as to control the multitude. For the purpose of preventing the interruption arising from the passage of carriages and carts through the Old Bailey, rails were erected at the 2 ends, next Ludgate Hill and Fleet Lane. These were only open to admit the carriages of persons engaged in the business of the court. At 8 o'clock the arrival of the jurymen who had been summoned created considerable bustle, and this was greatly increased by the pressure of other persons for admission to the court. Regulations were adopted to prevent the entrance of those who were not provided with tickets. This was the more necessary, as from the limited nature of the court, but a small portion of the public could obtain accommodation. The jury alone, who stood in the body of the court, were upwards of 200 in number. Certain boxes were devoted to the reception of females, several of whom were present. The witnesses for the Crown were divided into 2 parties. The more respectable were placed in the grand jury room, and those of an humbler class remained in a contiguous apartment. Monument, who remained a prisoner in the Tower, was brought from thence in the care of 2 warders, and Lavender and Bishop. He was placed in a room by himself, as was Adams, who was brought from the House of Correction in the custody of Governor Adkins. The pikes, swords, guns, pistols, grenades, ammunition, and other articles intended to be produced on the trial, and which the witnesses brought with them, presented a most formidable appearance. At 8:30 Thistlewood was conducted from his cell, in the care of one of the turnkeys. He appeared greatly dejected. He was placed in the apartment usually devoted to those about to be put on their trials. The other prisoners were not brought down. As the time appointed for the sitting of the commissioners approached, the body of the court became greatly crowded, while the galleries, which are private property, and to which admission could only be obtained by the payment of a guinea, were comparatively thin. The boxes assigned to the Committee of City Lands and the Grand Jury were completely filled. At 9 o'clock the commissioners entered the court in the same order as described on Saturday. The court was then opened in the usual form. Mr. Shelton immediately proceeded to call over the names of the jurymen summoned. As they answered, they were asked whether they were freeholders in the county of Middlesex to the amount of £10 a year, or of a freehold and coppihold together of that amount. In the event of their answering in the negative, they were passed over. Those who did not answer when called, were called upon their summonses to come forth and save their fines of 100 shillings an issue. Several were in this predicament. The object of this ceremony was to ascertain the number and eligibility of the jurymen in attendance, preparatory to their being subsequently subject to the challenges of the Crown officers and the prisoners. Some of the gentlemen were excused from attendance on the ground of their health being so infirm as to preclude them from doing their duty as jurymen. While this form was going through, the prisoner Thistlewood was put to the bar, and attracted general attention. He was dressed as on Saturday, and came forward with apparent firmness. He had in his hand a pencil and a sheet of paper. He paid particular attention to the names as they were called over. The counsel for the Crown in attendance were the Attorney General, the Solicitor General, Mr. Bolland, and Mr. Littledale. Those for the prisoners were Mr. Cawood, Mr. Adolphus, Mr. Walford, and Mr. Broderick. Such was the pressure occasioned by the assemblage of the jury, that they were constrained to ask permission to quit the court as their names were called over. This request was complied with, but they were desired to remain within hearing. As the prisoner stood at the bar, and while the court was occupied in attending to the list of the jury being called over, a man of shabby appearance contrived to get to the corner of the dock, and to place his hat on the board in front, and then, calling Thistlewood's attention, directed him to take the contents. Thistlewood immediately took from the hat 5 oranges, which he put in his pocket. Mr. Brown, who was in his box, witnessed the transaction, and admonished the obtruder. He afterwards directed one of his turnkeys to take the oranges into his possession. Thistlewood, on being asked, delivered up the fruit, and they were carried out of court to be examined. There might seem, in this conduct, on the part of Mr. Brown, something of harshness, but when it is recollected that an orange might be made the vehicle of conveying to the prisoner the means of personal destruction, or some other thing which the precautions already taken were meant to prevent, it will be seen that he did no more than became the vigilant execution of his duty. The oranges, having been examined, were returned. It was intimated to Thistlewood that he should be provided with anything in the way of refreshment which he might require. We have already stated that all communication with the prisoner, save under an order from the Secretary of State, had been most positively interdicted. The act of the individual in the present instance, however well-intentioned, was in direct contravention of this order. Subsequent to this transaction, 2 letters, which had come by post, were delivered to Mr. Brown. We believe they were addressed to the prisoners, and, after they had been shown to him, Mr. Brown felt it his duty to enclose and send them to the Solicitor of the Treasury. At 12 o'clock the whole of the jury had been called over. Thistlewood then addressed the court, and said, "Will your lordship allow me a chair?" The Lord Chief Justice thought, "Considering the length of time which your trial is likely to last, the court will grant you this indulgence." A chair was then placed at the front of the dock, and the prisoner sat down, having first thanked the court. The trial. Mr. Shelton then announced to the prisoner that the jury were about to be called, and that, if he was disposed to challenge any or either of them, he would do so on their coming to the box to be sworn, and before they were sworn. A considerable number of challenges then took place, both on the part of the Crown and of the prisoner. At length the following jurymen were impaneled: Alexander Barclay, Teddington, Gent, and Grosser; Thomas Goodchild, North End, Hendon Esq; Thomas Suffield Aldersey, Lisson Grove, North Esq; James Herbert, Isleworth, Carpenter; John Shooter, North End, Hendon, Gent; Samuel Granger, Blackwell, Lighterman; George Dickinson, Cato-Street, Limehouse, Builder; John Edward Shepherd, Eden Grove, Holloway; John Fowler, St. John Street, Iron Plate Wicker; William Gibbs Roberts, Ropemaker's Field, Limehouse, Cooper; John Dobson, Felix Place, Islington, Esq; William Cooper, Grove Street, St. Pancras, Esq. After which the Lord Chief Justice thus delivered himself: "As there are several persons charged with the offense of high treason by this indictment, whose trials are likely to be taken one after the other, I think it necessary, in the furtherance of justice, strictly to prohibit the publication of the proceedings of this, or any other day, until the whole of the trials shall be brought to a conclusion. It is highly necessary to the purposes of justice that the public mind, or the jurymen who are hereafter to serve, should not be influenced by the publication of any of the proceedings which may take place, until the whole of those proceedings shall be finished. It is expected that all persons, therefore, will attend to this admonition." Mr. Shelton then called the attention of the prisoner, and read the indictment. Mr. Bolland, as junior counsel for the Crown, having shortly opened the indictment, the Attorney General, at 1:30, proceeded to address the jury. May it please your lordship, and gentlemen of the jury, you are now assembled to discharge one of the most important duties that can devolve to the province of a jury, to decide upon the guilt or innocence of a party charged with the highest offense known to the law, and upon such an occasion, I am satisfied it is unnecessary for me to bespeak your patient attention to the case before you. Still less even to hint to you the necessity of coming to the investigation with unbiased and unprejudiced minds. You, I am sure, will discharge from your recollection everything you may have heard or read relative to the charge which is about to be preferred against the prisoner at the bar, confining your attention solely and exclusively to the evidence which will be adduced in support of the charge, and forming your conclusion on that evidence only. Gentlemen, the charge, as I have stated to you, is one of the highest nature known to the law. Other offenses, generally speaking, however heinous and however enormous, may in their consequences, except so far as example is concerned, end with the fate of the perpetrators, or with the individuals who have been injured. But with respect to high treason, not only in its inception, but still more so if it is unfortunately completed, it draws after it consequences of the most important kind, affecting not merely individuals, but the whole community against whom it is directed. Gentlemen, I shall not trouble you in the observations I have to make to you, painful as the duty now imposed upon me is, with any lengthened detail with regard to the law as it affects the charge imputed to the prisoner. Because, if I mistake not, that law is so clear, and if I err not greatly, the facts that will be proved to you will establish the case against the prisoner in so clear and satisfactory a manner, that it would be an idle affectation in me to cite any authorities before you in support of the charge. Because if the overt acts, as they are called, or any of them, are proved to your satisfaction, and I have no doubt but a considerable number of them will be proved, no man who hears me can entertain the slightest doubt that the offense charged in the indictment will be established in point of law. Gentlemen, the charges in this indictment, though four in number, will be all proved to you by the same evidence, and if the evidence I shall lay before you be sufficient to establish one of them, it will, I believe, completely establish the whole. 3 of the offenses charged consist in compassing and imagining the deposition of the king from his throne, the death of the king, and a conspiracy to levy war, in order to compel him to change his measures for the government of the kingdom. It is hardly necessary for me to state to you that in proof of these charges, it is not essential that the plans of the parties accused should aim directly and immediately either at the life or the deposition of His Majesty, because, if they are aimed at that form of government which now exists, if intended to bring about a change in the system of rule now established, by means of war, which would naturally tend to effect that which must ultimately result either in the removal of the king from his kingly dignity, or in compelling him to change his measures in council, that would be high treason, and therefore in these cases it is quite sufficient to shew that the plans framed were of a description and nature aiming against the government, which will undoubtedly be proved in this case, although not directly and in the first instance aimed against the personal safety or the personal authority of the crown. If, therefore, the consequences of the acts of the accused in this case, if those acts had been perfected, must inevitably have led to these results, they establish in point of law the treason charged, and therefore, gentlemen, not to bewilder you in the inquiry which you are about to enter upon, I think it quite sufficient in the outset to state to you that, in which I believe I shall be confirmed by the highest authority in the law when this case comes to be summed up to you, viz., that if the overt acts and facts charged in the indictment as evidencing the intention existing in the minds of the conspirators be proved to your satisfaction, they do prove the charges laid in this indictment, and therefore, it is unnecessary to trouble you with any further observations on the law of the case. Gentlemen, important as the duty is which you are called upon to discharge, and anxious as that duty certainly must be to you, mine, I say, is no less anxious. For although in the address I purpose making to you, I do assure you I mean only to inform your minds of the nature of the charge brought before you, and of the evidence by which that charge will be substantiated, yet my duty is most painful. And I make this address with no view of leading your minds to any conclusion which the evidence itself does not warrant, with no intention of making any addition of my own, for, God knows, the facts want no addition to accelerate the inevitable conclusion to which you must come. It is my duty to state to you, as counsel for the prosecution, the case against the unfortunate man at the bar, as detailed to me in my instructions. My anxiety, therefore, is, I do assure you most conscientiously, not by anything I shall state to you to attempt to lead or direct your minds to the conclusion which you ought only to draw from the evidence, but to state to you calmly and fairly the facts which I believe will be proved, without any attempt at exaggeration on the one hand, or anything but a fair and candid narrative on the other, without any coloring whatever. Because no coloring can alter the real facts of the case, however. If I should err in this, and if in anything I state to you, you shall, when you come to make up your minds, think the statement not proved in evidence, or the observations or inferences which I may have drawn shall not be fairly borne out by the facts proved, you will dismiss them from your minds, and confine your attention to that alone which is proved. But if you believe the statement I shall make, if you believe the observations made in that statement are fair and natural on the facts, then you will give them the weight they deserve, and you will suffer them to operate so far, and no further, as you, in your judgment, think they ought. Gentlemen, having said thus much, I will, without farther preface, call your attention as perspicuously and as shortly as I can to the facts which will be proved in evidence to support the charges. The prisoner at the bar, Arthur Thistlewood, must be already known to you by name, but as I before stated to you, let nothing that you have known or heard of him before you came into this court to discharge the solemn duty you are bound to perform, have the least effect upon that verdict you are to pronounce. The prisoner at the bar, however, I state to you, as it will be proved in evidence, had for some time conceived the wicked and nefarious plan of overturning the government so long established in this country, and it will appear to you that several, nay, all of the persons mentioned in the indictment, were participators in the same design, some of them, probably, coming into that purpose and design at a later period than others, but all of them concurring in the last criminal event which led to their detection. I shall prove to you by the most satisfactory evidence that all of them were combining in that act, which was to be the commencement of that revolution in the country, which was meditated. I would, however, call your attention to two persons, whose names you will frequently hear in the course of this inquiry. I mean a person of the name of James Ings, and a person of the name of John Thomas Brunt. The prisoner at the bar resided, during the time of the transaction which I am about to relate to you, in Stanhope Street, Clare Market. The person named Brunt, I believe, was a shoemaker or boot closer, residing at a place which will be frequently mentioned in the course of the evidence, Fox Court, Gray's Inn Lane. He inhabited 2 rooms in a house in that court, I believe the 2nd floor, and in one of which his trade was carried on, and in the other his family, consisting of himself, his wife, an apprentice of the name of Hales, and his son, lived. I shall not carry your attention very far back in the narrative of this transaction. It will be sufficient for me, particularly in the outset, to call your attention to circumstances that took place between the close of the month of January and the 23d of the following month of February. Undoubtedly it will appear to you that long prior to that period the prisoner at the bar, the 2 persons I have mentioned, and several of the others, whose names are included in this indictment, had consulted and devised plans for the purpose of overturning the government. They had frequent meetings at a public house, called the White Hart, in Brook's Market, in a room which they had obtained for the purpose of these meetings, behind that public house. About the latter end of January, or at the commencement of the month of February, they thought it prudent to remove their meetings from this place, and that it would be better that they should be carried on, if possible, in a room in the house where Brunt lived in Fox Court, and to avoid suspicion, they therefore had recourse to this contrivance, that another room in that house, and upon the same floor on which Brunt resided, should be taken by the prisoner Ings, who is, I believe, by trade a butcher. Brunt and Ings on that occasion hired that room, for the avowed purpose of a lodging for Ings, but for the secret and real object of having their meetings there, where they might devise their plans, and prepare the means for carrying the object of their conspiracy into execution, that being a place of more security and privacy than the one at which they had previously held their assemblies. At the close of the month of January, or the beginning of the month of February, you will learn that having previously prepared means for effecting their plans, their meetings at Brunt's room became more frequent and regular. They had determined, and gentlemen, I here regret that in an English court of justice I have to state to you the horrible purpose which then entered into their minds, and the way in which they intended to consummate the nefarious operations they had in view. It was thought by Englishmen that the assassination of several, if not all, of His Majesty's ministers would be a proper step towards carrying into effect the revolution they intended, and you will find that they meditated and consulted on the means by which that horrible purpose was to be completed. They entertained hopes that they might be enabled, at some meeting of His Majesty's ministers, to effect all at once the double purpose they had conceived. Having done that, they intended at the same moment, or about the same time, to set fire to various parts of this metropolis, to endeavor to obtain possession of the cannon which were at the artillery ground, and at the light horse volunteers' stables in Gray's Inn Lane, to create as much confusion and dismay as they could by these various operations, and then to establish, what, in their vain expectations, they had imagined themselves capable of effecting, a provisional government, the seat of which was to be at the Mansion House. They had frequent deliberations on this plan. You will recollect that His late Most Excellent Majesty died on the 29th of January. At this time their deliberations were going on with the greatest activity. During the latter end of that month and the beginning of February, it was thought that the meeting of His Majesty's ministers at the King's funeral would be a proper occasion for carrying their plans into effect. They had intimation that upon that occasion, the greater part of the troops centered in the metropolis would be removed to Windsor, to witness the solemnity, and they imagined that would be a fit and proper period to commence their operations. But however, they found that their schemes embraced more objects than at that period they had the means of effecting, and upon that night they did not attempt the purposes they had in view. But, gentlemen, brooding over their nefarious schemes, many of these men became impatient at the delay which from unavoidable circumstances interposed between the present day and that on which they hoped to accomplish their purposes, and you will find that on the 19th of February, to which I shall presently call your attention, the impatience became so great on the part of many of these persons as to be restrained no longer. They found that during this delay, an opportunity offered at which they could effect the horrible purpose I have mentioned, the assassination of all His Majesty's ministers assembled at one and the same house. They got intimation on Saturday the 16th of February, that on the Wednesday following the opportunity would occur when they would be able to effect their purpose, by finding that His Majesty's ministers would be assembled at the same house. Upon hearing that such an assemblage was to take place, they determined, at a meeting held for that purpose, that at all events, on the following Wednesday some blows should be struck, and that the revolution they had in contemplation should actually take place. Having thus determined, they appointed a meeting on the following day, Saturday, at Brunt's house, for the purpose of forming a committee, upon whom should devolve the plan which was to be effected on the ensuing Wednesday. At that meeting, and indeed at all the meetings, you will find the prisoner foremost in everything. He was to be their leader, and he was to be one of the men on whom they placed the greatest reliance. You will find that at this meeting he is the person who addressed them, and prepared the plans, and in whose plans they placed the greatest confidence. Gentlemen, upon this 19th of February it was that Thistlewood proposed that which I have stated to you. He stated that as it did not appear from the intelligence they could collect that ministers were likely to meet at the cabinet dinner soon, they immediately ascertained the strength of their respective parties, and having so ascertained them, these parties should be divided into different bodies, upon some of whom should devolve the horrible duty of destroying as many of His Majesty's ministers as their means and convenience would allow. That upon others should be imposed the duty of setting fire to various parts of the metropolis, and that others should be assigned other duties, which were there pointed out by the prisoner. This plan, formed at that meeting, was seconded by Brunt, whose name I have already mentioned, and thereto it was agreed, as I have already stated, that on the following day, Saturday, a meeting should take place at Brunt's room, in order to appoint a committee, upon whom should devolve the final arrangement of the plan which was to be executed on the following Wednesday. On the Sunday the meeting accordingly took place, attended by the prisoner, by Ings, by Harrison, by Wilson, and by other persons, whose names are mentioned in this indictment, and with which I do not at this moment trouble you, because, as your attention is confined to the present prisoner, it is unnecessary to do so. At the same time, in the course of this investigation, connecting, as we shall do, all these persons in one common plan and design, the acts and declarations of each will be most important, because they will all be answerable for the acts of each in furtherance of their common purpose. Upon that occasion they met at Brunt's, and it was then agreed that they should meet again on the following morning, Monday, February 21st. After the plans I should tell you, on the Sunday were again repeated by Thistlewood, they were again approved by these persons. I think the number who attended on that occasion amounted to 14 or 15 persons. They then agreed that no activity should be wanting in the meantime. I mean to prepare that to which I shall by and by call your attention. They met again on Monday at Brunt's. The same plan was again canvassed. No objection was made, and they then separated for the purpose of communicating it to their different friends in different parts of the town, and for the purpose of collecting as many persons as they were enabled to do for the meeting on the following Wednesday. On Tuesday, the 22nd of February, a meeting took place again in the morning, at Brunt's, and upon that occasion, one of the parties communicated to some who were present that he had discovered by the newspapers that a cabinet dinner was to be given on the following day, Wednesday, at my Lord Harrowby's, in Grosvenor Square. Gentlemen, you will be shocked when you come to hear the evidence detailed, to find with what exultation this intelligence was received. Brunt, with an impiety which must shock every well-regulated mind, exclaimed that till then he disbelieved the existence of a God, but that now he was satisfied the Almighty was favoring their designs, and that this dinner was appointed by Providence on the following day to enable them at one blow to effect that purpose which had been levelled against each of His Majesty's ministers separately, and that they might be enabled by that means to accomplish at once the whole destruction they meditated. The exultation was not confined to him. You will find that Ings and the other persons present equally rejoiced at the prospect of a speedy termination of their nefarious purposes, and hoping that on the following night they should at length attain that which was so great an object of their desire, and which they had pursued with the utmost anxiety. The newspaper was then sent for, to see if the intelligence was true. On being brought, it was immediately determined that instead of the plan of endeavoring to assassinate some of His Majesty's ministers at their respective houses, that my Lord Harrowby's should be the place of attack, and that there in the evening, between 8 and 9 o'clock, after all the guests were assembled, and were lulled into security, that the attack should be made on the house, and that the ministers should be destroyed by the means I shall state to you. Their activity on this intelligence being received, was redoubled. They met again in the evening. Their different partisans were requested at once to obtain all their firearms, the ammunition they had previously collected, and the different instruments of mischief which you will find they had prepared for execution, and that they should be in a state of preparation on the following evening to effect this purpose. I should have stated to you, gentlemen, before I had come to this part of the narrative, that a person of the name of Tidd, who is also included in this indictment, and who lived, I believe, in the hole-in-the-wall alley, Brooks Market, was one of the conspirators, and had embarked in these plans. His house was made the depot of arms and ammunition. As the meeting of the conspirators had been held at Brunt's, they had a suspicion that their proceedings might be watched, and they thought it unsafe that that should be the place of deposit, and therefore Tidd's house had, for some time, been the depository for the arms and ammunition which had been collected. As Brunt's house was, as you know, at some considerable distance from Grosvenor Square, where the commencement of this scene of blood was to take place, they thought it would be better to procure some place of rendezvous nearer to the house of Lord Harrowby, and you will find therefore, though it was not communicated at that moment to the different parties, who were to be engaged in the transaction, that a place was procured at the west end of the town, in Cato-Street, which runs into John Street, and thence to the Edgware Road. A place was there procured by Harrison, another of the conspirators, for the purpose of meeting on the following evening, preparatory to their going to Grosvenor Square. Gentlemen, it frequently and providentially happens, as it generally will in conspiracies of this nature, that some of the parties, previous to the perpetration of their wicked designs, feel some compunction, which leads to a disclosure of their plans, and a prevention of their intentions, and you will find in evidence, in this case, that upon the Tuesday, the day on which the intelligence was received that the dinner was to be at Lord Harrowby's the next day, which really was the case, one person of the name of Haydn, who had these plans communicated to him, because it was hoped that he would become a participator in their designs, felt such compunction as to compel him to communicate to Lord Harrowby the plan that was designed, and you will find that upon that day, this person took an opportunity of watching Lord Harrowby from his house, on horseback, into the park, and there he generally communicated to him that some mischief was intended against him, and therefore forewarned him of it. It will also appear to you that at their meeting on Tuesday some little alarm had been excited in the minds of some of the party, by a person named Adams, who had been told by the publican at the White Hart that their meetings had been suspected, and that they were in some hazard of being discovered. He therefore stated to Thistlewood, and others, on Tuesday, that a communication had been made to him by the landlord that their meetings at the White Hart public house had been observed by some of the police officers, and therefore he expressed his apprehensions that their plans had been discovered, or were likely to be discovered. This excited in the minds of those present the greatest agitation. They were astonished that Adams should have ventured at such a meeting, consisting of 14 or 15 persons, to hint that there was a possibility of their plans being discovered. The intelligence produced the greatest alarm, and they immediately took into consideration what was best to do. The prisoner Brunt, in order to ascertain whether there was any ground for the suspicions entertained by Adams, proposed that some of the party should be posted near Lord Harrowby's house on Tuesday evening, and early on the following Wednesday, with a view of seeing whether any preparations were made to receive any intended attack, and thereby to ascertain to their satisfaction whether or not their plans had been discovered. And you will find that the suggestion of Brunt was carried into effect by sending 2 or 3 parties, amongst whom was a man named Davidson, who will be a very conspicuous person throughout this transaction, and one of the most active partisans, to watch the house. They sent him and another person about 6 o'clock that evening, to watch Lord Harrowby's house, and they were to be relieved between 8 and 9 o'clock by 2 others of the party, who were to keep 3 hours' watch, at the end of which time they were to be relieved by others, who, in their turn, would be relieved by 4 in the morning. It will be proved to you that they actually went there on that night, and were seen by different persons in Grosvenor Square, watching Lord Harrowby's house for the purpose mentioned, and finding, as was the case, that there appeared to be no alarm, that there were no police officers, or troops of any description introduced into Lord Harrowby's house, or stationed in the neighborhood. They felt quite satisfied that it was a groundless alarm on the part of Adams, that there was no foundation for suspecting that any of their plans were discovered, and therefore they proceeded without hesitation or dread to complete, as far as they could, the purpose they had in view. On the Wednesday morning, great preparations were made. Arms were brought by Brunt in great abundance to the stable in Cato-Street. They consisted of sabres, swords, guns, pistols, and other destructive instruments of offense. But one of the most terrific instruments, and calculated for the most deadly purposes, and which they prepared themselves, was what was called a hand grenade. It was composed in this way. There was a quantity of gunpowder enclosed in a tin case, 3 or 4 inches in circumference, round which was tied a quantity of tow, and on the outside was a quantity of iron, and pieces of various descriptions, sharp-pointed, and otherwise shaped, which were fastened together, and tied round with the same sort of material I have mentioned, so as to enable the instrument to explode with the greatest force, and the object of this machine was stated without disguise to be this, that upon their entrance into Lord Harrowby's house, it was to be lighted by a fusee, communicating with the powder, and then thrown into the room, and by the explosion, the persons exposed to the mischief might be killed or wounded, as would naturally be the case. It seems they had prepared a great number of these destructive instruments. I know not how many. They had also prepared what they, in their mode of expression, called illumination balls, made for the purpose of setting fire to any buildings which it was their object and purpose to destroy. They had prepared also a large quantity of ball cartridges, the amount of which will probably surprise you, considering the apparently feeble means these persons had of procuring articles of this description. Will it be believed that they had prepared between 11 and 1,200 rounds of ball cartridges? They had also prepared several sorts of cartridges of a different description, made with flannel bags, and had provided themselves with a very large quantity of powder. They had also prepared a great number of pikes, and pike handles, for the purpose of arming their friends and associates, who had no other arms. All these preparations must, obviously, have been the work of a considerable length of time. They must have been the fruits of very great labor, and they were all prepared and ready on the 23d of February for their intended operations. On the morning of the 23d of February, several of the conspirators assembled at Brunt's house, where they were engaged in completing their hand grenades, putting flints into their pistols, loading their arms, and, in short, making every preparation for the approaching attack. These facts will be proved to you by Brunt's apprentice. I have already told you that for the purpose of their meeting, and for the convenience of having some place near to Lord Harrowby's house, a stable had been hired by one of the conspirators in Cato-Street, near the Edgware Road. I know not whether curiosity has led any of you, as it has done a great many of the public, to visit the place, but if it has not, I will endeavor to describe the situation, and I think you will agree with me that a more appropriate situation for the purpose contemplated could hardly be selected. It is an obscure street, having a very narrow access at either end. I think at one end there is not any access for carriages, and at the other there is an archway, and under it posts, to prevent none but foot passengers going in or out. The east end passes into John Street, and the west end, which is a very narrow cartway, runs into Queen Street, both John Street and Queen Street running parallel with each other into the Edgware Road. The stable is the first building as you enter Cato-Street from John Street on the right-hand side of the way, and it is nearly opposite the small public house, called by the sign of the Horse and Groom. The stable had been occupied by General Watson, who is abroad, and rented of him by a person of the name of Firth, by whom it was let to Harrison for this purpose. It consists below stairs of a stable, with 3 stalls, and a small place adjoining, for the reception of a carriage or cart, and at the further end of it, nearly opposite the door, as you enter, is a step-ladder leading up into the loft over the stable, on the side of which are 2 small rooms, which are immediately over the cart or coach-house. It will be proved to you that previously to the meeting on that evening, which was to take place about 7 or 8 o'clock, preparations had been made by Harrison, and several others of the party in the stable, for the reception of those who were to be assembled. In order to avoid the observation of the neighborhood, some pieces of canvas had been nailed up against the window of the loft, to prevent persons from observing on the opposite side of the street what might be passing, and it was remarked by several of the neighbors, that this place was visited by a great number of persons during the afternoon, who were carrying something on their backs which the neighbors did not discover, but which, I have no doubt, were the arms and other implements of mischief collected there, and found when the prisoners were taken. Harrison, who was known to be one of those persons, was observed going into the stable in the afternoon, and on being asked what his purpose was in going there, he said he had taken it from Firth, and was cleaning it out. About 6 o'clock, Davidson, the man of color, was also observed by some of these persons residing close to the stable, going in with something on his back, and under his arm, which they could not discover, and a number of candles in his hand. You will find that he applied at one of the houses adjoining the stable, at 6 o'clock, to light one of these candles, with which he went into the stable. A party was to meet at Brunt's lodgings, in order to proceed from thence to this stable. Tidd, whose name I have already mentioned, and who lived in the hole-in-the-wall alley, was to accompany another party. They had not communicated to all the party, at first, the precise place of meeting, but some were to meet at the Horse and Groom, and others were to go to the Edgware Road, near John Street, where some of the conspirators were to shew them to the place of rendezvous. Between 7 and 8 o'clock Brunt, and some others from his house, took their departure with arms, with which they had there provided themselves, and concealed under their coats, to this stable in Cato-Street. They met there Thistlewood, Ings, Wilson, and some others, and here they proceeded to arm themselves with the weapons provided, and which were afterwards found, such as guns, pistols, swords, a great number of hand grenades, and a considerable number of pikes, rudely formed, but sufficient for the purpose of doing incredible mischief. The handles of the pikes were composed of rough ash sticks of a large size, the ends of which were planed off, to admit a ferrule, and at the end was stuck a pike head or bayonet. 4 articles of both descriptions were found, screwed on for the purpose of being afterwards used. At first their party at Cato-Street consisted only of 14 or 15 persons, and some little alarm was excited, and some little suspicion evidently raised, in the mind of Thistlewood and some others, at Tidd's not making his appearance at the appointed time, for there being some remarks made that their number was not so large as was expected. It was stated by Thistlewood, and by some others, that there were other persons, who would by and by assemble, and that other parties were gone for different purposes about the metropolis, who were not to accompany them to Lord Harrowby's house in Grosvenor Square. In a short time afterwards, however, Tidd made his appearance with a person named Monument, who will be produced as a witness, a person who had only been recently induced to participate in their schemes, who a short time before had been introduced to Thistlewood, and who had an intimation generally with respect to their particular views, but he had not been admitted to a knowledge of the whole scope of the plan, until he arrived at Cato-Street, although he might be aware that their object was to overturn the government in some way or other. He arrived, however, with Tidd about 7 o'clock, and the party at that time consisted of about 25 persons. 2 of them were appointed to remain as sentries below stairs to prevent any interruption. These persons were Davidson and Ings, and they remained on guard whilst the other conspirators were above stairs talking over their plans, and making the final arrangements for proceeding to Lord Harrowby's house, in Grosvenor Square, which they proposed to do between 7 and 8 o'clock. Some alarm, as I have already told you, had prevailed in the party. Some of them expressed a fear that their own strength was hardly adequate to the object in view. Upon which Thistlewood and Ings said the opportunity must not be lost, that there was enough to complete the purpose of destroying His Majesty's ministers, that when that was accomplished, the other consequences would follow, that they should have parties ready to set fire to different parts of the metropolis, that they would be joined by immense numbers the moment the first blow was struck, and therefore there could be no hesitation in their minds to execute the intended purpose. Having thus assembled their forces, and prepared themselves for the desperate object of their enterprise, they began between 7 and 8 o'clock to consider who should be the party to enter Lord Harrowby's house to destroy the ministers. The plan had been that Thistlewood was to knock at the door, under the pretense of having a note to deliver to Lord Harrowby, and by that means having obtained access to the hall, they were to compel the servants to shew them to the room where the ministers were assembled, that they were to secure the servants, who, they naturally believed, would be soon overpowered, and should then immediately make their way into the room, and then they should, without discrimination, without reserve, or without any remorse, destroy every one of His Majesty's ministers who should be assembled. I have stated to you, gentlemen, already the exultation and impiety displayed by Brunt on one occasion, when he contemplated the completion of his sanguinary purpose, and I cannot conceal from you one fact, as it affects the man named Ings, which will be distinctly proved. He had been a butcher, and he had armed himself on this occasion not with a blunderbuss, a gun, or anything of that sort, but with a large butcher's knife, and for the purpose of enabling him to use it with more effect he had twisted round the handle a quantity of thread, in order that when saturated with the blood of his victims, it might not slip out of his hand, and he stated, in language of the most gross and horrible import, that with this knife he would himself effect the murder and mutilation of some of the persons who should be assembled. The cruelty of the designs this man expressed is beyond all description. The scenes, in fact, which had disgraced another country some years back, were to be acted again on British ground, and the heads of some of the ministers were to be triumphantly paraded through the streets, to procure converts to this detestable cause. Gentlemen, that very knife was found upon, and taken from that man, and I mention that only as a corroborating fact, if corroboration be needed. Gentlemen, thank heaven that Providence which kindly watches over the acts and thoughts of men, mercifully interposed between the conception of this abominable plot, and its completion, which was all but perfected. In consequence of the communication made to Lord Harrowby, measures were taken in other quarters to prevent the impending danger. It being stated that these persons had met in Cato-Street, for the purposes I have already mentioned, means were immediately taken to secure the conspirators, which, however, were not so effectual as could have been wished, but certainly so far as to prevent the execution of their dreadful purposes. In order to remove all suspicion from the minds of the conspirators, it was determined by Lord Harrowby that the preparations for the dinner, which he had intended undoubtedly for His Majesty's ministers, on that occasion, should go on, and in order that there should be no suspicion in the house of my Lord Harrowby, his servants were desired to proceed in the necessary arrangements for the dinner, because there is no doubt that if any alteration had taken place in the arrangements of the day, it would have been communicated to the conspirators, and if they suspected that the dinner was not intended to take place, they would have changed their measures, and the ends of justice would have been defeated. In consequence, therefore, of the seeming perseverance in the design of having a cabinet dinner, all suspicion was removed from the minds of the Cato-Street conspirators, who no doubt expected that they should be enabled, from the short distance of their rendezvous, to reach Lord Harrowby's in about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, and accomplish their purpose unmolested, a circumstance not unlikely, considering that the hour of 8 was chosen, considering that the neighborhood was the most quiet and retired in London, at a time, too, when the inhabitants of the square and its vicinity were employed in domestic retirement, at that hour when suspicion must be lulled asleep, and when no apprehensions could be entertained of personal danger, for that hour, and that moment was chosen by the Cato-Street conspirators to issue from the scene of their nefarious deliberations. Precautions, however, had been taken as I have stated to you, in order to prevent the accomplishment of their designs. A number of Bow Street officers in patrol had been directed to go to the spot and endeavor to watch their movements and counteract their operations before they took their departure and endeavor to secure the whole assemblage. A party of the guards also were to attend in John Street to assist the police, and just at the moment that these persons were about to set out, and when Thistlewood was calling over those who were to separate from the rest to execute this horrible plan, the officers entered the loft. Upon their entrance into the stable below, they found two persons there, armed, who will be proved to be Davidson, for his color, which is nearly black, was perceived. He had a double belt round his waist, in which were pistols and a cutlass, and he had a gun over his shoulder. They found him inside the door, and another person, who will be distinctly identified to be Ings. He was found at the bottom of the ladder, with this knife, with a cutlass, a sword, and with pistols. The officers, with a resolution and courage which does them high honor, considering the desperation and determination of these characters, immediately ascended the ladder without securing the persons below. They merely gave directions to those who followed, to keep them secure, and they thought that would be enough, without actually confining them. The first man who went up was a person of the name of Ruthven, who will be called to you. He was followed by a man named Ellis, after whom came a man, of whom you have undoubtedly heard before, named Smithers, who met his death by the hand of Thistlewood. On Smithers ascending the ladder, either Ings or Davidson hallooed out from below, as a signal for them to be on their guard above, and upon Ruthven ascending the ladder, Thistlewood, who was at a little distance from the landing place, and who was distinctly seen, for there were several lights in the place, receded a few paces, and the police officers announced who they were, and demanded a surrender. Smithers unfortunately pressed forward in the direction in which Thistlewood had retreated, into one of the small rooms over the coach-house, when Thistlewood drew back his arm, in which there was a sword, and made a thrust at the unfortunate man, Smithers, who received a wound near his heart, and with only time to exclaim, "Oh, God!" he fell a lifeless corpse into the arms of Ellis. Ellis, seeing this blow given by Thistlewood, immediately discharged a pistol at him, which missed its aim. Great confusion followed, the lights were struck out, the officers were forced down the ladder, which was so precipitous, being almost perpendicular, that they fell, and many of the party followed them. Thistlewood, among the rest, came down the ladder, and not satisfied with the blood of one person, he shot at another of the officers as he came down the ladder, and pressed through the stable, cutting at all who attempted to oppose him, and made his escape out into John Street, the military not having yet arrived, and he was no more seen at that time, except with a sword in his hand in the Edgware Road. By the other persons an equally desperate resistance was made. Conscious of the evil purpose for which they had assembled, they waited not to know on what charge they were about to be apprehended, but instantly made a most desperate resistance. Ings, Davidson, and Wilson were particularly desperate, each, I believe, firing at some of the officers or military, who had only come to the ground on hearing the report of the firearms, not having been previously directed to the exact spot. Notwithstanding the resistance, however, which they so desperately made, and in which resistance Thistlewood, Tidd, Davidson, Ings, and Wilson took a most active part by attacking the officers and soldiers, the whole of the conspirators were, at length, fortunately overcome, and eventually 11 of them secured. Not on that night, however, for 3 out of the 11 for the time escaped, namely Thistlewood, Brunt, and Harrison. The officers, however, not only secured on that night the 8 men, but various articles of firearms, numerous weapons, and certain combustibles. The prisoner Brunt, gentlemen, one of those who escaped, returned that night to his own house. He was accompanied by another man, and his own boots were in such a state as not to fail to excite the attention of some persons in the house. His boy and apprentice, named Hale, soon learned, from the conversation which passed between his master and the man, that they had just escaped from Cato-Street, and Brunt expressed a belief that his person had not been discovered. The prisoner, gentlemen, remained home the whole of the night, but early on the morning following, he called to him the apprentice boy I have named, and asked him as to his knowledge of some street in the borough, where he wanted to convey some baskets. These were all carefully packed up, and it is a remarkable circumstance, which will be spoken to in evidence, that so anxious was he for the concealment of its contents, that one of the baskets was secured with the apron of his wife. Gentlemen, the prisoner now thought all secure, but he had scarcely effected his plan, and retired into another room, previous to dispatching the baskets, when the officers entered the house and seized him. This, you may suppose, was not a little surprising to Brunt, for most material would it have been to him to have the baskets removed. Upon searching these, gentlemen, were found a number of hand grenades, fireballs, and other articles of destruction. Upon their discovery, Brunt for some time affected ignorance of the thing, but he was told it was of no use. The prisoner at the bar, Thistlewood, who also escaped on the night of the 23d, retired not to his own house, however, but to an obscure lodging in White Street, where he thought to conceal himself. Information, however, soon reached the police office, Bow Street, of his retreat, and early the next morning, a strong party of officers, headed by Bishop, were sent to apprehend him. Upon their arrival at the place, every precaution was, of course, taken to prevent an alarm, while the officers, at the same time, knowing the desperate sort of character they had to contend with, were equally guarded to resist any attack which might be made upon them. They proceeded to search the house, beginning with the top and descending to the lower rooms. They then observed a small room on the ground floor, the door of which was locked, and Bishop demanded the key, which he procured, and knowing from what had taken place, the determined desperation of this man, he opened the door as softly as he could, and perceived by some slight light that came through 2 or 3 holes in the window shutters, the person of Thistlewood lying on a turned-down bed. The moment he opened the door, Thistlewood put his head up, and Bishop immediately discovered him, and he immediately threw himself upon him, to prevent mischief. He then said he should make no resistance, and on being taken out of bed, it was discovered that he had been laying in his breeches and stockings. Gentlemen, by these means the prisoner at the bar was taken, and thus ends, in point of fact, the evidence which will be adduced before you. Gentlemen, I have now to state to you, at the suggestion of a learned friend, a fact which I had almost forgotten. It is material for you to know that on the 22d February, the conspirators held a consultation at the house of Brunt. Everything was, on this occasion, considered as finally arranged. I have already told you, it was their plan to set fire to various parts of the metropolis, and among other places, the barracks in King Street were fixed upon, not only because troops would be there, but because Harrison, who had been, I am sorry to say, in His Majesty's service, was acquainted with the situation of the building, and pointed out the means by which it could be easily fired, and thus the soldiers, who would have retired to rest, would be unable to accoutre themselves or their horses. But this is not all, gentlemen, for at this very consultation, Thistlewood sat down and wrote 2 proclamations, in anticipation of the success of his diabolical schemes, and which proclamations were upon that success to be issued. But you will observe, gentlemen, it was not considered by the prisoner duly official to write these proclamations on paper, and Hale, the apprentice of Brunt, was sent in search of parchment. This being procured, he wrote an address to the following effect, intended for the people generally. Proclamation. Your tyrants are destroyed. The friends of liberty are desired to come forward and support the provisional government, which is now sitting. So that, gentlemen, if any doubt could be entertained of these men's ulterior designs not being confined to the destruction of His Majesty's ministers, this proclamation, written by Thistlewood, would put it beyond all doubt. He wrote 2 or 3 of these. He read them aloud to the party assembled, and told them that they were to be stuck up where the houses were on fire, that the people might see it. Afterwards he sat down, and endeavored to compose another proclamation, which was to be issued to the soldiers, and that contained an offer to the soldiers, calling on them to join the Friends of Liberty, promising them £20 each to carry them home, and that they should be rewarded with full pay and a pension for life. These proclamations, gentlemen, were read aloud by Thistlewood to the conspirators, and they were unanimously approved. Some of them, I should tell you, were to be posted as convenient as possible to every barrack or public place which might be set fire to or destroyed. Thistlewood himself carried the proclamations from the house of Brunt to Cato-Street. And now, gentlemen, having stated these facts, let me pause to ask you, whether, if I prove them in evidence, you can come to any other conclusion than that the prisoner who stands before you is guilty? What answer, I will ask, can be given to such evidence as this? And if no answer can be given in evidence, what answer can be given in reason? It may be urged, in a general sense, that such schemes and such plans as the facts I have related to you disclose, ought scarcely to be credited in a court of justice. This may be inferred from the circumstance of heated men with heated passions conceiving and proposing the adoption of plans, wild and visionary, and in fact wholly impracticable. In this case, however, such a principle did not exist, for here were long-laid regular plans, extensive schemes, and the most abundant preparations, to effect a wicked purpose. And will not desperate and designing men, infuriated by their passions, either influence others to the accomplishment of such plans, or be worked upon by them themselves? Look then, gentlemen, to the facts of the case yourselves. You will view them as calm and sober men, and in doing so, you will perceive such a system and such an adroitness towards the execution of that system, that their object requires but little solution. Gentlemen, it is not your duty to consider whether the schemes in question were wild and visionary, but whether they had for their object an illegal or wicked purpose, and if illegal, and that towards the execution of their plans they took but one step, they have then done that which renders them amenable to the offended laws of their country. If these arguments, gentlemen, won't avail, what then may not be urged for the prisoner? But you will also be told that accomplices are not to be believed on their oath in a court of justice. I contend, however, that they should, and if it was not permitted to accomplices in guilt to give evidence for the purposes of justice, then the blackest and foulest crimes would be daily committed, and go unpunished. But it is not the law of England alone to hear the evidence of an accomplice. It is the law of reason also, and has been the law of all ages and nations. I admit that you should watch with the greatest caution and jealousy the testimony of an accomplice. You should weigh his story well, and see whether it be confirmed by the more indifferent witnesses. Not confirmed in every part, for then his evidence would not be required at all, but in certain collateral parts which may be found to correspond with the other testimony. If therefore, gentlemen, an accomplice is produced before you, and you believe a part of what he relates, you are bound in a great measure to believe that the whole of what he tells you is true. No man, or set of men, who had ever conceived such plans as I have laid before you, could have so conceived them without an intention of pursuing them. The plans, therefore, at least for some time, could be known only to themselves and to their God. I say then that the evidence of an accomplice is not only highly necessary, but even laudable, for if you resist such a principle, the more dark will be the crime, the more secret the scheme, and the more wicked the purpose. As I told you before, gentlemen, it has long been the law of England to receive the evidence of an accomplice, and even in cases of murder, it has proved most salutary in the administration of justice. I will call a witness before you, gentlemen, named Adams, an accomplice, as you will find, and he being in the full confidence of the conspirators, will prove to you the nature of all their proceedings from time to time, and of the different plans and communications which were made between him and them. I will call another man to you, gentlemen, who was the first to make known the diabolical plans of the conspirators, to my Lord Harrowby. But this man was not much known to them, nor did he therefore rank high in their councils. This man, in fact, when he heard the dreadful plan related of visiting His Majesty's ministers with destruction and death, his heart shuddered, his conscience smote him, and he could hold out no longer. Some men, you know, have very strong minds, and are not to be deterred from the most wicked purpose. Others are less firm, and more easily shaken in the accomplishment of a cruel or immoral design. The witness whom I shall produce to you, gentlemen, and whose name is Haydn, is one of this description. A third witness I shall produce to you is an individual who is rather more in confidence with the conspirators. His name is Dwyer, and you will find that Thistlewood and Davidson applied to him for his advice and assistance towards the execution of their murderous purpose. You will even find that they solicited his aid on the very day in which that purpose was to be put into execution. This witness, however, horror-struck at the intended massacre, and feeling it to be his bounden duty, ran almost instantly and communicated the fact to others. He first communicated it to his wife, and next to an officer in the army, named James, with a view that it might be immediately conveyed to His Majesty's ministers. This, under the special order of Providence, was done. And now let me again ask you, gentlemen, is this testimony to be rejected? Surely it never can by enlightened men such as you are. But this even does not furnish my case for the prosecution, for I assure you it does not rest upon the testimony of Adams, Haydn, and Dwyer. But there are facts in this case which, I fear, the prisoner will not be able to answer. Why, I would ask, were these men assembled in Cato-Street, and why at night? There were none of them related to each other, yet they were all armed with deadly weapons, and found in close deliberation in an obscure stable. There were also found there a quantity of destructive grenades and fireballs, together with a large portion of ammunition. But this is not all. At the houses of two others of the conspirators, namely Brunt and Tidd, there were found similar articles of destruction, particularly ammunition. The weight found of the latter, gentlemen, amounted to between 11 and 1,200 pounds, and I would ask, in the name of God, what object could these men have had in the possession of such a quantity of ammunition? Surely it could not even be for an individual murder. No, gentlemen, it was the destruction of His Majesty's ministers in the first place, the burning and leveling of public barracks and edifices in the next, and finally, the establishment of a revolution, and the appointment of a provisional government. These men, gentlemen, could never have been unfriendly towards ministers as individuals. It must have been a hatred of them in the character of their office alone, and their design was more particularly levelled at Lord Harrowby, because his lordship was president of the council. Can you doubt that after this dreadful blow was made, and it had succeeded, that it was the intention of these conspirators to have established a provisional government, and thus spread anarchy and confusion around? In fact, that was the eventual blow meant to be carried into execution. I say, therefore, that even if the learned counsel for the prisoners were to contend most successfully against the evidence of the accomplices, the facts I shall produce to you by other testimony will answer the purposes of this just and necessary prosecution. What was the conduct of the prisoners when they were discovered in Cato-Street? I want not, gentlemen, by a repetition of this term, to inflame your minds, but it will be extremely important for you to remember that when the officers entered the loft there, and said, "We are officers," they submitted not to their authority, but resisted them even in the most ferocious manner, and one officer, as you have before heard, unfortunately lost his life. The prisoner at the bar, however, is not under trial for that offense, nor should the fatal circumstance operate in the present case against him. But I must again ask you, what became of the prisoner on the 23d, the intended night of blood and slaughter? Why he flies from the desperate scene, not to his own home, as you have already been told, but to an obscure place of concealment. These, then, gentlemen, are the facts of this momentous case, and once more I ask you, what possible conclusion can you draw from such facts, if they be supported in evidence? Gentlemen, I repeat it, that this is a momentous and important case, and if these plots of the conspirators, and of the prisoner in particular, be proved to have existed, if the means had been used which I have described to you for effecting the nefarious and diabolical plans they had formed, then I call upon you, in the name of justice, to give that verdict which will best satisfy the laws of your country, and tend to protect the lives of your fellow creatures. Commiseration, if I may use the term, towards a prisoner, I never should withhold, and God forbid, gentlemen, that you should not give to the man at the bar the advantage of every, even the slightest, circumstance of doubt which may arise in his favor. If these doubts also should predominate, it will be your duty to acquit the prisoner. But if, on the other hand, the facts which I have laid before you be substantiated, and you feel in your consciences that the charge is made out, it will then become your painful but bounden duty to convict him. Should these facts, I say, for the last time, be brought home to the prisoner, it will then be your duty, as men, as citizens, and as fathers, as men desirous of maintaining the laws, and of acting under the solemn obligation of your oaths, to pronounce him guilty. The learned gentleman's speech occupied the attention of the jury for nearly 2 hours. Before the first witness for the prosecution was put into the box, all the prisoners named in the indictment were brought up, with the view, we suppose, of having an opportunity of hearing the evidence, it being principally the same which is to be adduced against most of them. They entered the court with much apparent indifference. Davidson and Ings were particularly remarked for the calm indifference with which they surveyed the bench and the spectators around them. During the examination of Adams, some of the prisoners whispered together. Thistlewood throughout preserved the most perfect composure. The first witness called was Robert Adams, examined by the Solicitor General. I live at No. 4, in Hole-in-the-Wall Passage, Brooks Market. I am a shoemaker. I was in the Royal Regiment of Horse Guards. It is 18 years last Christmas since I left them. I knew Brunt at Cambrai in France. He went then by the name of Thomas Morton. It is 18 years ago since I first knew him. I know Thistlewood. I knew him first on the 16th of January last. He then lived in Stanhope Street, Clare Market. I was introduced to him by Brunt and Ings. I saw him at his own place. We had some conversation together. Here Mr. Adolphus objected to the witness mentioning anything of the conversation which passed on that occasion. The crime against the prisoner was charged in the reign of His present Majesty, and against his crown and dignity, and no act of the prisoner's in the late reign ought to be adduced. Lord Chief Justice Abbott said the court might hear of the commencement of the transaction, as connected with what had occurred in the present reign. The examination of the witness was continued. When I went in, Brunt said to Thistlewood, "This is the man I was speaking to you about." Thistlewood said, "You were once in the Life Guards?" I said, "No, I was not. I originally belonged to the Blues." Thistlewood said, "You are a good swordsman?" I said, "I could use a sword to defend myself, but I could not use it very expert, as I had not used any arms for a long time." Thistlewood said there was no one who was worth 10L, who was worth anything for the good of his country. As to the shopkeepers of London, they were all a set of aristocrats together, and were all working under the same system of government. He should glory to see the day that all the shops were shut up, and well plundered. He then alluded to Mr. Hunt, and said he, Hunt, was a d coward, and were he, Thistlewood, to go to Whitehall, he was sure he would find his, Hunt's, name there, as a spy to government. He then turned the conversation to Cobbett, and said he was equally the same as Hunt, and for all his writings, he had no doubt he was also a spy. This ended the conversation then. I was afterwards confined for debt in Whitecross Street Prison. The next interview I had with Thistlewood was on the 16th, at the White Hart public house. It was in a room in the backyard. Thistlewood was present, and Ings, Brunt, and Hall, and before they broke up, Tid. On the 17th I went to prison, and remained 14 days there. I came out on Sunday, the day after the death of the king. I saw Thistlewood on the Monday evening following. I saw him in the same floor in the house where Brunt lived, in a back room. This was in Fox Court, Gray's Inn Lane. There were Brunt, Ings, Hall, and Davidson present. There was nothing particular took place that night. To the best of my recollection, I met them next on the Wednesday. By them he meant Thistlewood, Brunt, Davidson, Harrison, and Ings. I had a conversation. Mr. Cawood here objected to the witness speaking to what then occurred, as no overact was set forth in the indictment on that day. It merely referred to a meeting on the 16th, and at divers other times. Lord Chief Justice Abbott observed that the present mode was the invariable form of such indictments, and no objection was ever made to it. If all the particulars of overt acts were set forth, it would occasion a great prolixity. The objection was overruled. Witness continued, I went into the room and saw a number of pike staves, and Thistlewood wanted to have them ferruled. Thistlewood then asked why Bradburn, the prisoner, was not present, and he added that Bradburn was entrusted with money to purchase ferrules, and was not satisfied lest he should not buy them. The staves were green, and seemed as if they had just come from the country. Thistlewood said he would not give a damn for a man who would spend the money in such a way. I do not recollect anything further then. The meetings were held twice a day from thence to the 23d of February. The room was hired by Brunt for Ings. Brunt said so. I remember one circumstance that occurred. One evening, about 10 days before the Cato-Street business, I went in and saw Harrison, Thistlewood, and Brunt. Harrison said he had been speaking to one of the horse guards, and he told him that the whole of them would be down at Windsor at the king's funeral, and Harrison said this would be a good opportunity to do something that night, the night of the funeral. Thistlewood said it was a good place, and added that if they could get the 2 pieces of cannon in Gray's Inn Lane, and the 6 pieces in the artillery ground, they could so help themselves as to have possession of London before morning, and he said that when the news should reach Windsor, the soldiers would be so tired as not to be able, when they came back to London, to do anything, but that by activity some might go to Hyde Park, and prevent any person or messenger from going to Windsor. He also said that they should go over the water and take the telegraph, to prevent any communication with Woolwich. He then said that they should form a provisional government, and send to the seaports, to prevent any gentleman from leaving England without passports. He particularly mentioned to send to Dover, Brighton, Margate, and Ramsgate, and he most particularly mentioned Brighton, not that he thought the new king would be there, or at the funeral. He said the present family had inherited the throne long enough, and it was no use for the present king to think of being crowned. Brunt and Ings came in after this, and Thistlewood mentioned to them what passed, but they said that nothing would satisfy them but their plan of assassination. They had talked at a former meeting of this plan of assassination. 2 or 3 of them had drawn out a plan of assassinating His Majesty's ministers at the first public dinner they had. They talked of assassination at every one of their meetings. I could not say there were pikes in the room before this. I met them on Saturday, the 19th of February, at 11 or 12 in the forenoon. I saw Thistlewood, Davidson, Brunt, Harrison, Ings, and Hall. They were all set round the fire, and seemed in a conversation betwixt themselves. They all got up and turned round, and said, "It is agreed, if nothing turns out before next Wednesday night, next Wednesday we will go to work." It was said they were all sworn that they would not wait any longer. Thistlewood proposed they should meet the following morning at 9, to draw out a plan to go by. Thistlewood said to Brunt, "You had better go round this afternoon and mention it, in order to have the committee tomorrow." Brunt said he did not think he should be able to go, as he had some work to do, but he would go on the next morning, and perhaps he might see some of them. It was not necessary to bring a great many. Brunt appeared to be leaving the room then, and Thistlewood called to him, and said, "Oh, Brunt, it will be highly necessary for those that come tomorrow morning to bring firearms with them, in case any officers should come up." On which Brunt said, "D.N. my eyes, if any officer should come in here, the time is so near now, I would run him through the body. I would murder him here sooner than we should be discovered." On the next morning I went there about 11 o'clock. It was a little dark in my eyes when I went in after the snow. There were Thistlewood, Brunt, Harrison, Cook, Bradburn, Tidd, Edwards, and Wilson, myself, and another. William Cook, on looking round the room, said, "There are 12 in the room, and I think it enough to form a committee." Thistlewood proposed that Tidd should take the chair. Tidd took the chair, and sat with a pike in his hand. Thistlewood was on his right and Brunt on his left. Thistlewood said, "Gentlemen, you all know what we are met for." And then he turned to the door, as if unwilling to mention it, and said, "The West End job." Brunt then said, "D.N. my eyes, name it." On which Thistlewood again said, "Gentlemen, we are come to the determination to do this job that we were talking about so long, and as we find there is no probability of meeting them, ministers, altogether, we shall, if no opportunity of doing them altogether occurs, take them separately, at their own houses, and do as many as we can. If we can only get 3 or 4 at a time, we must do them." He also said, "I suppose we can take 40 or 50 men to do this West End job, and I propose to take the 2 pieces of cannon in Gray's Inn Lane, and the 6 pieces in the artillery ground." He proposed Cook to lead this party, and he himself would command. He said they should take the Mansion House as the seat of the Provisional Government. They were next to take the Bank of England, and Palin should be the man who should set fire to the barracks, and several parts of London. This was the principal part of the plan, but if anything else occurred before Wednesday, they would think of it. Brunt was then going to put a proposition which he had for assassinating the ministers, but Thistlewood said his plan should be first put from the chair, as they were nearly all agreed on it. He desired the chairman to ask if any of them had anything to say, and that they should say it. But none of them saying anything, the plan was carried unanimously. Brunt then came forward with his plan, which was, that they should assassinate as many of His Majesty's ministers as possible, that they should draw lots to assassinate some of the ministers, and whoever the fellow was on whom the lot fell, he should murder the minister, or be murdered himself, and that if any man failed in the attempt, he, Brunt, swore by all that was good, he should be run through the body. On which I got up and said, "Mr. Brunt, do you not think it possible for a man to attempt such a thing, and not succeed in it? And do you mean to say he should be run through the body for not doing it?" To which he said, "I do not. If a man should attempt it and not succeed, he is a good man. But if he shews any cowardice, he deserves to be run through the body." This proposition of Brunt's was then put to the meeting. Soon after this, Palin, Potter, and Strange came in. They were welcomed, and were desired to sit near the fire, as they were wet. Palin said, "There is one thing I want to know. If it can be done, it will be a great assistance to our plan. I want to know what men are to perform each part of the plan, and who are to take the cannon. I want to know, in calling upon the men, whether I can tell them in part or whole what is to be done." The chairman said, "I don't see where the harm is of telling what is to be done." Mr. Palin, seeing that he had that liberty, sat down quite satisfied. Nothing regular was transacted in the chair after that. Mr. Thistlewood said, "Oh, Brunt, that is well thought of. As Palin is here, you and Palin go, and see if the house near Furnival's Inn is fit for setting fire to." They went, Palin and Brunt, and reported it would make a good fire. Thistlewood talked of getting means for a treat on Tuesday and Wednesday. Brunt said he would be but he would contribute the only 1L note he had earned for a long time. They proposed the White Hart for the house. Thistlewood proposed his own room, but afterwards thought it would not do, as it might lead to suspicion. This was all on the Sunday morning. On Monday morning they met again. Witness then told them what Hobbs told him on Sunday night, of inquiries made respecting radical meetings at his house, and that information of it was given at Bow Street office, and at Lord Sidmouth's office. Harrison turned round on Witness like a lion, and said, "Adams, you have acted wrong." Brunt said so too, and added, "Whatever you have to communicate, you have no business to communicate but to me and to Thistlewood." Witness said it concerned all, and he should tell all of it. They repeated the same observations. They talked of calling a meeting of the Marylebone Union, as they wanted some money, and Brunt said it would be of use for that purpose. Witness and Potter went in the evening to the White Hart. Palin and Bradburn joined them. Next morning they were there too, and with them Thistlewood, Tidd, Ings, Harrison, and Brunt. Edwards came, and told them there was to be a cabinet dinner next night. Thistlewood said he did not think it was true. A newspaper was sent for, and read by Thistlewood. He read that they were to dine at Lord Harrowby's, Grosvenor Square. Brunt then said, "I'll be if I don't believe there is a God. I have often prayed that he would bring all these thieves together, in order to destroy them. He has answered my prayer." Thistlewood proposed that they should form a committee and sit immediately. Witness took the chair. Thistlewood proposed immediately a fresh plan to be formed respecting the assassination. Witness expressed a hope they had paid due consideration to what he said yesterday. All got into confusion. Harrison said, "And that man who attempted to throw cold water on the plan, but he would run him through with the sword." Witness left the chair, and Tidd took it. Brunt moved that a watch should be set on the Earl of Harrowby's house that night. The object was to see if any men or soldiers went into Earl Harrowby's. 2 were to go at 6, to be relieved at 9, and they were to continue till 12. The watch was to be resumed at 4 next morning. Thistlewood said he hoped they would be satisfied that no officers or soldiers went in. They would do what they had determined tomorrow evening, and added that it would answer their purpose much better than to attack their houses separately, when only 2 or 3 could be got together. Here they would have 14 or 16, a rare haul to murder them all. "I propose," continued he, "when the door is opened, to rush in, seize the servants' present pistols, and threaten to kill them if they make any noise. 2 to take the entrance to the stair upwards, and 2 others to the stair to the lower part of the house, armed with blunderbusses and hand grenades, and if any attempt to pass, to throw hand grenades and destroy them all. Others are to go where the ministers are to murder them all. If there shall be any good men, kill them for keeping bad company." All agreed. Ings said he would go in first, with a brace of pistols and knives. The 2 swordsmen would cut off all their heads, and Castlereagh's and Sidmouth's should be flung in a bag by themselves. He added, "I shall say, my lords, I have got as good men here as the Manchester yeomanry. Enter, citizens, and do your duty." Harrison and Witness were to be the swordsmen. After the execution of Lord Harrowby, at his house, Harrison proposed that some should go to King Street Horse Barracks, and set fire to the premises by throwing fire into the straw in the stable. Harrison and Wilson were to go to Gray's Inn Lane, and, in case they could not carry the cannon out of the military school, they were to wait till a party came to assist them. Thence they were to proceed to the artillery barracks, to assist Cook in taking the cannon there. If they found their strength sufficient to proceed, they were to advance to the mansion house, and plant 3 of the cannon on each side of the mansion house, and to demand the mansion house. If it were refused, they were to fire, and then it would be given up. The mansion house was to be made the seat for the provisional government. The Bank of England was next to be taken. They would take the books, which would enable them to see further into the villainy of the government. The further parts of the plan were delayed till Wednesday. They agreed upon a sign and countersign. The word was button. The man who came up was to say but, and the other was to reply ton. Being asked as to the watch, witness said, "There are other things which I wish to state. I went the next morning, and found Edwards, Ings, and Hall making fusees for the hand grenades. Davidson went on the watch at 6. Witness and Brunt went to relieve the watch. They saw Davidson in the square, on the watch. They went into a public house, where Brunt played at dominoes with a young man. About 11 they went out into the square, and walked for some time, till Witness got ashamed of himself. They went away at 12 o'clock. He went next day to Fox Court, between 2 and 3. He found Brunt there. Strange came in, and in a few minutes afterwards 2 more strangers. Strange and another were trying the flints. They went into a back room to avoid the strangers, where Witness saw cutlasses, blunderbusses, and c. Thistlewood, Ings, and Hall came in. Thistlewood said, "Well, my lads, this looks like something to be done." He touched Witness on the shoulder, and asked how he was. Witness replied that he was very unwell, and in low spirits. Thistlewood sent for beer and gin. Thistlewood then wanted some paper to write bills on. Witness said cartridge paper would do. The paper was brought, and table and chair were got. The bills were then written. They were to be set on the houses, to let the people know what had been done. Thistlewood read as part: "Your tyrants are destroyed, the friends of liberty are called upon to come forward, the provisional government is now sitting. James Ings, Secretary. February 28th. Thistlewood was much agitated, and could write only 3. Another bill was written, which was an address to the soldiers. Another person was employed to write it, and Thistlewood dictated to him. Witness said he would tell what he had seen. Mr. Adolphus objected to this, and contended that the writing alone was evidence. Witness could not say what became of the papers, and he had not seen them since. Mr. Solicitor General now stated that notice had been given to produce the writings. Witness said that this second kind of bill was not finished. They could not agree as to the terms. Mr. Adolphus renewed his objection to the question what Thistlewood dictated to be written. Lord Chief Justice Abbott. In whose hands had you last seen the paper? Witness did not know him. His lordship said some doubts were entertained by some part of the court. Mr. Solicitor General said he would not press it. Witness went on. Ings had 2 black belts on, one for 2 pistols, the other for cutlasses. He had 2 bags on his shoulders, like soldiers' haversacks. He looked at himself and said he was not complete yet, he had forgot his steel. He took out a large knife, and brandished it about, and said it would cut off the heads of Castlereagh and Sidmouth, and it would be thought a great deal of at some future time. The knife was a large broad knife, 12 inches long, the hand bound round with wax to keep a firm hold of it. Others were busy at other arms. They began to leave the room about 4:30 or 5, to go about the business. Palin came in half an hour before. Palin said they ought to be aware of what they were about, and to think within themselves whether they were to do their country's service or not, and whether the assassination would be countenanced by their country. If they thought their country would join them, then the man who flinched should be run through on the spot. Unless they came to this determination they would do no good. A tall man came in, and asked what the business they were about was. Witness had never seen him before. The tall man said if they were to serve their country, he was their man, and if any one was afraid of his life, he ought to have nothing to do with such a concern as that. Thistlewood was then gone. Brunt was told that inquiries were made by some who were present, as to the plan they were about. Brunt said that was not the room for telling that, but they should go with him, and they would know. Brunt promised spirits, and the tall man cautioned against drunkenness, as ruinous to a cause like that. They went along the street, 2 and 2, and at some distance, that they might not be observed. There was a cupboard in the room used for swords, hand grenades, and flannel bags for cartridges, one of which was full. The rest of the arms were in Tid's room. That was the depot. Thistlewood was always in a hurry to carry everything that was got ready into the depot, lest any officer should see it. Witness carried a brass-barreled blunderbuss. There were pikes made of old files. Witness, as he went on, missed all his associates. He returned back, and met Brunt, who returned back with him along the Edgware Road, till they met Thistlewood. They went all together to the stable in Cato-Street. Witness stayed behind till Harrison came up, and made him go in. He saw there, Davidson and Wilson below, Thistlewood, Ings, Hall, Bradburn, Strange, Cooper, the tall man, and others above. There were, as Thistlewood calculated, at last 18 above and 2 below. There was a bench above and arms on it. Some beer was standing on the table. There were lights. There was a chest. Before Tid came, Thistlewood went out for some time. Witness heard a deal of talk below, and he found Thistlewood, Brunt, Harrison, Davidson, and Wilson. They spoke of the good news. They heard that the carriages were arriving at Lord Harrowby's as fast as they could. Witness went up to the loft, and saw Thistlewood and Brunt much agitated. They spoke of Tid's absence. Brunt pledged his word that he would come. He soon afterwards came. Thistlewood said, "I hope you will not give up what you are going to do. If you do, this will be another daypart's business." He then counted 20 persons, and said that was enough. 14 would be sufficient to go into the room, and the other 6 would take care of the servants and doors. They then set apart 14. The gin bottle was then started. Thistlewood said, if Lord Harrowby had 16 servants, that was nothing, as they would not be prepared. A noise was heard below. Thistlewood took a candle and looked down to see who they were, and then set down the candle quite confused, according to Witness's judgment. 2 officers took command of the room, holding small pistols, and said, "A pretty nest there is of you. We have got a warrant to apprehend you all, and hope you will go peaceably." A man who was on the step of the ladder said, "Let me come forward." This was the man murdered. A group of persons had got into the little room, and then came forward, and one of them stretched forward an arm. Witness saw nothing in it, and another presented a pistol. The man fell. It was impossible for him to give a particular account of the other transactions. He got away, went home, and was apprehended on the Friday, and remained in custody since. He identified Davidson, Wilson, Brunt, Ings, Cooper, Harrison, Tid. There were 2 he did not know. They were again called forward, but he said he could not swear to them. He was sent forward near the dock, but he said he did not know them. One of them, he said, he saw at the meeting. Cross-examined by Mr. Cowood. He went not there to assassinate His Majesty's ministers. His legs carried him there. His outward intent to all appearance was for that, but his inward intent was against it. He was kept to it, because Brunt said, whoever forsook them would be marked. He became acquainted with Brunt in Cambrai, in 1816. He had been a soldier years before. He was a shoemaker. He had never been treasurer to a benefit society. He carried with him 40L. He thought the money his own. He had never been charged with stealing it. He was introduced to Thistlewood by his friend Brunt, to assassinate His Majesty's ministers. That was the first object. He first gave information on the Saturday after. It was indeed from compunction. My motive was, gentlemen of the jury, I do assure you, that I made a vow to God that I should tell the whole truth. I did indeed regard it with horror. I felt compunctious visitings before I was in custody. It was not because I felt my neck in danger, or because I thought it was better 18 should be hanged than myself. The greatest number he ever saw present was 15 men. The greatest sum he saw was 6 pence. There was no collection of halfpence and pence for the newspaper. Tid's was the depot. He saw no muster roll, and no cannon ball. The cannon were to be charged with cartridges, and a large hammer was to be bought to strike down the tops of the iron palisades, as it was thought they would do more execution than balls. The newspaper was the New Times. Witness did not know whether it was correct. He had seen nothing of Edward since. He was employed to carry a sword, as being expert at it. He was not sufficiently near to have killed the man in the loft with the sword. His hand was not extended. He could tell nothing of the proceedings that followed. He went away, and did not deliver himself up, because he saw no officer. He went home to abide the event. Re-examined in chief. He said the British Army were at Cambrai when he became acquainted with Brunt there. Another witness was then called, but the court and jury were of opinion, as it was 7:30, that it was the best time for adjourning. The court was accordingly adjourned till 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Second day. Tuesday, April 18th. The court met this morning at 9 o'clock, and the names of the jury having been called over, and Thistlewood, and the other prisoners being put to the bar, the evidence for the prosecution was continued. Eleanor Walker examined by Mr. Gurney. I am servant to Henry Rogers, he lives at No. 4 Fox Court, Gray's Inn Lane. We had a lodger named Brunt. He occupied 2 rooms on the second floor. They were front rooms. In January a lodger came, introduced by Brunt. This was a month or 5 weeks before Brunt was taken up. Brunt said the lodger lately came from the country, and he wanted a room, and as we had one to let, he wished him to have it. The room was unfurnished. He paid 3 shillings a week for it. The lodger, said he might not bring his goods in for a week or better. He never brought any into my knowledge. I do not think I should know him again. I do not remember having heard him called by his name. The room he took was a 2-pair back room. This witness was not cross-examined. Recalled. While this person occupied the room, I heard persons frequently go upstairs. Mary Rogers, the aunt and mistress of the last witness, examined by Mr. Gurney. The room was let by my maid while I was out. After the lodger had been in the house for a week, I said to Mr. Brunt, "You have brought a lodger?" He said, "Yes, I have, and I hope he will pay you." I know nothing of the man, but seeing him at a public house, and seeing him want a room. He said he was a butcher out of work. He paid me for 4 or 5 weeks. I cannot say whether he ever slept there. He did not to my knowledge. I and my maid in the evening saw 3 men coming upstairs. The one in the middle was a black man. The light from my room was on their faces. At other times I heard persons going upstairs, but took no particular notice. This witness was not cross-examined. Joseph Hale, a young lad, the apprentice of Brunt, examined by Mr. Gurney. I am apprentice to Brunt. I have served 2 years and better of my apprenticeship. I lived with him in Fox Court. I remember a person coming to lodge there in January. His name was Ings, a butcher. Brunt, and he looked at the room. Brunt said, "It will do, go down and give them a shilling." After that Ings used to come to the room. The key was mostly left in the front room, and Ings used to come there for it. Persons used sometimes to come to the room before my master was taken up. This was every evening. I saw different persons. They were Ings, Tidd, Thistlewood, Bradburn, Edwards, Hall, Potter, and Strange. I remember a man named Adams, he came. Davidson, the black man, came also. Others used to come, but I do not recollect them. They used to stay nearly about 2 hours. There was no furniture in the room that ever I saw. They used to take chairs in, out of the front room. I did not hear any of their conversation. They used to call Thistlewood sometimes T, his initial, and sometimes Arthur. I once saw the door of Ings's room open, and saw some long poles, like branches of trees cut rough, I suppose about 20 of them. I sometimes heard hammering and sawing in the room. My master was taken on Thursday, the 24th of February. On the Sunday before that there was a meeting in the room. There were more that morning than ever I had seen come up before. All the persons whom I have named were there that morning. After the meeting broke up I saw Strange in my master's room. There was no meeting on the Monday evening. There was no meeting on Tuesday. On the Wednesday there were several persons going in and out. Some of them came into the front room, where I worked. They got some pistols, and were putting new flints in them. There were 5 or 6 pistols. One of the men said there were people overlooking them from the next house, and Brunt told them to go to the back room. Strange and a man whom I did not know were the men who had the pistols. I cannot say how many I saw go in and out. I saw Thistlewood that day. In the afternoon he asked me for a sheet of writing paper. I gave him one. He took it, I believe, into the back room. My master after this came out of the back room, and desired me to get 6 sheets of cartridge paper. He gave me 6pence. I bought the paper and gave it to him, and he took it into the back room. This was about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I heard people going downstairs between 5 and 6. My master was in and out several times. He went away finally about 6. There was a man went with him. It was not one of the men I used to see there. A table had been taken that day from my mistress's room to the back room. I wanted the table, and went for it. I knocked at the door, and Potter opened it. There were 4 or 5 in the room besides Potter. After my master was gone, I saw Tid between 7 and 8. Mrs. Brunt called him, and he came into her room. She showed him a pike head and a sword. She asked him what she should do with them. She then gave them to him, and he took them out of the room into the back room. After this I heard some persons go downstairs. Tid left a message, that if any persons called they should be sent to the White Hart. Some persons did call on my master, and I went to show them to the White Hart. Potter came, and he went. He knew the way himself. There were 3 came to whom I shewed the way. My master came home that night at about 9 o'clock. I observed his dress was dirty. He appeared confused. I heard him say to his wife, it was all up, or words to that effect. He said that where he had been, a great many officers had come in. He said he had saved his life, and that was all. Just as he said this, another man came in. I do not know that man. Brunt shook hands with him, and asked him if he knew who had informed. The man said no. The man then said he had had a dreadful blow on the side, which knocked him down. Brunt then said, there is something to be done yet. After this Brunt and the other man went away together. Mrs. Brunt and I after this went to Ings's room. I saw several rolls of brown paper with tar in them. I saw only 1 pole remaining. I saw something rolled up, and tied round with strings. I understood them to be hand grenades. I saw an iron pot belonging to Brunt. My master came in about 11 o'clock. He told me to get up in the morning as soon as I could and clean his boots. They were very dirty. He called me in the morning at 6:30, and when I got up he asked me if I knew the borough. I told him yes. He then asked if I knew Snow's Fields. I said no. He then went into the back room and put the things out of the cupboard into 2 baskets, one of which was afterwards put into a blue apron belonging to Mrs. Brunt. This apron had before this been as a curtain in Ings's room. My master told me that Potter lived in Snow's Fields. When we had the baskets ready, 2 officers came in and took my master into custody. I knew where Tid lived. He lived in the hole-in-the-wall passage, Brooks Market. Adams lived next door. Cross-examined by Mr. Adolphus. My master is a journeyman shoemaker, not a very poor man. Adams is also a shoemaker. Ings had the lodgings 5 weeks. I believe they had meetings there every night. I thought there were about 20 persons there on the Sunday. I know some of the prisoners. Strange is a bootseller, selling boots in a shop. Edwards was an artist. Edwards was there very often, oftener than Adams, almost every day. Hall was a journeyman tailor, I believe. I don't know where he lives. I cannot say how many persons were there at one time on Wednesday. The baskets used by my master were rush baskets. As near as I can guess there were about 20 poles. They were branches of trees in a green raw state. I believe they kept a fire in Ings's room. I do not know whether the poles were cut up to light the fire or not. Thomas Smart examined by Mr. Littledale. I am a watchman of the parish of St. George, Hanover Square. I was on watch on the south side of Grosvenor Square, on Tuesday the 22d of February. I went there about 8 o'clock. About 8:30 I saw 4 suspicious men walking the square. I thought they were after no good. One of them was a dark man, and the other a tall man. I watched them. They were looking down the areas. Charles Bissex's box is at the west side of the square. Cross-examined by Mr. Cowood. It was not a very uncommon thing to see suspicious men walking about. Henry Gillen examined by Mr. Bolland. I am a servant to Mr. Whittle, apothecary, at 15, Mount Street, Grosvenor Square. I sometimes use the Rising Sun public house. It is in Charles Street, which runs into Grosvenor Square and Mount Street. I was there on Tuesday the 22nd of February. I saw that short man, pointing to the prisoner Brunt there. There was a tall man with him. They had some bread and cheese and porter. There were dominoes on the table, and the short man challenged me to play with him. I played 2 games with him, and left the house before 10, leaving them there. John Hector Morris examined by the Attorney General. I am a journeyman cutler to Mr. Underwood, in Drury Lane. I remember on Christmas Eve a man brought a sword to my master's shop. The man was habited like a butcher. He drew the sword from under his smock-frock, without a scabbard. He wished to have it ground sharp, particularly at the point. He said to put the name of Ings on it, but I am hard of hearing, and it might be Ings. He called for it in a few days. In about a fortnight he brought another sword to have it sharpened in the same way. It was much longer than the other. Here the witness identified the prisoner Ings as the man who brought the swords. I should know the swords again. Edward Simpson examined by the Attorney General. I am a corporal major of the 2nd Regiment of Life Guards. I know a person named Harrison. He was in the Guards. Here he identified Harrison. He was discharged in 1814. When I knew him, he was in King Street Barracks, Portman Square. He had an opportunity of knowing them. Part of the barracks looked into Gloucester Mews. There was a loft with 5 windows looking into it. There was hay and straw in that loft. The windows had been stopped up since the Cato-Street business. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. I don't know how many men are in Knightsbridge Barracks. They would hold about 300. James Adams examined by the Attorney General. I am a pawnbroker in Barrack Street. I know the prisoner Davidson from his having pledged things at my shop. He came on the 23rd of February, in the morning, and took a brass-barreled blunderbuss out of pledge. This witness was not cross-examined. Thomas Hayden examined by Mr. Gurney. I am a cowkeeper. I was formerly a member of a shoemakers' club. I knew Wilson there. I saw him a few days before the 23rd of February. He met me in the street, and made a proposition to me. He asked me if I would be one of a party to destroy His Majesty's ministers. He said they were waiting for a cabinet dinner, and that all things were ready. He told me they had a sort of things which I never saw. They were called by the name of hand grenades, and, he said, he depended on me to be one. He said that Mr. Thistlewood would be glad to see me, if I would be one. He said the use to be made of the hand grenades was to be put under the table, at the cabinet dinner, with the fuse alight, and those who escaped were to be destroyed by the sword or some other weapon. He also said that fires were to be lighted, and the town to be kept in confusion for several days, till the thing became general. He named some houses. Lord Harrowby's, Lord Castlereagh's, Lord Wellington's, Lord Sidmouth's, the Bishop of London's, and several others which I do not remember. I told him I would make one. This was, I believe, 4 or 5 days before the Cato-Street business. Before that I went to Lord Harrowby's. I do not remember the day. I followed his lordship in the park. I gave him a note. On Wednesday, the 23rd, I saw Wilson again. I believe it was between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I met him in Manchester Street, Manchester Square. He said, "Hayden, you are the very man I wanted to see." I asked him what there was going to be, and he said there was to be a cabinet dinner at Lord Harrowby's, Grosvenor Square. He told me I was to go to the Horse and Groom public house, the corner of Cato-Street. I was to go in there, or otherwise I was to wait at the corner until I was shoved into a stable close by. I asked him the hour, and he said about 5:30 or 6:15. I then asked him how many there were to be, and he said 20 or 30. I asked him, was that all there was going to be? And he said there was to be another party in the borough, another in Gray's Inn Lane, and another in G's Court, or in the city. He said all G's Court were in it, but they would not act till after the English began, as they had so often deceived them before. G's Court is inhabited by Irish. It is at the St. Giles's end of Oxford Street. He also said there was a gentleman's servant supporting them with money, and if they would act on the subject, he would give them a great deal more. He asked me if I had a gun, and I said yes, but it was only a rubbishing one. He then said they would provide me with a gun, and something to work with. There were, he also said, 2 pieces of cannon in Gray's Inn Lane, which they could get by breaking in a small door. He said there were 4 pieces of cannon in the artillery ground, and they could be very easily taken, by killing the sentinel. After they left Grosvenor Square, they were to meet near the Mansion House. I was told to come to my time, or the thing would be done before I came. I went to John Street that evening. It was nearly 7 o'clock. The entrance to Cato-Street is a little gateway from John Street. When I got there I saw Wilson and Davidson. I had seen him, Davidson, before. Davidson said I was come, and he asked me if I would go in. I said no, as I was going somewhere else to look for some cream. He said if I would go in, Mr. Thistlewood was there. I asked him what time I should be there, and he said 8 o'clock. If I were not there in time, he said, I was to follow them down to Grosvenor Square, and, at the 4th house from the corner, at the bottom of the square, I should find them. Cross-examined by Mr. Adolphus. I am not certain whether the first conversation I had with Wilson was before the Sunday, before the Cato-Street business. I am not quite certain. It was 4 or 5 days before. I am not able to say what day I gave the information to Lord Harrowby. It might be a day or 2 before I saw Wilson in Manchester Street. The conversation with Wilson was in Manchester Street. We were walking up and down the street. A note was here put into witness's hand, which he said was the one given by him to Lord Harrowby. It was in his own handwriting. Cross-examined. The reason why I gave the note to Lord Harrowby was, because I could not see Lord Castlereagh. I did not call at Lord Castlereagh's house, but I went 3 or 4 times near the house, in order to see him. I did not see him, and then I gave the note to Lord Harrowby. I am certain that in Wilson's conversation with me the words, His Majesty's Ministers, were used. The Earl of Harrowby examined from the bench by the Attorney General. I reside in Grosvenor Square, on the south side, near Charles Street, next door to the Archbishop of York's. I am a Privy Councillor, and one of His Majesty's Ministers. I am President of the Council, and one of the Cabinet. On the 23rd of February last, I intended giving a Cabinet dinner. I think it was on Wednesday, the 23rd. Only those who compose the Cabinet are invited to Cabinet dinners. I believe the invitations went out the latter part of the week before, but my head servant can speak to that more correctly. Invitations were sent to the Lord Chancellor, to the Earl of Liverpool, the First Lord of the Treasury, to Mr. Vansittart, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, to Earl Bathurst, the Secretary of State for the Colonial Department, to Lord Sidmouth, the Secretary of State for the Home Department, to Lord Castlereagh, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, the Duke of Wellington, Master General of the Ordnance, Mr. Canning, the First Commissioner of the India Board, Mr. Robinson, President of the Board of Trade, Mr. B. Bathurst, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Mr. Wellesley Pole, the Master of the Mint, and the Earl of Mulgrave. All these are Privy Councillors. They are employed in the different offices I have mentioned, and also form what is called the Cabinet. In common parlance they are called His Majesty's Ministers. On the Tuesday before the intended dinner, I was riding in the park without a servant. It was about 2 o'clock. I went to a council at Carlton House. I am not positive as to the hour. As I came near Grosvenor Gate a person met me, and asked me if I was Lord Harrowby. I said yes. He said he wished to give a note to Lord Castlereagh, which was of considerable importance to him, and to myself. He then gave me a letter. After some further conversation, he gave me a card, with his address. I saw the man again by appointment on Wednesday morning in the Ring, among the young plantations in Hyde Park. The dinner did not take place at my house on Wednesday. The preparations went on as if the parties were to dine together, until I wrote a note from the Earl of Liverpool's to my head servant, to say the Cabinet would not dine there. It would be 7, or half past, at which the party would dine. John Monument. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. I had some general knowledge of some conspiracy, or something of the kind, going on before this. I do not know a person named Edwards. We had some general information a considerable time before this, that some plan was in agitation, but we did not know the time at which it was to take place, or the particulars. I will not say to 2 months. It was some considerable time before this. John Baker, examined by the Attorney General. I am butler to Lord Harrowby. The cards of invitation were issued for the cabinet dinner on the 18th, or 19th. It was about 8 in the evening of the 23d when I first knew that the cabinet were not to dine at my Lord Harrowby's. The preparations for it went on till then. The Archbishop of York lives next door to my Lord Harrowby's. I can't say whether His Grace had company on the 23d of February. I noticed several carriages draw up at his door. John Monument, examined by the Solicitor General. I am by trade a shoemaker. I generally live near Brook's Market, but I am now a prisoner in the Tower. I know the prisoner Thistlewood. I met him at the house of one Ford some weeks before the transactions of the 23d of February. He afterwards called upon me at my lodgings. He was not alone. Brunt was with him. He told me that he wanted to speak with me in private. In consequence, I went out of the room with him, my mother and brother being at that time in the room with me. Brunt stayed behind when I went out. Thistlewood then said to me, "Great events are now close at hand. The people are everywhere anxious for a change." He had been promised support by a great many men, who had deceived him, but he had now got men who would stand by him. He then asked me if I had any arms. I said, "No, I had not." He said that every man of them, that is, of those who were attached to him, had arms, pikes, pistols, or sabres, and added that I might buy a pistol for 4 or 5 shillings. I said that I was too poor to buy one. He replied that if such were the case, he would see what could be done for me. Brunt called upon me again in 4 or 5 days. He said that he could not stay long with me. There were several more men of his trade waiting to see him on this business, and he must call on them. I did not see him afterwards for some time. He called, however, again upon me on the Tuesday previous to the 23d. I then told him that I thought I had lost him, as he had stayed away so very long. He replied that owing to the king's death, an alteration had taken place in their plans. I asked what those plans were. He said that I should know them better at a meeting to be held the night afterwards, then he could tell me. I asked him where the meeting was to be. He said at Tyburn Turnpike. He did not tell me what was to be done there. I asked him if I was to see any persons there, how I was to know them as friends, and requested him to give me the word. Brunt then told me that if I saw any persons about, I was to say beauty, and if they were friends, they would say ton. He would, however, call on me the following morning, and tell me more particulars. On the Wednesday afternoon, between 4 and 5, he did call again. He came by himself. He called me downstairs, and asked me if I was ready to go. I said, "No, I have got some work to do, and it must be done before I go." He asked me how long it would be before it was finished. I said that it would be done about 6 o'clock. He then said that he could not wait for me so long, that I must therefore come to the place appointed along with the man to whom he had introduced me. That man's name was Tid. He charged me not to be later than 6 o'clock, as Tid had others as well as myself, to take with him to the place of meeting. I went to Tid's at 6:30, who complained that many men had disappointed him. We waited till 7, but no person came. Tid then went into a corner of the room, took out a large pistol, and stuck it in a belt, which he wore round his waist. He also took out 4 or 5 pikeheads, which he wrapped up in brown paper. He took also several shafts, 4 or 5 feet long. We then went out, along Holborn, and up Oxford Street. I asked him, in his room, where we were going. He said to a room in a mews in John Street, Edgware Road. When we got into Holborn, he gave me the pike shafts, and told me to take care of them. I asked him again, as we were going along, where we were going, and wanted to know whether it was to the House of Commons. He said, "No, there were too many soldiers near there." I again pressed him on the subject, and he said that they were going to Grosvenor Square, as there was a cabinet dinner there that evening. I did not ask him any more questions, for on his saying that, I was satisfied for what purpose they were going. We then went to Cato-Street. Under the archway I saw two men, whom Tid appeared to know. He spoke to them, and after a few moments we all went into the stable together. There were in the loft and stable about 24 or 25 persons. I had not been there long when someone proposed to count the numbers assembled. Thistlewood replied that there was no occasion to do so, as he knew that there were about 4 or 25 persons in the room. There was a person in a brown great-coat sitting on a carpenter's bench, who spoke of the impropriety of going with so small a number to Lord Harrowby's. Thistlewood replied there were quite enough of them. He only wanted 13 to go into the room, and supposing Lord Harrowby to have 16 servants, that number would be quite enough to master them. The man in the brown coat said, "After we have done, there will be a crowd about the door. How are we to make our escape?" Thistlewood said, "You know the larger body is already gone to arrange matters. We, the smaller, are left to do the business." Davidson then blamed the tall man in the brown great-coat for throwing cold water on the plan, and added that if he was afraid, he might as well go away. Brunt said, "Rather than give up the business, I will go to the house and blow it up, though I perish myself in the ruins, for you know we have got that which can easily do it." The man in the great-coat then said, as they were all for it, he would not oppose it. He then proposed that all in the room should put themselves under the orders of Thistlewood. Upon which Thistlewood said that all engaged in the business were equal, and should have the same honor as himself, and proposed that 14 should volunteer to go into the room at Lord Harrowby's. Those that volunteered were to range themselves on the side in which the fireplace stood. They did so in the course of a few minutes. Whether they were exactly 14 I don't know. I heard nothing said of what the rest were to do. On somebody asking that question, Thistlewood replied that they all knew their places. Thistlewood then went out for a few moments. On his return, he said that he had received intelligence that the Duke of Wellington and Lord Sidmouth had arrived at Lord Harrowby's. I was myself taken into custody in the room. Cross-examined by Mr. Adolphus. I never saw Thistlewood till I saw him at Ford's. I attended at the meeting in Finsbury Market. I was so far off that I could not tell whether Thistlewood was there, nor even the purpose of the meeting. There was no particular acquaintance at that time between me and Thistlewood. I did not then know Brunt or Edwards. There was a long interval between my first and second conversation with Brunt. I thought that they had done with me, finding me so reluctant to join in their measures. The man in the brown coat was not Adams. I have seen Adams since, at Hicks's Hall. The room was much crowded, the parties in it were eating bread and cheese. I do not know that I ever saw Adams before I saw him at Hicks's Hall. I recollect the prisoner Davidson from his color. If any person had addressed them besides the man in the brown coat, I must have heard him. I was taken in the room when the soldiers came. I had no arms. I made no resistance. Re-examined by the Solicitor General. I was nearly the last person who entered the room. I was there nearly a quarter of an hour before the officers came. I was unacquainted with every person in the room except Thistlewood, Brunt, and Tid. It was candlelight. On the bench were swords, pistols, and blunderbusses. When I was brought up to Whitehall, I was handcuffed to Thistlewood, who advised me, when I came before the Privy Council, to say that I had been brought to Cato-Street by Edwards. I asked him how I could tell such a falsehood, when I had never seen such a man as Edwards in my life. He said that was of no consequence. If asked what sort of a man he was, I was to say, he was a little taller than myself, and dressed in a brown coat. By a juryman. I have had no communication with Adams since my apprehension. By the Solicitor General. I never saw him except when I was brought up as a witness to Hicks's Hall. Thomas Monument. I am brother to the last witness. I remember Thistlewood calling upon my brother. He brought Brunt with him. They did not stay in the room more than 5 or 10 minutes. Thistlewood then asked my brother if he might speak with him. On my brother's replying yes, they went out together for 10 minutes. They then returned, and Brunt and Thistlewood went away. On the Tuesday before the Cato-Street business, Brunt called again on my brother, with a man named Tid. My brother said, "Brunt, I have not seen you for so long a time, that I thought I had lost you." Brunt said, "The king's death had made some alteration in our plans." My brother asked what those plans were. Brunt said they had different objects in view. Brunt asked my brother to meet him at Tyburn Turnpike that evening, when an outline of their plan should be given to him. Brunt said that he ought to be there at 6 o'clock. If he saw any persons about, he should say, "But," and if they were of their party they would say, "Ton." They did not press me to go, but spoke only to my brother. I did not go. Brunt called at 5 the next evening for my brother to go. He said he could not go then, as we had work to do. Brunt then bade my brother call on Tid, at the hole-in-the-wall passage, at 7. He did so, as I was informed. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. Not suspecting that any mischief was going on, I was not anxious to know to what the conversation of my brother and Brunt referred. I thought that it might perhaps relate to some club dinner. Thomas Dwyer. Examined by Mr. Gurney. I live in Cheesecourt, Oxford Street. Sometime in February I became acquainted with Davidson. He introduced me to Thistlewood. We went together to a public house at the end of Molyneux Street, not far from Cato-Street. This might be about the 9th, 10th, or 11th of February. Thistlewood said nothing particular to me at that time. He observed that he had been in 4 or 5 revolutions, and that Ireland was in a disturbed state. I am an Irishman. Thistlewood said that he had a good many of my countrymen with him. He pressed me to go with him also. I saw Davidson on the night before the 23d. He told me that he was going to stand sentry. The next morning I was called upon by a person, who took me to Foxcourt, Gray's Inn Lane. He was a tall man, and his name is Harrison. We went into a 2-pair back room. The room door was locked. He knocked at another door, and a woman gave him the key. He opened the door, and we entered. There was a cupboard in the room, out of which was taken a ball, wrapped up in yarn. Harrison told me the purpose for which it was intended, and called it a grenade. Shortly afterwards Thistlewood, Davidson, and a few more came in. Davidson had a blunderbuss, a pair of pistols, and a bayonet in his side pocket. Others also came in, but I did not know their names. The witness was here told to look into the dock, and see if he could identify any of the prisoners as being then present. He instantly identified Brunt. On Davidson saying that he had only given 12 shillings for his pistols, Brunt said he would go out and buy a pair. I had some conversation with Thistlewood about the hand grenades. Thistlewood said that some of them were to be thrown into the horse barracks, and others into Lord Harrowby's house, to set fire to it, and blow it up. Thistlewood asked me how many of my countrymen I could muster, as he should want some of them at 8:30 that evening. I told him that I could muster about 26 or 27. He told me that they, meaning himself and friends, were to assemble at the Horse and Groom, and ordered me to be at the Pontefract Castle, at the end of Barrett's Court, a house much frequented by Irishmen. He told me that I was to pick out the best of my countrymen, and go to the Foundling Hospital, knock at the porter's lodge, put a pistol to his breast, and turn on to the right hand, as there were 25 or 26 stand of arms in the other lodge. These I was to seize. At the same time another party would secure 2 pieces of cannon which were in the Light Horse Riding School, Gray's Inn Lane. Another party was in the meantime to go to the artillery ground, Finsbury, and seize what was there. He also mentioned that there was to be a cabinet dinner at Lord Harrowby's, and that the party there were to be attacked. After this, I saw a bundle, containing gunpowder, taken out and laid upon the floor. A tin measure was produced, and several smaller woolen bags were filled with it. This was done by Harrison. I afterwards heard Thistlewood give directions generally to them all. He said that a dozen pike handles were to be taken to Marylebone, some others to Finsbury, and some elsewhere. I was asked, but refused to take some of them. I saw a bag, and the powder which had been measured out, and also the grenades, were put into it. I heard directions given to a man by Harrison, to take something to the Horse and Groom, at the end of Cato-Street. In the meantime another person went out to get the pike handles. I got back to my own place at 12 o'clock. I told Major James of what I had seen and heard. In consequence of what he said, I went to the Secretary of State about 1 or 1:30 o'clock that day. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. I am a bricklayer by trade. I never, before the month of February, saw Davidson. Davidson introduced me to Thistlewood on the 9th of that month. They did not know me, and I did not know them, yet I was let into their secrets on the morning of the 23rd of February. I have lived 15 years in the parish of Marylebone, with a good character, and yet all of a sudden a band of traitors entrusted me with their traitorous designs. I told them that it was a hard thing to inveigle men into a scheme like theirs, and doubted whether I should be able to accomplish it. Though I expressed this doubt, I was sent to the Foundling Hospital to take the arms. I acceded to their proposal at the time, but had no intention of executing it. I do not know a man of the name of Huddlestone. I never was in a court before, except on the trial of a woman for stealing. I was in Ireland at the time of the rebellion. I cannot tell how old I was then. George Kaylock, examined by Mr. Littledale. I live at 22 Cato-Street. I saw Harrison and another against the stable door in Cato-Street, at 5 o'clock on the 23rd February. I asked Harrison how he did. He replied pretty well. He had taken 2 rooms there, and was going to do them up. Between 5 and 7 o'clock I saw more than 20 people go in at the stable door. Richard Monday, examined by Mr. Littledale. I live at 23 Cato-Street. About 20 minutes after 4 on the 23rd, as I was coming from my work, I saw Davidson standing under the archway. I knew Davidson from seeing him with Firth, the cowkeeper. I went home and got my tea. I came out again at 20 minutes past 5, and went to a public house. On leaving it, I saw Davidson going into No. 1 for a light. In going into the stable, into which Harrison admitted him, he stooped for a bundle, and I then observed that he had 2 belts on, one across his shoulder, and the other round his waist. In that round his waist, on the left side, 2 pistols were inserted, on the other a sword was suspended, which jutted out considerably. The place where they met is a stable, belonging to General Watson. It has lately been used as a cowhouse by Firth. There is a chaise house, and a stable below, and a loft, with 2 rooms above. One of these rooms has a window, the other is dark. I observed, in the course of the afternoon, that something like a coarse matting was hung over the windows, and the partition in the stable yard. Elizabeth Westall. I live at No. 1 Cato-Street. About 3 o'clock I saw a man go into the stable with a sack on his shoulder. About 6 o'clock I went out, and saw a man of color standing by the stable. I was much alarmed by that circumstance, thinking that the stable was unoccupied. I was out 10 minutes. Shortly after I returned, the man of color came into my house, and asked me for a light. I gave him a light. He then went back to the stable where I had seen him at first. George Ruthven, the police officer, was then examined by Mr. Ballin. I went, on the 23rd of February, to Cato-Street. 3 others were to meet me there. When we were all assembled we were about 12 of us. I went into the stable, and saw a man with a sword by his side, and a blunderbuss on his shoulder. I saw one man below, and I have some faint recollection that I saw another. The whole of my party followed me into the stable. On seeing the man with the blunderbuss on his shoulder, I told some of the party to secure him. I went up a ladder which led to a loft. When I got there I saw several men, heard the clattering of arms, and saw swords and pistols. 3 or 4 of my party went up with me. I am sure that Ellis and Smithers were with me. From the view which I had of the place, I think there were 24 or 25 persons present. The size of that room is 15 feet, 5 one way, and 10 feet 10 the other. There are 2 rooms adjoining this, separated by doors. When I got into the room I said, "We are officers, seize their arms." I saw in the room Thistlewood, whom I have known for 4 or 5 years. Thistlewood was standing, at the time we entered, at the right-hand side of the table, near the door of the little room. On my saying, "We are officers," he seized a sword, which was drawn, and retreated to the little room. The sword was a very long one, and rather bright. He stood in the entry of the door fencing, to prevent anyone's approach. Smithers approached him. Thistlewood stabbed him, and Smithers fell, saying, "Oh my God! I'm done!" or something to that effect. Somebody from the corner of the room where Thistlewood stood said, "Put out the lights, kill the B.R.S., and throw them downstairs." The lights were then put out. I joined in their cry of, "Kill them!" and rushed downstairs. I did not observe anything till I got into John Street, where I met the soldiers whom I brought. Several shots were fired from the corner of the room where Thistlewood was standing, I think down the stairs. On arriving a second time at the stable, I met Tid grappling with one of the military. I secured him. I was afterwards in the public house, horse and groom, and saw Bradburn brought in. On him were found 6 ball cartridges and 3 balls. Davidson and Wilson were brought in. Davidson sang a song. I then went back to the loft, and found there Shaw, Strange, Cooper, Monument, and Bradburn. I saw arms in the hands of several persons. I found 2 swords in a bag. The bag contained 10 hand grenades. I also found balls and fusees. They were brought to Bow Street, and remain since in possession of an officer. Afterwards I went to the Horse and Groom. I had seen Cooper there, with a stick, and Gilchrist came back for it, but did not get it. I observed it cut. Cross-examined by Mr. Adolphus. Thistlewood had not been much out of sight since Watson's trial. Witness had seen him 5 or 6 times. He had a motive for it. It was not for this purpose that he was aware of. There were 4 or 5 Edwardses, officers with him, but he was not aware that Edwards, who had been concerned in this business, was connected with any of them. He knew nothing further than that he was directed to watch Thistlewood. James Ellis, by the Attorney General. Went with the other officers to Cato-Street on the 23rd of February. He went in immediately after Ruthven. He saw 2 men, one having on 2 crossbelts, either in his right or left holding a carbine, in the other a sword. Witness observed that he was a man of color. The other person was between the foot of the ladder and the stall next to it, for there were 3. He followed Ruthven up as close as he could. The man of color said something ending with, "Men!" He heard the men above rushing back behind the carpenter's table, and a noise like fencing with swords. There might be 20 or 25 men. Ruthven said, "We are officers, seize their arms, or surrender your arms." Witness had not known Thistlewood before, but he was satisfied it was he who menaced with the sword. Witness had before held forward his staff of office. He now presented a pistol, and desired him to desist, or he would fire. Smithers then gained the top of the ladder, and advanced towards the little room. Thistlewood struck him with the sword near the breast. Smithers fell back, held up his hands, and exclaimed, "Oh God!" Witness fired on Thistlewood, and Smithers staggered towards him. The candles were put out, and the witness was forced down. He stood at the door to the street. Several shots were fired, some balls passed him. On going out he heard a cry. Saw a man running towards Queen Street, with belts on. He secured him. It was Davidson, the man of color. He had a carbine in the one hand, and a sword in the other. He afterwards assisted in securing 4, to whom he could not speak positively. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. He was a constable, and had the warrant. He had a part in conducting the officers, but Mr. Ruthven was there. William Westcott had part in conducting the patrol at Bow Street, and was a constable. He was down in the stable the whole time, and heard firing on the loft. He saw Ings in the stable, who wanted to rush out, while the other officers were up. Witness and Ings had a contest. There was terrible confusion in the loft. Some came tumbling down, and some singly. He knew Thistlewood. There was a light. Thistlewood fired at Witness. 3 holes were in his hat by balls. Witness rushed towards Thistlewood, when he was struck down. Thistlewood then made a cut at him with a sword, and ran out. Witness was wounded in the back of his hand with one of the balls, as he had held up his hand to protect his head. Hugh Nixon, one of the Bow Street officers, saw Ruthven, Ellis, and the deceased go up the ladder. He went up, and saw Ellis fire. There was a rush down, and he saw a man fire a pistol. He rather believed it was Thistlewood. Ings was pursued and brought back. Witness found a sword in the stable, and a bayonet upstairs. John Wright, a patrol of Bow Street, was one of the officers who went to Cato-Street. They mustered at the Horse and Groom. He saw Cooper having a broomstick, and another coming to drink beer. Cooper left the stick. Witness took a sword and a knife from a man who was in the stable, near a stall. That moment he was knocked down, and received a stab in his side. Wilson and Bradburn were afterwards taken. Witness found about 24 ball cartridges in Wilson's pocket, and a pair of scissors, and found 2 haversacks on his sides. William Charles Brooks, a patrol, being directed by Mr. Burney towards persons passing, saw Ings, and a person in front of him with a cutlass, and spoke to them. Ings fired, and slightly wounded him on the shoulder. Witness staggered into the road. Ings went off towards the Edgware Road. Witness pursued. Ings threw away the pistol. Moy took him. Witness asked him why he had fired at him, a man whom he had never seen. He said, "I wish I had killed you." Ings. "Pray, my lord, am I not allowed to ask any question?" Court. "You are not on your trial at present." Witness stated that 2 haversacks, a knife case, and a tin box, 3 parts full of powder, were found on Ings. Giles Moy confirmed this evidence, so far as he was concerned. Robert Chapman, one of the Bow Street officers, went to Cato-Street, saw Ings in the stable, and heard him say, "Look out above." Witness, in the watch-house, took from Ings a knife case, 2 balls, and a pistol key. He saw one running through the stable with a sword in his hand. Captain Fitzclarence appeared on the right of the bench, and said he was a lieutenant in the Coldstream Guards. He went with a piquet to John Street on the 23rd of February, about 8 in the evening. On hearing reports of pistols, they went to Cato-Street. He was directed by a police officer to the stable. He met 2 men at the door. The man on his right cut at him with a sword, the other man presented a pistol. He got in and seized a man, who called out, "Don't kill me, and I will tell you all." He gave him in charge, and then secured another man in one of the stalls. On going upstairs, he secured 3, 4, or 5 persons. He fell against the body of poor Smithers, who was lying dead. He saw several arms. Samuel Taunton, a Bow Street officer, went to Brunt's lodgings, searched the front and back rooms, and found 2 baskets. Brunt, who was in the front room, and had been previously taken into custody, said he knew nothing of the baskets. The room did not belong to him in which they were. It was the back room. In the same room there was a pike staff and an iron pot. Witness sent for the landlady, Mrs. Rogers. She said her niece had let the back room to a man she did not know. Brunt said it was a man at the public house, and he did not know his name. Witness then went to Tidd's, in the hole-in-the-wall passage, near Gray's Inn Lane. There he found a box full of ball cartridges, 965 in number. He found 10 grenades, and a great quantity of gunpowder. He found in haversacks 434 balls. He found also 69 ball cartridges, and about 11 bags of gunpowder, 1 pound each. The grenades were in a wrapper. In one of the baskets at Brunt's were 9 papers of rope yarn and tar, in the other 3 of the same, 2 flannel bags of powder, 1 pound each, and 5 empty bags, a paper of powder, 1 leathern bag, with 3 balls in it. They were all here. Cross-examined by Mr. Adolphus. This was on the 24th. Brunt had been in custody before. Tidd was absent. Daniel Bishop, a Bow Street officer, went on the morning of the 24th, with other officers, to apprehend Thistlewood, about 10 in the morning, to Whitecross Street, Moorfields. The house was kept by Harris. He received a key from Mrs. Harris, which opened a ground floor. There he saw Thistlewood, who thrust his head from under the clothes in bed. The shutters were shut. Witness told his name and business, and, having a sword in one hand, and a staff in the other, threw himself on the bed. Thistlewood said he would make no resistance. He had his breeches on, in the pockets of which they found 2 balls, 2 cartridges, and some flints. They also found a small silk sash. Cross-examined. A man of the name of Edwards did not go, nor any who knew where Thistlewood was. Lavender produced and identified the belt found in Thistlewood's coat pocket. Ruthven produced the pike-staff, grenades, and C. All the soldiers and officers who had any of the articles seized were now arranged behind the witness box, and handed to Ruthven their several charges, and Ruthven laid them on the table. A pike was screwed on a staff, and handed to the jury. The whole of the frightful apparatus was now exposed to view. Guns, blunderbusses, carbines, swords, pistols, pikes, sticks, cartridges, bullets, even the pot in which the tar was boiled, all were produced and identified. The firearms remained loaded till produced on this occasion. When the charges were drawn, they were loaded with ball. One of the grenades had been given to a person by an order of Colonel Congreve to be examined. The production of Ings's knife excited an involuntary shudder. It was a broad, desperate-looking weapon. The jury inspected the arms separately, and particularly the pikes, the construction and formation of which have already been minutely described. The whole had a most formidable appearance. John Hector Morrison, servant to Mr. Underwood, cutler, in Drury Lane, was recalled, and looked at 2 swords, which, he said, were the same he had ground for Ings. Sergeant Edward Hanson, of the Royal Artillery, examined by Mr. Gurney. I examined one of the grenades produced to me at Bow Street. It is composed of a tin case, in the form of a barrel, in which a tube is soldered. The case contains 3 ounces and a half of gunpowder. The priming in the tube is a composition of saltpetre powder and brimstone. The tin was pitched, and wrapped round with rope yarn, which was cemented with rosin and tar. Round the tin, and in the rope yarn, 12 pieces of iron were planted. From the lighting of the fusee to the explosion might take about half a minute. If one of them were to be exploded in a room where there were a number of persons, it would produce great destruction. The pieces of iron would fly about like bullets. The witness here opened another of the grenades for the satisfaction of the jury. It was composed in the manner already described. The pieces of iron principally consisted of old cart nails, such as the tires of wheels are nailed on with. The carcass, or tin case, was wrapped in an old stocking, and the powder which it contained was pronounced very good. Witness, in continuation. I examined one of the fireballs. It consisted of oakum, tar, rosin, and stone brimstone, pounded. If one of these was thrown into a house, and alighted on wood, it would be sure to set it on fire. The effect would be still more certain on straw or hay. The Attorney General. That is the case, my lord, on the part of the Crown. The defense. Mr. Cawood now rose to address the jury on the part of the prisoner. He commenced by stating that if it were consistent with a sense of moral and professional duty, he would not have stood there to address them. It was one of the characteristics of the profession to which he had the honor to belong, however, and one which perhaps reflected upon it the greatest credit, that they were not at liberty to refuse their assistance to persons in the situation of the unfortunate man at the bar. No man could feel more impressed than himself with the sense of the great and weighty duty he had to perform. He felt that the unhappy prisoner had a right to call upon him to do his duty boldly and fearlessly, and without any consideration for the government who were the prosecutors on this occasion. He felt also that he had a duty to perform to his country, by assisting in the administration of the law, and not by any power which he possessed, if he did possess such power, to endeavor to pervert that law. He owed something, too, to his own fair fame, which was all, his only inheritance. With these feelings pressing upon him, he might truly say, he was placed in a trying and critical situation. It was fit on an occasion of this sort, that they should know something of the man by whom they were addressed. It could not be denied that the unfortunate transactions, to which their attention had been so painfully directed, had arisen out of that state of the country which they must all alike lament and deplore. It was clear also, that while they had attachments to certain parties, prejudices would arise which it was out of their power to control in favor of the sentiments of those parties. With respect to himself, although like every other Englishman, he had his feelings upon certain points, yet he never belonged to any particular party, nor was he in the habit of attending political meetings. With respect to government, he never had received any place or appointment from them, nor was it likely that he should. In the present instance, therefore, he had no motive to influence him in doing his duty, or at least in endeavoring to do it fairly and honestly. It was due to his learned friends and to himself to state, that in consequence of the lateness of the moment in which they were called upon to undertake this arduous task, not having received their instructions till a late hour on Thursday, that the difficulties with which they had to cope were of no ordinary kind, and these difficulties became the more formidable when it was recollected that they had arrayed against them the most distinguished talents which it was in the power of the Crown to procure, talents not a little aided by the advantage of study, and of a mature consideration of all the facts of the case which they were called upon to discuss. No doubt, in the notice which they, the jury, had given to the Attorney General, when he opened this case, they had not failed to observe, and he had observed it with unfeigned surprise, that he had not stated to them precisely what were the points which they were called upon to try. He had indeed stated that it was a prosecution for high treason, but he had only defined what was the quality of the treason which he meant to impute. Unfortunately, there was mixed up with this transaction a great deal for which the prisoner might hereafter be answerable, and which was calculated to make a deep impression on the minds of the jury. But whatever was their opinion upon the moral guilt of the prisoner, if, upon a review of the evidence, they should not be of opinion that he had committed the precise offense charged in the indictment, it was their duty to pronounce a verdict of not guilty. It therefore devolved upon him to state precisely what they had to try. It was not merely a question of high treason, but a question of a particular species of high treason. The indictment was very long, and contained many things which, in the language of the law, were called overt acts. They were not, however, because a great body of evidence had been given to them, to jump at the conclusion that the substantive treason alleged had been committed. The sorts of treason charged were four in number. The first was founded upon the late statute of the 36th of the king, for conspiring to depose his majesty from his imperial style and dignity. It was now nearly 400 years since that statute, to which Englishmen had been wont to look with veneration as a protection for the dearest rights of man, he meant the statute of EDW. 3. Had been passed. There, among other treasons set forth, was the conspiring to take away, or the compassing and imagining, or intending to compass or imagine the king's death, but there had subsequent treasons started up. There was now another Act of Parliament in existence, which embraced not merely the compassing and imagining the king's death, but the conspiring to depose him from his imperial style and dignity. It was also treason to conspire to levy war against his majesty. This was the question then which they had to try. First, had the prisoners at the bar conspired or imagined the death of the king? Secondly, had they conspired to depose his majesty from his imperial style and dignity? Thirdly, had they conspired to levy war against the king? And lastly, had they actually levied war against the king? He apprehended that they must be satisfied that one or other of these charges was proved, before they could find a verdict of guilty. Before he came to these topics, they would look to the probability of the evidence which had been laid before them. The great mass which had been adduced certainly led them to conclude that a conspiracy of some kind had existed, but it did not follow that the substantive treason charged in the indictment had therefore been committed. It did not follow, as a matter of course, that the removal of the administration of the king must be succeeded by the deposition of the monarch himself. Let them go by steps. There was continually in Parliament one party endeavoring to remove another, that was to say, endeavoring to remove the existing administration. He would admit, probably with the best intentions. Would it be contended that this removal of an administration was necessarily connected with the deposition of the monarch, and that every man who attempted to effect such a purpose would be involved in the crime of high treason? Again, other men might think it necessary that an administration should be removed by violence, and this too with the most virtuous intentions. He desired not to be misunderstood, as meaning under that plea to justify assassination. Nothing was further from his feelings, but all he meant to argue was, that they must not take it as a necessary consequence that the death or destruction of a whole administration involved the death or deposition of the king. If they, the jury, were of opinion that it did not involve such a consequence, the evidence on this occasion did not support the substantive treason laid in the two first divisions of the indictment. There were two other treasons, however. One was the conspiracy to levy war against His Majesty, and the other, the actual levying of war. Now he called upon them to look to the evidence, and see whether they could draw from that a fair inference, that there was a conspiracy to levy war, and that what had been done amounted to an actual levying of war. In the detail given by the first witness, Adams, who in fact proved the whole case, he thought there was much more for ridicule than for serious consideration. In his opinion, the testimony of this man was utterly incredible, independent of the fact of his being an accomplice. The Attorney General had told them that an accomplice was a necessary witness, but though necessary, he was not of necessity to be believed. The more atrocious the guilt in which he had steeped himself, the less worthy he was of credit, and where a most atrocious and wicked witness came to tell them a tale, not only improbable, but most ridiculous in itself, would they not at once dismiss him from their notice? It often happened that those who were the most ingenious in devising and promoting mischief were the first to become informers, and that this was the case in the present instance, he should be enabled to prove. They would, however, consider the evidence which had been given by Adams to support the fact of there having been a conspiracy to levy war against the king. They would lay out of their consideration for a moment all that had been said of the assassination of His Majesty's ministers, and they would consider the evidence as it had been given by him to support that conspiracy. They had here everything to raise their passions. They had all the materials and preparations for war before them, the arms on the table. But what was the result of all the discussions which took place at all the meetings of the conspirators from the 4th of February, in which the assassination of His Majesty's ministers had been repeatedly debated? In the cross-examination of Adams, it appeared that one of the conspirators, Palin, had, with some degree of sense, when all those things were talked of, asked where the men were to come from to effect this mighty revolution. In one moment His Majesty's ministers were to be assassinated, a detachment was to go and take possession of 2 pieces of cannon in Gray's Inn Lane, another detachment was to make a descent upon the artillery ground, a third party were to seize the Mansion House, as a seat for the provisional government. And yet to effect all this, what was the actual strength of the conspirators in its most exaggerated state? Why, forsooth, 40 men, 2 old sabres, 6 shillings, and a reputed pound note. Where an infamous witness told them such a story, could they believe it? Was it credible? Would they take away the life of a man under such circumstances? If it were possible for them to do so, he could only say that they would be more insensible than the deluded men themselves. Then as to the other point, the actual levying of war. What a levying of war was, he hardly knew how to define. Lord Hale had said that this was a question of fact, which a jury alone was capable of deciding. That learned judge had also talked of marching with unfurled banners, and being furnished with military officers. But where were the unfurled banners here, or were the military officers? The only military man they had heard of was one disbanded soldier, and the purpose to which he was to be applied was the destruction of His Majesty's ministers, an act which, he contended, even if effected, did not amount to a levying of war. If they were told the contrary, he was sure they would treat such an intimation as absurd and ridiculous. Where was this great conspiracy concocted? In a 2-pair back room. Where was the battle fought? In a stable. Where were the traitors incorporated? In a hayloft. How were they armed? With a few rusty swords, halberts, and old pistols. He would put it to the plain common sense and understanding of the jury, whether they would pronounce persons so assembled and so armed guilty of levying war against the king? It was rather a levying war against the constables, at the very name of whom they trembled. Then, if there was no levying of war, was there a conspiracy to levy war? The only evidence they had of such a conspiracy came out of the mouth of those 3 witnesses who were so far contaminated, that it was beyond all doubt they had themselves been deeply implicated in the projected assassination of His Majesty's ministers. The question, then, for their consideration resolved itself into this point. They would consider, even supposing that the assassination of the ministers was intended, whether this of necessity implied that His Majesty was also to be deposed. If they did not think that the one must of course follow the other, then their verdict must be not guilty. He implored them to do their duty strictly according to law, to consider what the law of the country was, to step neither to the right nor to the left, but to come to a fair and impartial and unprejudiced conclusion. He implored them to do so, not only for their own sakes, but for the sake of the country, for if once jurymen suffered their feelings of indignation towards one offense to lead them to admit the existence of another of a different character, not proved, there would be an end of the due distinctions of justice. If this man had been guilty of another offense, there was another indictment against him, on which he must take his trial if he were acquitted of this, and if he were convicted under that, he would suffer the penalty of the law. But upon this occasion, he called upon them not to find him guilty of high treason, because they thought him worthy of death for having incurred the guilt of assassination. In conclusion, the learned gentleman said, he would proceed to call a witness to prove that Adams, who had been called for the crown, together with an accomplice of the name of Edwards, who had not been called, were the persons who had conveyed the arms and ammunition to the house of Tidd on the very morning they had been found there by the Bow Street officers. Mr. Adolphus then proceeded to call the evidence for the defense. Mary Parker examined. I am the daughter of Richard Tidd. I live with my father. I remember the police officers coming and finding some boxes and things in our lodgings. They came about 8:30. Those things had been in the house when they came, about a quarter of an hour. They were brought that morning. Among them were the pike staves. It was no person in my father's employment who brought them. He had been taken into custody the night before. I know a person of the name of Adams. I have seen him at my father's. I know a person of the name of Edwards. I have also seen him there. He has been there often. I have seen similar things before the officers came. I believe these to be the same things. Edwards took part away. I do not know who took the rest. He took them away on Wednesday. My father did not take them away. Edwards did not take away the box. He only took away some things that I have since heard were used. The box was brought a day or two before my father was taken. It never was uncorded. Adams brought a large grenade. I do not know what Edwards was. The Attorney General declined asking this witness any question. Edward Hucklestone examined by Mr. Cawood. I know a man of the name of Dwyer. I have known him for some years. Latterly I have known him intimately. I use the same public house. I do not think he is to be believed on his oath. Cross-examined by the Attorney General. I saw him with plenty of money, and knowing that he had little or no work, I was surprised. I was in distress. He told me he would put me in the way to make plenty of money, if I would go with him. I agreed, and he proposed that we should charge gentlemen with an unnatural offense. That he was to go up first, and then I was to join him. I left him quite shocked. This was about 3 months ago. He said he had got £10 at a time from a gentleman in St. James's Street, by only catching him by the collar, and accusing him. I met him the next night at the Rodney's Head, and he called me a coward. I told him of the danger, and reminded him that his brother had been transported for the same thing. He said he knew better how to general it than his brother. I ought to have communicated it to a magistrate, but I was afraid of falling a victim to the Irishmen who lived in the neighborhood. I have spoken to him since. I was a shoemaker, but am now articled to a cow doctor in Newman Mews. I first communicated this to my brother, about a week ago. I did not mention it before, lest I might be ill-treated, as I had to go so much about among the cows. Some of the Irishmen have gone away from the neighborhood now, and that induced me to summon up courage to mention it to my brother. I did go with Dwyer to the park, but I was always struck with the horror of the thing. When I saw the names of the witnesses in this case in the paper, I made the communication to my brother. The witness was desired not to go out of court. Mr. Joseph Doane examined by Mr. Adolphus. I am called the court reporter. I prepare for the newspapers an account of the movements of the court, the cabinet dinners, and c. I send the same accounts to 6 papers, among others to the New Times. Looked at the announcement in the New Times, of the cabinet dinner, on Tuesday the 22d of February. The intelligence respecting the court in this paper I sent. The paragraph respecting the cabinet dinner, from the wording, I think I did not send. I think so from the use of the word grand. Cabinet dinners are always alike, and I do not think I used the word grand. Andrew Mitchell, I am printer of the New Times. I produced the original of the paragraph respecting the cabinet dinner, announced in the New Times on the 22d of February.